incoherent, inconsistent customs and doctrines of the oppressor, just like how the oppressor organizes their mystery religion cults with these hierarchies. And every time you graduate to the next level, the doctrine changes. And so that's exactly parallel with what this person you just quoted saying. So now they want to envy the oppressor and mimic what the oppressor is doing. So now you have our own little mystery religion where we have to continually graduate and graduate to another level, including another level of understanding, which is contrary and inconsistent with the previous level we just graduated above from. So no, just more
which is
pseudo occultist folly.
Occultist. That's kind of what it amounts to.
Yes.
And so,
are they saying all the Earth is concave or just some of it?
well,
either way, it's incoherent.
It is. It is because they're saying that light bends upwards, and they have all the evidence to provide about that. So therefore, all right, the Earth is concave because light bends upwards.
And it's more problematic if they say a particular fraction of the Earth is concave while the rest is flat or not concave. Like that's just utterly incoherent.
No,
Well, yeah.
I would actually say that some of the Earth is concave, but the Earth
Whoa.
as a whole is not concave.
Who's this? Who's parked up?
Well, I can provide an example if you'd like.
Okay, so who's just saying that? Anybody?
For sure.
For
PD.
sure.
Hey, I'm gonna quickly say something. I gotta
listen.
Miggy.
You step on a cat's tail, they're gonna holler, bro. Like I'm telling you.
Hey, Miggy, I gotta tell you something. You just ban this guy immediately because this is the same guy that like a month or two ago was arguing with you, trying to tell you that sand was a liquid.
Oh yeah, you got to ban drinker right away every time.
Is that for? See, well, this guy. I mean, you probably already know who he is. But
yeah, there's actually a policy ban on site with this guy.
Yeah. Well, you can do whatever you want with that guy, but I'm saying, I think what he's doing is he's kind of stirring the pot and inviting.
Right.
He's inviting one of his cronies to come in here and kind of you know what they're doing, guys? Because they do it at different times of the day. The two gentlemen that were in here were in the morning time where there was hardly anybody, and they were carrying on like it sounded. I was like, it sounds a little off. I was listening to the conversation, but they were talking about flat. Oh, I'm a flat earther. You're a flat earther. Okay, you're a flat earther too, right? And it was like, you're not supposed to. When you start saying stuff like that, it's like, oh man, we're all flat earthers in here, right? Like, oh no. No.
We don't talk like that. Nobody talks like, oh, you're a Christian, right? Yeah. Nobody goes to church and they're like, you're still a Christian. Yeah. You're a Christian. Okay. But I'm a Christian. Okay. Super.
No. See, this is what I'm saying, right? So these guys were carrying, and then like this guy, I don't care about that guy because there's probably a policy to ban that guy on site, but I'm pretty sure what he's doing when he gets kicked is it annoys him. So he's trying to look for others in this kind of a cult and, kind of sliding them in there. Hey, go join the 24/7 Flat Earth server and say you're a flat earther because they'll take that as a like, all right, brother, you're in, kind of thing. It's like
the password, the access code.
When you set foot in here and we hear your conversations, the moment you start slipping and you start inserting your concave nonsense, I'm going to pluck you right out of the group and be like, all right, now you better bring forward some evidence for this or else you're going to get, you know what I'm saying?
I'm just imagining you picking up them by the head or by the shirt. You're just looking at them like still magnitude. You just so much larger than them, like a giant.
Listen. I hate gospel bear. What do you call those guys? What's that term that you're using? Like, well, somebody's pretending to be like a flat earther, but there's that term that's being used around here. Anyway, so they're
called LARPing, live action role playing, right?
Well, they're acting like flat earthers, and they're trying to be, something that they're not. And of course, when you actually you have to, man, these guys, you got to put them on the spot. You got to drill them. Don't let them stay in here philosophizing on this nonsense that for sure was actually talking about.
Yeah, check
They
it
are
out. I have the perfect analogy for it. A perfect analogy. It's like going to a skate park with your friends, right? And everybody knows how to skate. Y'all know how to skateboard, but then a bunch of posers come in and don't know how to skateboard. But there's more of the posers than there are of you guys. So anybody watching thinks skateboarders just suck at what they do.
Yep.
Yeah, dude can't even kickflip a 5. What gives?
Honestly,
So
these
pretending
guys,
to be something that they're not, it becomes easy to spot.
no, they're more irritating than Globers because Globers, I know where they're coming from. You know, they're delusional. And if they believe the Earth is a globe, I really don't care. Believe it all you want, but if they're in here saying you're a flat earther and then you're talking about how the Earth could be concave, no. Oh boy,
Yeah,
no way.
it's immediately self-contradictory on its face.
Prepare to be slam dunked.
And it doesn't matter if you're in here, dude. I've been here 7 months. I don't care. You've been here 10 years, and you start talking about concave. Nope.
Bye, Felicia.
Yep. Immediately. Well, not. You will go through the gauntlet for sure.
And here's the deal. Kiddos out there grouping up like that, you can't bullshit a bullshitter, okay? You just can't. There's no way to do it.
You're a bullshitter, Glaflo?
I'm a retired bullshitter, so I spotted 100 miles away. And no, that's not bullshit.
Yeah, it's a story as old as time. It's bread and circuses. They come in, they want everybody falling out. As long as we're not coherent and just all going in the same, pulling in the same direction. That's the way I see it, anyway.
Well,
and Matthew is probably the best there is at it. He's better than the Kuma virus, anyway. That's for sure.
Now we've become bullshit. Now we've become bullshit analyzers.
Well, he throws his
critical thinking.
But with Matthew, I don't know, they're just like wet noodle punches. You know, they're just like, yeah, whatever, Matthew. You know, like to me, it's like
I know.
He doesn't really sandbag, not unless you allow him to. He don't really sandbag you in your conversation.
He doesn't take anything you say either. That's my point. It's just research.
What does that
Come
phrase
back
mean?
tomorrow. Sorry,
Mickey. What does that phrase mean? Sandbagging?
Let's say that you have a staunch globe earther in here, and you're talking to another globalist, and then that one who's been in there for years starts piping up and saying, "Nah, you know, low Earth orbit," or you know, they start talking, and then they insert their rhetoric in the middle of you talking to this other guy. Then they start to sandbag your conversation with that guy, and
sounds like it's like they're actually throwing a wet sandbag at your conversation and stopping it right there.
Okay, becoming a barrier between you and the other person. Okay,
it's basically building a barrier between you, and they'll start to kind of, instead of your focus was on that globalist, they try to pull your focus away into the conversation they inserted. It's a tactic, bro.
Yes. Okay.
So I will get on these guys, and they'll know that they can't sandbag. So
most all of these are from the Narcissist Handbook. I mean, you could point them out verbatim from if you look at the, like, I don't go along with the mainstream really anything, but psychosis is psychosis, and detached from reality is detached from reality. There's there's names for those things.
The behavior observes it. You're right, dude. 100%. Narcissists form the team.
They use all these for, like, really what it is. Like initially, and Matthew's open about saying this, that he's doing it because he likes being in some place that he knows he's always right. So that's delusions of grandeur.
some people, the ones that I want them to be walking on eggshells because they don't want to say the wrong thing. Because if you're speaking the truth, you have nothing to fear. This is the best to be if you're speaking truth. But if you are not, you are very fearful of every move that you make. That is the reason why people are like, man, I'm scared and I don't even know what to say. That's because you're not speaking truth. When you speak truth, you know how freeing that is? When you don't have to keep lying about what the shape of the earth is? It's easy. because you're not forcing anything to be, something that it's not.
Where the term against the grain comes from. Like if you defend
Sure.
the globe, you are going against the grain in reality. So it's gonna be tough to keep going on that. Why do you think we sound so happy and confident? It's because it's the truth. That's all that is.
Mm.
Miggy, you raise an interesting point. How do the roles work around here?
The ones that are given to you, like,
Yeah, because
uh,
I thing I've observed, and there's just like you can go into a server and you can pick your roles and all these different things. But one of the things that I liked about here is it seems as though you earn your keep.
it's this community, the long the people that have been here the longest, they're kind of are really close. We're really close to each other. So it's like when somebody new gets moved up, it's a huge deal, because it means like the things that we talk about in here, the standard that we keep as far as the conversation goes, and upholding the truth, like it's really important to us, because it's like we're helping humanity move forward into the next phase of like the next generation of truthers, right? So it's important that when we kind of give you that badge, it's like a badge of honor. Really, it's a symbol, really. But what it means is that we trust you enough that you're going to be a part of like someone who's going to stand up for the truth when we're not around.
I'll
So
tell you.
if let's just say, for example, if you move into like the silver flat earther or something, or gold or whatever, that means that the level of the way you can handle yourself in a conversation is kind of, what's the term here, apropos, is that right, for whatever the decorum of the room is. So if you know that people are coming in here and they're weasels, they're they try to throw in different arguments, and you're able to navigate through an argument without losing uh without losing yourself in it, then you can start moving up, and then people here are like, hey, you know what, Kilowatt has really done well, like let's move him up to silver or whatever. It's really something that we actually really see versus you actually ask for. You can ask for it, but it's more
And
like,
that's and really, I just want to touch on that for a quick second because what I observed was when I came in, I had the green and I had my leaf, and then slowly but surely I went to orange, and then I went to blue, and then so I understand that the rankings of things, and one of the things that I really admire and I love about this place is like you can look at somebody's role and instantly see. So if you see somebody and they're like, oh yeah, I've been around here for a year, and they don't have any like acclamations or roles to their name, I think that's a little sus.
Well, it's just time of involvement. But let me give
yeah,
you a little secret, not so secret. The more somebody's echoing there, devil eyes. The more you talk about, ooh, okay. The more you talk about um, roles, the further down the road your potential promotion or upgrade or whatever is going to happen. Just a little. I think I've said this before out
Thanks,
loud
Gospel. No,
already,
I've
but
never
the
heard that
more
before.
you talk about the roles, just
Motherfucker.
figured I'd add that again.
Damn it!
Double eyes that you were just echoing, so I unmuted you again. But more specifically than even that, it would be anyone that complains about their roles. Typically, gets
Call them out. Call them out.
scrutinized. What?
Call them out. Hello?
No, I heard you. I'm not trying to call anyone out at this specific time.
I was just kidding.
In my feeble defense, I will say, I just wanted to mention I've observed people come in and ask for stuff, and that's why I say like you can't walk into somebody's house and ask for things. I just that's more what I was illustrating. Don't ask for stuff.
Oh, I was calling you out for echoing Devil Eyes. That's all. Not related to the other aspect of the conversation whatsoever. I don't know who you are unless you've changed your screen name. I don't have a clue who you are. Wow.
So, gospel. Now, my kefir actually turns into yogurt. You probably experienced this as well. I know it's off topic.
It thickens, and then after thickening, it will separate. But yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, it's really great because if I leave it just a little bit longer, then it just really just turns into yogurt, and I get to sit there and eat as much of that kefir and yogurt as I can. It doesn't bother me at all. Like it's
Talking about
it's
that
really
that Kiefer
beneficial.
Sutherland. You talk about a like that.
What's that?
He's cracking jokes about Sutherland.
Kefir Sutherland. You silly.
Yeah. He's not a healthy Kiefer, I don't think. Maybe
That's
he
okay.
is. Maybe he's a healthy guy. Is he alive?
Yeah, he's alive, and I think Donald Sutherland, his dad, might still be alive. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about
Isn't
that. He
isn't
might have
that
died.
wild?
British Canadian? I didn't know he would. What?
I remember seeing like Cat Ballou at a freaking drive-in theater with my family. Like when that was probably like 1964 or
Guys,
something.
Kiefer, this is his name. Kiefer William Frederick Dempsey George Rufus Sutherland.
Oh my God! Wow, he's got the longest name in
Hollywood?
In Hollywood, I'd say. Yeah,
It's got to be up there. Kiefer William Frederick Dempsey George Rufus Sutherland. Maybe he's British royalty.
Oh my gosh, that sounds like an Academy Award. Like, thank you. Like,
yeah, like yeah, I'd like to thank all these people. Oh, that's me.
I
yuck.
I know we're not supposed to ask for things, but could I have just one of those names? He's got enough.
Yeah, Donald. Yeah, so never mind. I think I guess this guy's famous for 24, but I feel like he was in something else that I liked because I only watched like 3 or 4 episodes of 24. I never really got into that show. What else was he in?
Lost Boys.
No, I didn't watch that.
Guns.
Maybe it's just his face. He just seems like a he's got some kind of non-threatening characteristics.
who? Kiefer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wasn't
he's
he-
got a soft face. And what's funny, it was like you had the baby face, cool, badass guy in what's the Lost Boys. You know what I mean? Like baby face but badass. It's pretty.
Wasn't he in one of the like OK Corral? Was he one
That's
of
the
those?
show. That's the show I
Yes,
watched.
yes,
Designated Survivor.
Oh, Designated. Oh, that's right. I started watching that. I didn't finish it though.
No, they
Young
started
Guns.
going. Started going to dumpster pumping, and that's when I gave up on the show. I was just
good,
not a fan.
really good movie. Really good movie he's in is Dark City.
That's right. That was.
Is that comic booky weird movie?
Yeah,
It's almost like a Matrix kind of in a way.
That's Sin City.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was mixing it up with that one that I didn't finish because I was like, "What is this?" No. Have you ever seen a movie where like a couple of minutes you're just like, no. Okay, I'm done. Does that happen? I'm not the only one, right?
Nah,
That
dude.
was-
As soon as I see certain things come out, like 2-3 minutes, I'm done. It's happened a bit. I think most recently, what was that Outer Space movie with the space station on Amazon? The moon crash or some crap. I don't know. Level? No, not Level. What am I saying?
Dark City. No, I have not seen that. But no, I recognize him from Designated Survivor. That was. I mean, the first. I guess it was the first 2 seasons. It was an interesting premise, but then they went completely to the dumpster. Behind the dumpster, you know, belt around the ankles. Behind the dumpster. It's just no, thank you. I mean, some people like that sort of thing. It's just like everybody has the prerogative, but.
Are you talking, like, I hope you're not being literal about this premise change up here.
You're talking about Designated Survivor started to include certain dumpster pumping stuff.
Okay. Well, it'd be fun to try to sit and pick out, like, in shows like that, you know, or like a House of Cards.
Programming.
Like, drop kind of deal. What's a truth drop kind of deal, and then what's, you know, Hollywood fluff. And I don't know. It's always fun for me to do that now. Rewatch.
Exactly. But unlike Tom, I'm a little bit unlike Tom Green. Like, I thought he was funny, but when Tom Green started to dive into the cesspool and stuff, like, I'm a little bit against. I can understand how some people are okay with it, but I'm a little bit against sifting through the cesspool for treasure.
Well, yeah, what's funny is you can be wildly talented and work hard and not have to go over to the creepy table and be okay. But but I think a lot of people, it's their families and communities around them that are helping support them. They don't need necessarily, you know, evil or whatever energy kind of shit helping other people out. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, sorry, that's a tangent.
No, it's fine. And my metaphors. Whoa, young guy. That's a young Kiefer.
I definitely think that it's really amazing to me, like how different those shows and things, or let's just say, the thought that came to mind is what I was watching before I found out about Flat Earth, the things I was watching, and what I must have thought of those seems really foreign to me now, because when I watch them now, I have a totally different take on them, and I don't know. I'm sure you guys can relate to that.
All right, so Flat Earth segue, maybe.
You're supposed to let them answer if they do relate or not. Gospel
I'm
here.
sorry.
Like I'm like left in the cold. Shit, that must be the cancer side of me. I'm like,
no,
I
was just distracted by Flat Earth Relevant. Silly update.
Yeah, it's okay.
So I just so happen to be in an area, right, Western North Carolina. Why? I used to live in Western North Carolina, so that's why it gets confusing. I'm in Western North Dakota.
Right.
Oh, it was a Freudian slip. He actually lives in North Carolina. It's been a ruse this whole time.
Wow.
Anyway,
in your mind, he still thought he was in North Carolina.
Anyway, there are so many people, like above 60, above 70, that are fine, like just coming to the point where they're like, oh yeah, NASA is a big lie, and everything that they've been saying is complete hogwash.
Yeah,
and
look at me. I discovered it 5 years ago when I was 58 years old.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying I'm surrounded by people that are post-retirement and quote unquote waking up, and we're all farmers, like just real people. What I mean by that is not white collar, right? We're talking about the blue, so to speak, I guess. Is a farmer blue? Or is a farmer not even blue? What collar?
He's blue.
Plaid collar? What's the farm? Whatever the farm, we're talking about farm people. We're talking about people that got most of their wealth from some type of farming.
There you go. Plaid collar and pitchfork. Pitchfork in hand.
To call them brown collar because they're covered with dirt.
Yeah, there's that. But anyway,
I would argue your intelligence needs to be pretty far above average to run a successful farm. So
yes, and as we know, or most people know, those alleged most smart person in the country, at least United States of America, with the alleged quantified 200 IQ. He's a farmer. He's from the Midwest, Illinois, something like that. I don't know. But yeah, for sure. I mean, and the funny thing is, humble. I haven't met a well, I take that back. I do know one farmer that's really proud. He was the class president in 19 of his high school class. He was the class president in his high school of 11 students back in the 1950s. But apart from that guy, most every farmer I've ever met has been like super humble. They're always like, yeah, I'm not the smartest, technology. They're always looking at technology. They're always looking at people with degrees as, the real smart ones. But in reality, like, nobody could compete with what these people do with their hands, not just with their brains. But anyway.
Where was that going, GB? You lost me.
What did I start with?
To this story.
Oh, yeah. So all of a sudden, it was related to this. I'll go ahead and post in the chat. It was like, it was way out of left field. So somebody posted this in a different server that I'm in that's related to Western North Dakota. So there's a bunch of like older people and stuff that are so this is what they posted. I didn't include their screen name. Privacy, I'm not trying to do the thing, but this is what they said. They're just, it's just one of the things. It's fun to see like older people get it slowly but surely. Has everybody seen this one? The sausage or sausage or pepperoni star?
Spicy sausage.
Yeah.
Get with it, Grandpa. You're on the slow. You're on the slow track. Get up to speed there, Grandpa.
Well, he's being facetious when he says believe the science, everyone.
Wait a minute.
Obvious.
Is this a star? Is this a star that smells like sausage or something?
No. This was somebody that was related to one of these one of these people, special people, right? Scientists that tweeted this and later discovered that their image that they tweeted was of sausage and not a telescopic image.
Although space smells like burnt steak, right? So.
Oh yeah.
I can't
might
believe
as well
it's
have
out.
a star that smells like sausage.
Can't believe it's Friday already.
It does happen. Over and over again.
What happened to the days of this week? Wow.
Speaking of cycles, I was trying to think of really good analogies, not metaphors, analogies for the assertion of climate change, right? And I was like, it's like telling someone you're getting older. And I was like, well, actually, you know what? That's not even good enough. That's not good enough. And I thought, no, it's like telling someone you're breathing. Pointing out climate change is like telling someone that they're breathing. Can someone think of a better human analogy.
Yeah, the climate's changing every time you breathe in. Then it's different from when you exhale. When you breathe out, then that's different climate. Then coming back in, now it's a different climate again. Oh my gosh,
You seem to
changes every
be
breath.
Do you ever
affirming.
notice how they hooked everybody in with the term global warming and then immediately changed it to climate change,
Well,
and
here's the.
everybody just shifted?
I was
Because it's
sharing
getting
this.
colder.
I was sharing
Oh,
this with my wife yesterday, and I was going through. Listen, what they started with was global cooling, right? Ice ages impending, and so on and so on. So they're telling a lie or a caricature of a lie of what isn't actually happening, but what they expect, pretending to expect to happen. And then they continued with the flip side with the heat. It's going to get so hot, global warming, right? Still, again, a lie or a caricature of a part truth. Then
And
they
what is it?
shifted. So I'm almost done. Then they shifted and they stopped telling lies or caricatures or part truths as lies to a truth. And so they shifted to telling a true statement as if the truth was a problem and or wrong. Thus, the statement climate is changing as if that's not what it's supposed to be doing. So
And
now
what
they're
is it
telling the
for?
truth. My point is it's a special type of gaslighting. Go ahead.
And what does this mean for the man on the street? You might want to bring an extra jacket.
What it also means is
That's
understanding
all it means.
how they lie, like how they gaslight you. And so they sometimes they lie directly. Sometimes they say true things and pretend that the true things are a bad thing. And it's a special type of gaslighting to me. And by special I mean profoundly evil, but it might be subjective and opinionated.
Oh, they do the same thing with down.
Yeah, it seems to be only happening with this particular topic. It's what I keep noticing.
Well, down, you mean like with gravity?
No, with the whole heliocentric, like the whole thing is just full of that.
No, it permeates all
Yeah, but
areas.
yeah.
Up and down
But
AI. What
we
do you?
all agree. Oh, we all agree with climate change, right? The base axiom
No.
of climate change is duh.
Changes every day. Yeah, it's good news.
Right.
I don't agree with what.
And we also all agree. We also all agree with down. Things. There's a down.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so they then would tell you things like, "Oh, you don't believe things fall down? You don't believe the climate changes?"
Yeah, exactly. That's a good example too. So at the analogy of equating it to breathing, is it a close enough analogy to be appropriate, or I feel like there's probably one that's even down is a good one, but that's still in the our space of language. I'm trying to think of a more normie way of giving an analogy to a normie.
Don't forget that it's your fault as well. That seems to be part of the. They love that.
Anthropogenic. Yeah.
It's like saying every step you take will be different.
Yes. It's also like this. The Earth is so big and moving so slowly that you wouldn't notice it nor see it. You don't notice it or see it, therefore it's a globe.
Yeah.
There might be an official name for that fallacy. It's much like an axiom.
It's one of the
switching
modus.
axiom. Yeah.
It's like a violation of a modus.
Like breathing, or is it like walking? Sometimes you
Hey,
walk faster, sometimes you walk a little slower.
what's up?
So
Isn't it affirming the consequence fallacy?
Yeah.
No,
Why
not
not?
really.
Most of the time, but there seems to be this hidden thing that we all know about. I mean, they're not saying it, but they are assuming it.
Oh, affirming the lack of consequence fallacy.
It's like, so the Earth is really big, so it's moving. It's moving. The Earth is really big. It's moving. Thus, you can't feel it. You can't feel it. Thus, the Earth is moving. Right?
Argument
Yeah,
from
yeah,
silence.
that includes that, but we're trying to define what the like the climate change one is, because like everybody agrees axiomatically the climate constantly changes, right? So when you say climate change, if you're thinking about it really quickly, you're like, well, yes, I agree with that. And so then they say, so then you agree with all these other things we attach to that term.
Yeah, they're inferring anthropogenic climate change without actually saying it out loud, because everybody ought to know that's what they mean, because obviously that's what's happening.
That's the unsaid part. Yeah, they want to keep that part secret at all costs. Watch how they guard it.
Well, they'll say it. Bill Nye says it on a Tucker Carlson interview.
I'm more talking
Go
about the people
back.
that
Go back
care.
again to the part. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. I was saying, go back to the part where you say it's our fault, right? Well, if it's our fault, then we need to do something about it. Well, if we need to do something about it, now we make regulation change. Okay, but what we don't focus on as America, and just speaking locally, is look at the offenders based on square foot or square miles. Look at the offenders of who's actually taking initiatives to potentially lower carbon or be more green or whatever. And then okay, so by per capita and land space, there's America, and then per capita there's China. There's other parts of the UK. Their regulation is nothing compared to ours, and they just dump stuff in the ocean and it's no big deal. It's like if this was an actual problem, you'd be going out and starting wars in the name of climate change. You wouldn't be going out and starting wars in the name of freedom. But it's not a real issue, which then affirms to everybody without actually saying it, like this isn't a real problem. It's like everybody knows it's not a real problem unless you focus on it so you can fix it. So now you're advocating to create awareness because you don't know you have this problem until I tell you have this problem. You didn't know the earth was spinning until I told you it was spinning. It's this problem that doesn't really exist until someone explains to you why it exists, and then they emotionally get you involved, and then emotionally, again, they crucify you with saying, you're the problem. But the problem is always the individuals they have control over. The problem isn't necessarily the individuals they can't control. That's what's crazy, and that's what's so easy to see through it.
Yeah, but they did do something about it, didn't they? They put a mask on everyone.
Okay, fair enough. Points to you, sir. Well, they didn't put masks over all the cows' butts. So, how much are we really addressing the problem?
All the pets' butts too. All those people with pets,
Yes,
they need to put a mask on their
yeah,
pets'
exactly.
butt.
They need it, man. Yep. Diapers.
I mean, for God's sake, they're going back in the house with the dog who's farting in an enclosed area with them breathing.
Yeah, there are too many plants breathing around here. We need less carbon dioxide, more green. However that works.
I'm all for more green, that's for sure. For sure.
Hey,
man,
random.
if it's good for If it's good for the plants, get it the fuck out of here, okay? We can't have that.
Random poll for everyone. Did anybody have nosebleeds as a child?
Many times.
Okay. I've heard that you grow out of it. Is that your experience, if you don't mind sharing?
Not really. Maybe it's less frequent.
Roger says yes. Okay. So I never had this as an issue growing up. None of my other children have. My wife hasn't. None of her family has, but my son. And the speculation is that it could hypothetically be dietary, some type of food-related response.
Seems
Does
tied
that?
to warm weather to me.
Okay. Well, for my son so far, it's happened in all seasons.
Well, how many a year?
And I would say in a year's time, under 12. Spontaneously, they usually cluster, and it's somewhere in the neighborhood of
have
8 to 12.
Maybe a dairy allergy?
Well, that
Eat less milk?
definitely dairy is one of the suspicions.
I remember other kids in school
Try that
getting
one.
them in like the
Try telling them
Me
not to
too.
drink milk or eat
first,
meat.
second, third grade.
Yeah, but here's the thing: the response is inconsistent, which is why it's really hard to rule out dietary as the cause. Dutchy, you drink a lot of dairy. Yeah, there is that. Yeah, it's interesting. Different weathers, different humidity levels. So it's not like, oh, the humidity was down to 35%, and therefore it's kind of obvious that it would have. No, not like that, right? It'd be like, oh, the humidity is 65%. It's actually extremely high. So,
What's a nosebleed? Like to the degree of how much has to bleed before you're like, oh, this is something we need to take a note of. Like
blood coming out of the nose spontaneously.
I mean, a lot though.
No, it doesn't have to be a lot. It usually is not. It's usually really temporary, but
My nosebleeds only ever came from fights.
Yeah, no, definitely that's it's not him bumping into anything. It's spontaneous.
I used to have several when I was young that I can remember. I think it was probably before the age of 10, but like after that, no. But yeah, when they started, I remember they were pretty extreme. I mean, they weren't always extreme. Sometimes it would just start dripping out. You would feel something on your lip, and you go, "What's that?" And you wouldn't even notice it. But
literally, there would be kids like
but
reading a book.
It would be just keep going. Like there was times when it kept going where you were like soaking up napkins full of blood. Yeah.
But like it's not strenuous activity or stress. Those are not potential. Those aren't plausible causes because after anecdote and observation at least that those wouldn't be explanations. And every article you ever read on the subject, they're just like, it happens and it's not much of a concern unless it's, it doesn't stop or unless it happens super frequently. And it's like, it's unusual though.
This might be a silly question too, but when one has a nosebleed, where does that blood come from? I mean, I know it comes from the nose, but I mean, where does it come? When I blow my nose, I just get snot. Where does it come from?
The nasal
it's an
cavity.
Irritation, but let me tell you, it's an irritation of the soft tissue inside of the nose, the nasal cavity, and you've got sinuses that sometimes need to shed and purge, just like other parts of the body. And sometimes if you've irritated it if you're a smoker or you've been picking your nose too much, as it heals, it might bleed a little bit. There's tons of things. Also, it could be like a brain thing. The brain bleeds sometimes, comes out the nose. There's so many things it could be, but yeah, usually it's not worrisome unless you like get dizzy, headache while it happens, and
Sure.
or if it happens a lot.
Gosh, Cuddy.
You're not helping, Sean.
Thanks. Thanks for that gift, Cuddy.
You got
Listen,
it.
I remember
You
being
can
a
get them if the humidity is lower than like 30%.
I know.
For a very long time.
Yeah,
now.
yeah. Dryness too. Yep.
Yeah, I was assured that it was perfectly healthy because I got a few random ones as a kid, and I got a really, really, really bad one when I got kicked in the nose once. But
Sure. Yeah,
yeah,
I did some kickboxing once, and it didn't work out too well for me, and I too had that experience. And that's expected. I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I'm just talking before that.
Unprovoked.
Before that, when I was a kid, I remember having some random nosebleeds. It's like, what the hell's happening?
Yeah.
And I was assured by, I'm pretty sure it was a GP as well. I just
Sure.
said, no, it's perfectly healthy, perfectly
Hey,
fine.
Gospel, does your son suffer from allergies? Sorry, nasal allergies?
Not
Sinus?
not really in that way, but some food responses, such as like upset stomach to certain types of, like there's 2 or 3 different nuts. Cashews is definitely one of them, for instance. But it's interesting because these are known common allergens, not peanuts exactly, but definitely cashews. But cashews are really weird. If you look into cashews, like part of the plant is poisonous and stuff. So it's like, oh, it's kind of weird that some people, whatever. And then maybe a couple of other things. But dairy has definitely been a thing from time to time.
And this has been ever since he was younger, like past the age of 5, or like what? Only
That's
happening in the
another
last
thing.
3 years?
That's the other thing, is this wasn't a thing before a certain age. I don't remember it happening up until 1, up until 2, up until 3, maybe. It wasn't until maybe 3 or 4 years old before anything like that. I'll double check with my wife, but I don't remember it happening when he was a baby. Because that would be pretty memorable to see your baby just what. And I just don't remember that at all. But I do remember it happening, or later on. So yeah, I understand how common it is, but it's not so common that everybody experiences this sort of thing. So, so yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I just figured I'd ask.
Anyway, listen, as I always say, the mind's clever, the body's intelligent, and it knows best. So
that is a way to look at it, and you also, with that intelligence, have to try to use wisdom to maybe avoid certain substances, whether or not that's a certain food group or category or whatever.
And too much thinking will make your brain fall out.
All right.
Also very important, GB. All right.
I get it. There's an element of truth in there. Certainly overstressing details and stuff. Now, I'm just asking questions here. I'm not trying to stress.
You could always, for preventative, you could always try a neti pot, a little saltwater irrigation. I pretty much got rid of all my allergies using that.
Yeah, the methods for eliminating chronic sinus infection.
It's actually really simple. Just salt.
Yeah, that does seem to be a pretty clear one. Yeah.
I was going to say randomly, just looking into it online, it seems that anabolic steroid users suffer from. It's pretty well known in the community. They all get nosebleeds all the time.
Some people do like a neti pot with a boiling, steaming bowl of water with a couple of drops of tea tree oil, and then you just make a tent with a towel and you breathe that in for a few minutes. That works really well. You could use other things like tea tree and maybe a drop of eucalyptus or something to that effect. Menthol, spearmint.
Open those passages all the way up.
Yeah,
come pouring
allspice.
forth.
You could put a bunch of cool stuff in there, man.
I'm
I
just
know where
teasing.
all these different trees are. Allspice tree. This stuff's great, man. Cinnamon tree. Does anyone know about African violets? Hold on, that's what I was going to look up. 1 second.
I know a bit more about African violence than I do about African violets. Oh, that one fell really flat. Oh well.
Yeah, I get it. That's not it, though. It wasn't what I thought it was. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to identify this plant. It's really weird. Everything else died because it's so hot. All of a sudden, this big, like, purple stem comes out with this giant, really strange, huge flower. In the middle of everything else is dead. This thing just all of a sudden, like, pops out of nowhere in the middle of the summer. Very strange. Oh, what the heck is that? An iris? Maybe. Let's see what the irises look like. No, wait a minute. What is this? 260 to 300 species of iris. Probably should look at an image then.
You have a flower question?
I found it difficult to make a joke about Rwanda. Rwanda.
Yeah. Let's try
Rhodesia
it.
forever. Rhodesia forever.
I just
I'll have to
decided
take a
against it.
picture of it. I'll take a picture of this flower and then try to identify it. I'll take my camera with my phone with me.
Yeah, just send it over. I might know.
Is that napalm?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Oh, that's good. I recognize your voice. Without even looking. No, I don't know if it's an iris. I can't figure out. It's a. God, that's weird. I'll have to go look again. It doesn't look like an iris. If I saw the entire stem and all, I could probably determine this has a very distinct looking shiny stem. And it's very purplish looking, really strange looking flower. Like it looks like an alien plant. Like when you see it, because everything else is all brown and dried up and dead right now. This thing just pops out like, well, I said that before. Oh, what is? Anyhow,
I have a type of purple iris in my backyard.
does it have a really shiny stem that's like purple also?
The iris I have, it has very, I don't know, like long leaf structures.
Yeah, that's not the same kind of plant, I don't think. I don't know. Huh. I think some of these plants got down into this creek bed area by getting washed off of the streets or people's yards that were growing these plants. And so you have this weird smorgasbord of plants that really don't fit in with each other. And I'm going, how the hell did they all get here at the same time? Really strange.
That's a nice flower.
Go ahead. Let me see that. Let me go back and look. No, yeah, this doesn't look anything like that. It has that wide leaf grass kind of leaves to them, right? Like long, sharp edge grass like leaves.
Yeah, it's still probably a type of iris. Many times they look almost like fountain grasses, and then they'll get flowers that come off of a longer stem.
Yeah, I'll have to go look at this again. It's very odd.
Take a picture and post it. I should be able to identify it pretty quick.
Yeah, cool. I'll do that.
This photo that was shared, is that the one in question, or is this a suggestion?
The one that I posted is just the purple iris that I have. It's called a Regina iris.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think pretty sure my parents have those planted next to their house.
Nice broad area of growability then, if it's in Florida and up north.
Yeah, many irises you can grow up north.
That's pretty cool how they mimic. It looks like bees to me. It looks like all those flowers have bees in them already.
Yeah.
Probably have a better, closer up picture of that somewhere on my phone. That is a hibiscus.
So I wonder, how hard is it to harvest hibiscus?
You pull the flowers off.
It's that easy. You just pull the petals and then throw them in your tea.
Pretty much, yep.
So cool.
No, the whole flower. Just take the whole flower out. Put the whole entire flower in your water.
Yeah, the hibiscus is super. I mean, in some ways I didn't like the passion tea at Starbucks, but hibiscus can be an incredible ingredient in certain combinations of tea.
You know, I'm sure there's some of that growing around here. Let me see that.
So
Yeah,
refreshing.
I think I've seen a huge bunch of those hibiscus. Yes, pretty sure that's the one.
Napalm, you live in a botanical garden, bro?
Don't make me start posting flower pictures, bro.
These are all on your property?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Look at
I
that.
mean, that
Modern
looks
day
like
rebels.
something from a magazine right there. That's just
It does.
That's,
That's beautiful.
That's a plumeria, known as plumeria. Technical name is frangipani. It's what they make Hawaiian leis out of.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
Actually, that reminds me. I think I need to go pick a pineapple.
Bro has pineapples.
What did he just flex a pineapple?
Yeah, I'm
he's
super.
flexing.
Mic drop pineapple.
I'm really envious of that pineapple thing there. I suggest you just not mention that anymore. That sounds delicious. Maybe I should go get one myself.
What flowers? Okay, I have spaghetti squash flowers. I could go take a picture. Those are the only flowers in close vicinity to me. Are my spaghetti squash flowers, which are actually quite beautiful. I will have to show some pictures of my spaghetti squash. I can't imagine that a pineapple that small having any beneficial flavor at all.
Unless you eat the whole thing like a grape.
Yeah, I bet it's probably bitter.
Or eat the whole thing. Eat the whole thing like Latter-day Saints.
Did he do that?
He eats whole bananas. Yeah.
I harvested a really small pineapple the other day, like the size of a grenade. I'll take a pic of that.
What did I? One time I sautéed plantain peeling. I think. Is that the thing that I did once? I don't remember that working out though. I can't remember. But it was something weird like that. That's it, huh? No, that looks good, and it looks fairly large.
Yeah, I didn't even know they grew on the ground.
Yeah,
I
they grow
mean-
on like a stalk. It's really awkward looking.
So weird. When the shit's the fan, I'm gonna have to do some wild stuff to get fed, gang. And it's not looking good. I don't think my comedy will work quite so well. You can have a tomato.
Okay. and then he's flexing with his amazing landscaping and pool and gee, napalm.
I hate
That's
that
the
guy.
small one.
Oh my god. I bet you got lemons too.
No lemons. The neighbor has lemons.
just jump over the fence for a lemon.
That pool, it's freaking going to be 82 degrees here today, but that's probably not as hot as some of y'all. But it's hot enough for me to I need a place to swim today. I'm going to have to go
Hey,
to the ocean.
speaking of pineapples, have you seen that recent thing that's been going around on the net, or even as a pineapple owner, you may know, where you can just you bang a pineapple like on the table or on the ground a bunch, and then you can literally just pull out each individual octagon or whatever those things are, hexagonal shape on the sides, and it just comes out as a slice of a single bite of pineapple. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I don't think that works.
It does work. I watched it work.
I've
You
seen
take a
I've seen
pineapple
video
and you
about it
beat it
on
up.
YouTube, but I don't know if it's true. I've never tried it.
Yeah, you take a pineapple and you beat it up, and then you literally can just pull out each one of those little side things and just eat it off like a little bite of watermelon, and then toss the rind.
Yeah, it probably has. If that's true, it would have to be very ripe
Well, it has
because
to be a fully ripened, it has to be a regular pineapple, I would assume. But I'm gonna try it. I'm at a grocery store in 5 minutes. I'll get one and try it. Sacrifice a pineapple for y'all.
He'll
Yeah,
be
don't
like that
forget to
dude
come
that
back and tell us. I
smashes
want.
watermelons. He'll be like that guy that smashes watermelons in front of an audience with a baseball bat. What's his name?
tomorrow we got a high of 67.
Gallagher.
I am
That
so
was
looking
Gallagher.
forward to that.
Yeah,
Nice,
it's getting hot.
cool Saturday.
It's going to be hotter and hotter. Next week, it's going to be up in the 86, 87 degrees. And it's probably going to just increasingly get hotter until like October. It's crazy here. Really weird here.
85 here, right here in the good old Milwaukee of Midwest.
77.
Yeah, you know what?
87 here.
Milwaukee and 85 is probably hotter. Like you're right on that lake. I don't know. It's pretty high humidity here. Yeah, it was 80% last night, and I think it's like 60 something, mid 60 humidity, something like that. But 82 degrees.
We should have our first frost in probably September.
It's 93 degrees here in Omaha, Nebraska.
How can you have such a change in temperature across America with the sun 93 million miles away, folks?
That's
Anybody?
very good. No, anybody? It's a good one. How indeed.
Gravity, that's why.
How come half of their globe is supposed to be only half, completely 50%? That's it. It should be every single night-day cycle should be exactly 12 hours.
Wobble.
Their
No way.
their
No way
answer
out.
to that, Andy, would be Coriolis.
Gee whiz. Let's
I
get
don't
back
live in
on the
Omaha, but I'm visiting, and it's 93 here. Where I live, it's cooler.
93?
But I'm visiting Omaha,
Wow.
yeah, and it's 93, and it's weird.
Yeah.
How does
But it makes sense.
does it-
It's usually hot there, here, until like end of August, kind of deal. Maybe even mid-September. That's what I hear anyway.
how does a plane land on a moving runway, GB?
Well, they would just argue everything is relative, and relative to the plane, the ground isn't moving. They're moving in the air, which is moving with the Earth, so it's not really moving at all.
Uh-huh.
I know their answers better than they know their answers.
Well, they have to make it fit the reality, which is geocentric. So whatever they're doing to gerrymander all their numbers and ideas, it has to match what we see in reality. So that's all they do. They just reverse engineer it to a ball.
As I always say, anything is possible when everything is relative. Yeah, you could really be a plug for the exotic florist, but then you wouldn't have anything to look at. So maybe not a good plan. I know that birds of paradise and a handful of other exotic flowers were part of my wife's wedding floral stuff, and they were not
Ours
super
too.
expensive, but they were expensive.
Yeah, my wife's bouquet was orange birds of paradise.
Yeah.
Which I have those as well. I have orange bird of paradise, white bird of paradise, and the largest of the family, which is the traveler's palm, which has kind of a green bird of paradise flower.
What is this leaf that has the green, white, and red in the background of one of those pictures there? What is that leaf to? Because I've seen that leaf.
Behind the
Most
ground over
recent
there.
picture. Yeah.
Those are oh man, you're putting me on the spot, Gospel Bear. It's a starts with a C. I don't want to say calamandrin because that's a type of fruit. It's a caladium.
Caladium?
Type of caladium.
Caladium, I see. I see. Okay, caladium. So they have a variety of appearances, and that's just one of them. Thank you. I've seen that before. It's such a it's what you would imagine Jurassic Park being full of, if because that's the I don't know, something about it just looks so. It's almost like that was the inspiration for the artwork behind the Velociraptor or whatever, or one of those creatures that they made for that movie. The first one,
right?
the real Jurassic Park movie.
Similar to like an elephant ear plant, if you know what that is.
Yeah. But the green and the red and the white, I mean, just that color. These leaves do all sorts of things. Apparently, I'm looking at a wide variety of portrayal. Yeah, Andy, I like that meme. I saw that about a week ago, and I was like, nice. And I can't help but think that it's one of those memes that could implicate you. Not that you care. I don't care. But it.
Benny Willis. Benny Willis is the meme guy.
Yeah.
I get all my memes from him. He's a good dude. He's a poet, actually, a really good poet. It's nice. I can say he's my favourite poet. It was W.B. Yeats, but now it's Benny Willis. That's about the extent of my poetry knowledge.
Gotcha.
Although I can recite No, I'm not going to do it. But I can recite a W.B. Yeats poem. It's a really good one as well, actually.
There's another political cartoonist that I really like. But I'm drawing a blank. Ben Garrison.
Did you say another dinosaur?
What's that?
When you said that the flower looks like a velociraptor from Jurassic Park, did you mean to say the dinosaur that had that thing around its neck that extended outward?
Yeah. So I'm saying that I think that this leaf,
Okay, listen, I can't believe I'm about to defend this, but it's not a velociraptor.
I know it isn't.
It's a different animal.
It's the spitty.
Okay. And they still exist, by the way. It's like a dragon, something dragon. I don't know. Anyway, EXO always uses those as proof against dinosaurs from millions of years ago.
Yeah. I get it, and that is the one that I was.
Maybe they never existed in that size. Maybe they just took that lizard as an example and then just made up a story about a giant one shaped like that.
Yeah. There it is. Level is posted. But in the movie, I think it looks like that leaf in a lot of ways.
The caladium And then I posted the next picture is 2 varieties of calathea, just similar.
Jeez.
Doesn't have
Yeah,
the kind of heart shape to it, but
it does look cool. I've got to say that. But
Here,
I can't help.
here's
Go
the
on.
image, and you'll see why I said what I said. Right? Inspiration potentially. Right?
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I kind of feel that I don't know, the Gnostics or whoever it were got really bored. When they
Okay, and
found
its
out, when they
legend
find
name is Dilophosaurus, just for the nerds.
nerd alert. Yeah. Is it that we've all seen that clip? Is it Bill Nye? Could be, I don't know. And he's like, he says Earth is a closed system, and then the disappointment on that bloke's face. You can't help feel that they just got bored and they were just like, well, planets, we can go over there. We can go to Mars. They just started like out of the imagination of the hypermaterialists. They were just
I
like,
love it when people bring this up. I'm going to say it word for word. One thing I really okay, so this is Bill Nye saying to some kind of student of astrophysics or some nonsense. He says, "One thing I really want your generation to
that's it.
understand is that Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go." He said he wanted to embrace that. One thing I want your generation to embrace. That's what he said. Like, and he said it, yeah, like he was really being serious and human for a moment instead of the act of Bill Nye.
Oh, was it like a
weird.
joke? Was it like supposed to be
No,
like
he didn't say it like a
right?
joke. He said it like for real, real. So
The thing
anyway,
I picked up on was the disappointment in his face after he said it. Like, fucking.
Or the sincerity.
So I don't
Not
know.
really. He always has this kind of snide smirk on his face, so it looked
he's
the
pretty
same.
smug, yeah, most of the time. But what I'm saying is like, just the way he said it. He said, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. He said it so clear.
Yes.
Why would they ever say anything like that if the narrative were anywhere near true? It's just absurd that people eat it up. They buy it hook, line, sinker.
You cannot leave the earth, he said with a smirk on his face.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
Yep. I posted the link there too.
Word for word, man. Why would they ever say that?
Why? Why? Yeah, exactly. Why would they say that?
Who is this guy? I don't know the name of. Ahmed Nashat. Does anybody know this flat earther? Ahmed Nashat. Ring a bell?
Don't recall. I mean,
because anyway, that's his YouTube channel, and that link I just posted, and it's he has a.
He's only got 85 subs, so
Yeah. Well, he's got one more now.
The Earth is a closed system. I want your generation to understand that you can't leave. Sounds like he's talking to the prisoners who aren't allowed to leave the jail.
yeah, that's true.
Bro, whoever this Arabic guy, Ahmed, he's got an interesting list of videos there.
I'm gonna have to check that out. Let's see.
Mike Hughes dies. Oh yeah.
Might have to add that. Let's see.
Get the Mike Hughes stuff, and then he. I don't know about this guy here. He's got a video about Nathan Oakley talking about flat Earth.
Okay, I can't find my flower, and I'm just going to give up that obsession until I show the picture to Napalm, and I'm sure he can help us out. Help me out.
I didn't know Nathan Oakley was on Vice.
Yeah, just shoot me the image. I should be able to figure it out.
I'm sure you will. I'm just going to put that to rest because I obsess on. Like, I can't fucking find it. Never mind. I'm on the
Say that
Bill
again?
Nye. Hold on.
Nathan Oakley was on Vice? Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting. Also, did
Yeah.
not know that.
People start talking about plants, and then find myself walking around my yard for 45 minutes taking pictures.
Yeah, I can't help but notice that the majority of those plants look pretty tropical. You must live in a very, very kind environment.
Oh, wait a minute. What I wanted to ask him about, speaking of kind environment, sorry to break in like that. How many times do you actually encounter crocodiles or whatever they are, alligators?
Alligators.
Alligators.
Those look like San Diego plants to me.
When I'm mainly like on golf courses, if I'm playing golf.
I see.
But yeah, if you're around
not
freshwater, you just have to kind of
at,
be aware.
not at your homestead, nowhere near your homestead. Huh? They come crawling by all of a sudden, a big old freaking 8-footer or something goes crawling by your yard.
No, we never really have gators in the neighborhood. Mainly we just have ginormous snapping turtles and soft shell turtles that move
Okay, it
between
sounds like
the ponds.
a great rock song title somewhere in there. Gators in the neighborhood. You got gators in the neighborhood.
San Diego of the East, huh? Florida, I take it?
Yeah, Florida. Yep.
I'm fairly certain all those plants could be grown in San Diego as well.
Probably. They may
are.
lack humidity. Might actually be too cool for some of them in San Diego.
Not really. We generally have about 60%, 50 to 60%.
Oh, okay.
So actually, there's people that grow all kinds of things. There's tropical trees that don't really grow anywhere else, but like Australia, and places like that that are growing here and have been for years. There's like a hypothecary trees for health garden, and there's all kinds of plants in there, man. Like not just trees, but some of the shrubbery is like certain kinds of oh damn, what is that one called? Not lavender.
Lantana? No, that's a Florida.
No, it's like no. Oh, dang, I just can't think of it. I must be having have a minor aneurysm. Excuse me, I'll be right back. Basil. Yeah, like basil and all that. Like there's like really specific kinds of basil. There's a bunch of different varieties of that. And also like plants
lavender.
that plant like lemon verbena, things like that, and other things that will like be a natural pest repellent. Smells like actually what's citronella, I think is one of them. I'm gonna have to identify some of these because I could use that like right away, and I could actually make my own extract of that type of stuff to use.
Yeah. Citronella, you can easily grow it. It's not the neatest looking plant in the world, but I don't think it repels mosquitoes until you actually like crush the leaf and the oil gets exposed.
Now, do those have some weird looking like succulent kind of leaves? I forget. I have to look.
Nah, I wouldn't say succulent.
Well, some of these
almost looks like a tomato plant.
Some of this has a curly freaking kind of leaf that is bizarre, and it looks like it has little trichomes on it, like you would see in a microscope if you're looking at cannabis. But these are really visible. They look like trichomes all over. I don't know. I'll have to get pictures of all of these. I'll be picking Napalm's brain on this stuff. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I enjoy plants. Plants don't talk back to you, man. They don't give you flack.
I found some wild cherries. That's really great because that's brilliant because I'm in this hot area down in the canyons. I like to cruise around in the creek bed because I find all these amazing rocks, like the variety of the quartz and different things, like even looks like marble, like pieces of like solid marble and pieces of quartz. They have different layers in them that look like black obsidian, like all kinds of strange things. When you look at all of that, you go like, how did all of this get here? Is this just here just naturally? This is what's left after the water washed. Now, some of these places I'm talking about, I was telling somebody else, clearly the depth of some of these ravines, canyons, and things like that, and the steepness of the sides, it had to be remnants of the flood. That's my presupposition. There was billions of tons of water moving through some of these canyons. There's no other way that could have been created. If that's a logical fallacy of mine, it may be, but I am presupposing. But that's what it looks like to me upon surveying the area.
There's such a thing as a sinkhole in a line.
What was that? Sinkhole? What?
In a line. I've got to run. I'll be back.
He's got to, yeah. I'm not sure what he meant by sinkholes in a line, but anyway. So I think this one place I go to is probably used to be a paradise. I imagine there was probably running water year round before they blocked everything up. And there was probably waterfalls and fish and ponds and clams and oysters, freshwater things. It probably was a literal paradise. And it's pretty much untouched today, except for like major trails that go through these areas that people have been walking on for decades, like probably the last 50 or 70 years, maybe probably more like hundreds of years, maybe. I see pictures of people in those very same canyons with horses and wagons from the 1860s, 1870s. Pretty incredible. I think this is where one of the areas where all the water ran out into the ocean down here, where I live. If you look at Google Maps and look at how the canyons form and stuff like that, going from east to west from the foothills, you'll see what I mean if you look at it. Southwest, man, something drastic happened here. I would say if there was a cataclysm somewhere now, there's probably lots of areas that are like this. You know, I may be just biased because this is the area I live in, but it looks like the Southwest was hit by a blast.
Yeah, or a large rush of water either coming in or receding out.
Yeah, and now look to actually not really validate, but to add concurrence to that is the native indigenous peoples oral histories that they talk about. There was a huge lake in Nevada, the Utah peoples, that the Utes, the tribe of the Utes, they said there was a giant lake. That lake probably went all the way from Arizona, Nevada to Salt Lake City. That's probably the remnant of that lake. Lake Bonneville is one of them. They probably all connected. But anyway, if you're familiar with the supposed giants in Lovelock Cave, Nevada.
Yeah, I've seen some older maps that depict a large lake in that area.
Mm-hmm. So I've even thought that the Spanish were here, you know, the first people that, well, supposedly they weren't the first people here, obviously. There were thousands of tribes. Just in the LA basin alone, there were thousands of, like hundreds of tribes already along the coast. Right along there in the beaches that are now like these elite places for the rich and famous. Anyway, where was I going with that? Oh, okay. So that even the Spanish explorers, that those people came in with engineers, and that they might have even uh, let some of that water out themselves with gunpowder. Why not? You claim all that territory once you let the water out. That might lead some credence to this thing that California was a island. I think more or less it was not an island, but that the Sea of Cortez going up there, that it went up much further, and that the huge lakes up in those areas further north connected to huge rivers, including the Rio Grande and all the ones that are coming this way and south. San Diego River, Tijuana River, the Santa Ana River, the Los Angeles River, all those rivers. Yeah, so the Utes say there was the Sitaka, that there were the giant red-haired people that were stealing their women and children and taking them off to eat them. So they're like decided they got together with neighboring tribes, and they all got together and they supposedly fought them off. Anyway, you've heard the story. I won't rehash it here. Do your own research. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna have to brave it out there. Wow, that's freaking hot. I have to go where there's water. How much should I take? The whole deal? Hmm. Maybe so.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Puppet jumping, said the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep under my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Well, then you have a leak.
This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
You're in a fight with somebody and you hurt them, the objective of the fight is not to back off and let them recoup. The objective is to smash into oblivion.
But the law says if you made a mistake, you rescind
Whose
them.
law said that? The law of the United States?
Yeah.
Or who controls the law of the United States?
Legislatures?
Yeah,
Supreme Court.
legislators that have their own agenda. Laws mean nothing. You give me the currency of a country and you can make all the rules in the world. And that's all that matters. Who's in control? That's all that matters. Who's in control? That's all that matters. Who's in control?
Do you know it fucking rain diamonds in certain planets like Jupiter and shit?
What?
It rains diamonds.
What?
Show him. You believe that shit they tell you, right? If that shit tell you it's true, you believe it, right? If that machine, that shit that these geeks made tell you it's true, you'll believe it. I don't know if it's true, but those geek motherfuckers told me it was true. Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh? We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're on a round planet, only by people telling us. But we really don't know who we are, where we came from, who the fuck was our purpose here.
I'm not going to go
Say
for
it
that.
again.
You're not going to tell me that on a round planet, though.
How do you know that? You never been out of space, nigga. Go ahead. What you say? I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Now, listen, I'm a 3rd grade, 4th grade dropout, and I know this shit.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Social criminals, these people in the space program, nassholes I call them. I have a very low tolerance level for stupid bull. Every one of those items is provably untrue at one level or another, but we believe them because they're pounded into our heads from the time we're children. That's what they do with that kind of stuff. They put it in the heads of kids. They pound it in there because they know kids are too young to be able to mount a sophisticated argument against these kind of ideas. And so kids, and up to a certain age, by the way, kids are going to believe everything a grown-up tells them, everything. So kids never learn to question things. Nobody questions things in this country anymore. Nobody questions things. Why? Americans have been silenced, bought off and silenced by gizmos and toys. And as a result, no one's ever learned to question things. Kids who want to learn to read are going to learn to read. Much more important to teach children to question what they read.
Despite what you might be thinking, these two circles are not equal. I repeat, these two circles are not equal. One is in fact larger than the other. What I need you to do is determine which one that is. So, please raise your hand if you believe the blue circle is larger than the red. All right. Please raise your hand if you believe the red circle is larger than the blue. All right, very good. Now, before I said anything about these two circles, what was your first instinct? Equal, right? Because they look equal. And the reason why they look equal is because, in fact, they are equal. These two circles are identical. Yet I got just about every one of you to raise your hand and say that they're not. So what did we learn? That you can be manipulated like that to believe in something that goes against your natural instincts. Just imagine as a child you're taught that the blue circle is larger than the red. If you say it enough times, you convince yourself that's the truth. If you're told the lie enough times, it becomes part of your reality. And if enough people are taught that lie, that the blue circle is larger than the red, well, now it becomes part of the culture. And if that culture then passes that misinformation along to the next generation, well, now it becomes tradition. Now, The Matrix is a story. It's a story. When told enough times to enough people, it becomes part of that culture. It becomes the tradition. And this story is being told over and over every day.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Does anybody ever notice that yellow jackets don't sit still very much?
I don't know, man. They're beautiful. I think all those kinds of insects are beautiful, but if they're near me, I will punch a bitch. You feel me?
I do. I've got my bug assault. They removed a nest from my mudroom porch roof. So they've been flying around my window and stuff, trying to find home.
Honestly, it's sad. You know,
What?
where'd home go? Well, it's gone. Home is gone. So good luck.
It's over there in the middle of the grass.
It's so unfair.
Yeah.
But what are you gonna do? They don't care. That's the thing. We care because we're emotional, right? We're divas. They don't care. They're like, oh shit, let's go somewhere else. Yeah, sounds.
Got to. Just got to do what you got to do. All right. I'm not here to make any predictions, but industry-wise, in the death industry, right now, for reasons I don't know, things are right now like the 2 weeks prior to that special date in March 2 years ago. I don't know why.
What, scientists and doctors around the world getting knocked off? Is that what you mean?
Nope. So
so
I'm in the death industry, right? I work for a company that sells urns, cremation urns. And the cremation urn industry was booming. So in like 2017, 2018, 2019, business as usual, things, doing well, just normal. And then all of a sudden, like in a tsunami, right? What happens at the beach, right? All of a sudden, the water recedes, right? You get more beach. The beach that you see more sand because the water just retracted, and then a wave comes, right? So in an analogical way to that imagery, in March of 2020, that's what happened to the death industry and the urn industry. There was this, and then boom, but not really boom. The boom really didn't happen. We thought it was a boom, but the boom really didn't happen until a year later. That was a really different kind of boom. But yeah, I don't know. I just there's similar things happening right now where things have really slowed down, and some people just simply point at the economy and go, okay, well, just nobody is doing this thing that they were always doing anymore. Because the economy, people just can't even afford to do the thing that they've always been doing. I don't know. It could be that. It could be something else. Just figured I'd throw that out there. Just a little, hey, by the way, I said this, so that in 2 weeks or in a month from now or 2 months from now, I'd be like, hey, remember when I was saying that thing? Hey, look, it actually seems to now be a little bit more of an indicator. It would be interesting if there was a bit of an early warning system through the death industry as an indicator of foreboding or something like that. But who knows? It's 2 minutes after 4. Am I over talking? No. Yes. No. I'm not seeing any females in the chat. I know, 5. Whatever time zone you're in. It's all relative. Everything is relative. I'm being facetious when I say that, by the way. Oh boy.
This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water.
Hello. I guess I can talk now. Thank you very much, Bong.
Now ban Bong.
Is that Bong Sao? It's a different Bong, right?
Yeah, it's a different ball. It's a different ball. Yeah.
I think I like this Bong better than Bong Sao.
This is a new and improved ball.
Damn straight. This Bong,
Got
he
some
knows
updates
what's up.
last year. It
What's
was
up, Brad? How you
before
been?
Bong, but this one it's new one. This is a better one.
I kind of want to hear what Sasha's got to say. Like, she was very fucking don't unmute Branch, and she doesn't even know who the fuck I is.
I think we know who you are. Who she is?
I'll tell you this, man. I've out of all the names I'm hearing right now in this chat, I've been in this room longer than all of y'all.
I will tell you one thing, Branch. I never ever in my life saw a licking ass like you. You know,
Bro, when I lick ass, when I lick ass, I lick it good. I don't do anything half-ass. If I'm gonna lick some ass, I'm gonna lick it good.
Yeah, especially Jam. That was hilarious. How you can do it? Can you teach me?
How
Hey,
to
where's your
lick
accent
Jam's
from,
ass?
Branch? Where's the accent from, buddy?
Actually, the best thing to do with Jam is to
Okay.
is to figure out what he feels bad about and fuck with that. And that's why he hates me, is because I do that.
All right. So, hey, where's
My bad, dude. You can you fix your fucking mic
Yeah,
first before you start talking to me?
You're hot, Mike. You're roboting a bit.
Let me fix my fucking mic.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna talk to me, talk to me properly, man. I don't want to hear
Oi.
that bullshit.
Yeah, hey, Branch, can you get rid of the attitude, bro? It's a bit attitude.
Yeah, I can.
You're
totally
being a
do
bit
that.
attitude, man. Like,
I know, I get it.
nice.
It's gone
Like-
because you
like-
asked. You asked, bro. You asked, so it's
Remember,
gone.
yeah, this is not Jim's. Remember, you've kind of come into this
I'll
place.
chill.
So
I'll
it's
chill.
different.
I
different
can't.
vibe,
Bong,
you know what I'm saying?
bong. I'll totally be chill as fuck. Let's start anew.
Branch, can a table,
Yo.
right? Like
Okay,
your table.
Got
it. When you make it, let's say it
all right,
was
all right. Hey,
infinitely
Bong. The first
Can a
three times
table-
you said it, I said I got you. You don't need to tell me a fourth time.
Can it be curved? Can it be curved?
All right, Bong. Why don't you tell me a fourth time then? Go ahead.
Can a table be a curved surface like a ball, like a really big ball?
A table is a table, my man.
Is it? So it's not a curved.
Why are you looking so much into a fucking table? A table is somewhere you fucking eat dinner.
Exactly. Right?
So
Why?
how the fuck is a table gonna prove the shape of the fucking earth? My man, chill out. Don't be talking about tables.
It's easy because
Seriously, man, Bong. Seriously, your proof of flat earth is the table.
I haven't even gotten to
Just think, no, you don't have to. Just think about how retarded it is. Like,
you need to call. Let me finish what I'm saying before I mute you, man. Okay? Get all excited and shit. Nothing's going on. Okay? Nobody's trying to provide proof or anything. All right? Everybody knows that the ocean looks flat, and it's flat. That's why I'm asking you these stupid questions. Because somehow people
it sounded to me like you're
think,
trying
right?
to prove
Listen,
the shape of
let me
the earth
finish
with a
what I'm
fucking
saying.
table.
I'm not trying to prove anything. Let me finish what I'm saying. Okay? People think that something that looks flat can be a perfectly curved, like ball, like a ball, right? That's what people are thinking, and that's what the whole world believes. All right? I don't know if you've noticed, people think we're stupid and crazy for thinking that something that looks flat is actually flat. and something that's curved like a ball is a ball. Right? They think we're crazy for thinking that, for not believing shit like flat surfaces can be curving like a ball. Okay, so don't get all like upset as if I'm trying to, insult your intelligence. This is the state of the freaking world, man. You need to take it seriously. Okay, so don't get all like,
All right. You know what, man? Hey, Bong. You know what? And now that you put it that way, I can respect what you're saying.
Okay, now look, man. It's as simple as that. All right, like why do people get offended? Why do they get insulted when they're asked a question about a table? It's as simple as that's the reason why you got insulted. Okay, it's the same reason why we get insulted. Why anyone would get insulted.
I got insulted, Bong. I got insulted, Bong, because you're a dumb fuck, and anything you say is pretty fucking retarded. That's why I got offended.
So I guess you don't want to talk anymore, right? I guess that's it. Are you saying goodbye? Are you saying goodbye? Okay, goodbye.
Branch, the only person who unmuted you, it's a Bong, and then you're calling him dumb fuck.
I know, but the funny thing is that Bong should understand the hill.
Listen, you was like begging to somebody unmute you.
I know, but
the only person who unmuted you, you're calling him dumb fuck. This is
but
so
Sasha, here's the thing. When I said it to Bong, that was more like me and him having a conversation, as opposed to me actually calling him retarded. That was
but don't do that. Like, don't do that in front of everybody after I've given a very good argument. Don't do that.
My bad, Bong.
You know what I mean?
Your arguments were pretty good.
Wait, Branch, let me explain something. The new setup interface for Discord, I can't even get to the mute button. I'm trying to get to the mute button to mute you because of what you just said. But because you said we're just joking around, so you were lucky that I can't get to the goddamn mute button. You know, the faces are like I'm trying to click on it, but
Bong.
You know what I mean? So
Bong.
I have to log off, I have to sign out to mute you or to kick you. Then I can sign back in. So I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
Right?
Well, Bong. Honestly, Bong. We're just having a good time, right? We're chilling.
Because I know. Look, man, Globers come in here and they want to talk about.
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm a globie. I'm a glober.
I want you to explain why. I want you to understand why we're having these kinds of conversations, because people come in here and give us these really stupid explanations from scientists when we.
I think the reason is because society has dealt you always a lower card, and you come in a place like this.
No, what do you mean society dealt me a lower card? They dealt us all the same shit. They don't talk
why do you think
that you were and you were given some kind of different reality? Listen. Somebody is telling you, right, that you should accept their reality as your.
All right, Bong. Okay? Do you want me to be extremely fucking subservient just so you can talk? Is that the way you want me to fucking talk to you?
No, I just want you to understand what I'm trying to say to you. Okay?
All right,
and what you are saying to me.
And Bong, honestly, dude, I get what you're saying.
Okay, cool. So what do you think about tables? Come on, man, we gotta nail this down.
I think tables like times tables, or like tables with
Okay. When I talk about tables, I'm talking about angles. Go ahead, Sasha. Go ahead, jump in.
Mine's round on balcony, but it's flat, and I can measure it.
Yeah.
Even radius, I can measure it because it's round.
Yeah, I mean, if you're wrong, measure again.
Yeah, but look at this devil. What would happen if oceans are flat? All fucking ships will. What would happen with ships if oceans are flat?
If the oceans were flat.
Yeah, all ships will be. What will happen with Earth if oceans are flat?
Well, if the oceans were flat, I think the ships would still fucking traverse the same way they do today.
Oh, really? Are you saying that we can travel on the flat? we can.
They work with
we can-
GPS. Like they don't really give a fuck about what your map looks like. They work with
Oh,
GPS. Their
we
timing
can.
is based on GPS. They figure out how long this one boat is gonna take to go from A to B based on
Is it?
GPS and prior
Is
fucking
it?
excursions. And
And,
therefore, why would
and
any of that shit change?
yeah, but Columbus, why he didn't use GPS?
Who gives a fuck about that guy? That's one motherfucker.
Yeah, but all other, how to say, captains of the ships in
All of the
17.
captains? Really? All of the captains? You
Yeah,
know that for sure.
what? Yeah,
You know
how
for
do
sure all of the captains use this weird fucking method you're talking about.
yeah?
What method?
I'm
I
asking you.
actually don't know
That
which.
means
But
it's
like,
impossible.
apparently, some method of navigation that doesn't
Can
require
you shut up?
It's,
Shut up, and
it's,
let
it's
Sasha
impossible.
finish, man. Shit.
That means it's impossible to navigate on flat surface.
I don't think he deserves this conversation. He doesn't.
I know. Dude.
Uh,
He's here for.
let's move on.
Do not look up, Branch. There is a comet falling down.
I just wanted to see where Branch was at. That's why I brought up the table. Like, Branch, what do you think about tables? You know, because it's easy. I'm like, this guy. Huh, Branch? You've been here the longest, haven't you?
Great job, Bong. Great job.
What, 7 years being
You
stupid?
you sure
Like,
sound you surely sound like somebody who really knows what he's talking about and someone who's got his shit together.
Right. Why, thank you. You sound like
Great,
somebody who does.
great,
Right.
great.
I
fucking job.
appreciate it. Thank you very much. I work really hard at it. And you sound like somebody that doesn't know what they're talking about. I'm sorry. That's why I'm
Why are you accepting
you
my
out,
fucking the way I talk to you was demeaning? Why are you accepting it?
because you
Be
don't
a
know how to
fucking
talk.
man, Bong. Bong, be a man.
You don't know how to talk. I don't need to man up to a child. Okay, so look, man, I have my button on my hand on the mute button. It's just quiet. That's why you've been unmuted. Come on, man. Don't give a shit.
Branch, why this flat earther wants to change the world? All this harmony and peace and love and everything is good, and then they want to change now and deceive people.
Well, it's not so much that the flat earthers want to change it. It's more about the fact that the way that general life is, we have forgotten what actually makes us happy. And in reality, what makes us happy is not the shit we can buy, and it's not the money we can make. What makes us happy are the simple things in life, and we've forgotten that.
I agree.
Well,
yeah.
Well, what makes me happy is to know that the Earth is a stationary plane.
Yes. I was gonna ask the simpler things in life on Jupiter or here in the real world. Like, what do you mean? Because see, if you were living,
it's purely about here on Earth, right? Like, right. It's like the whole shit about other planets and stuff. That's got nothing to do with how humanity lives. I mean,
you know. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Like, honestly, we've become a product of our own.
You know what I love? I love the simplicity behind the creation that I was born in, which is stationary, non-rotating, not a speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe. Important, a creation made in the image of the creator, and so forth. All these simple, wonderful things that make your own life very unique once you really realize and come to the conclusion of what the truth is actually about and why they have fed you with lies since you're a little child. So you have been completely drawn away from the simplicity of the creation and the one who has created all things, which then ultimately turned your life into something that is a miserable search for meaning and happiness in the world. And the world actually has convinced many people to think that you can only gain it by either getting a lot of money, working hard, and buying more things to possess, but at the end it just possesses you and you just die in a miserable state.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, bro. I think that the biggest journey any of us are ever gonna take is a journey within to learn who we are, right? And
Not only
that
within,
is the path of happiness.
not only
Is
within, but
understanding who you
understanding
are.
the system that
You
you
cannot be
live
happy,
in.
brother, without understanding yourself.
Right, but you also in order to understand yourself. Sorry, I'll be finished. In order to understand yourself, what is also important is to understand the surrounding, especially the very inside of what you have been born onto. Right.
I don't think the journey you take inwards to actually find who you are and what you are has nothing to do with where you was brought up, nothing like that. That's purely a journey you take yourself. I mean, I do understand your personality.
Real quick though, you just said 2 minutes ago that the worldview wouldn't affect your happiness or your understanding of reality.
It doesn't.
Literally just 2 minutes ago you were saying that. So that's why I was started
that's exactly what I said. Is that the worldview doesn't fucking
I
tell
heard
you
it.
how happy you are. The only thing that can tell you how happy you are is yourself. And honestly, it's a journey you gotta take inwards to start understanding yourself and really understand who you are and what you're about.
Well, to understand like basic things like up and down is really helpful because truth is healthy. And another thing is to have a worldview that is anti-reality is going to have your basis wrong. It just there's no way around it because I was a ball believer and it did bring a lot of
don't twist what I said
in and of itself.
There's nothing I said which makes me anti-reality.
No. I'm saying if you're a ball believer, you can't make a claim to knowledge about what you live on because it's contradictory to what a person would experience.
Honestly, if we all believe that the true path for happiness is how you feel about yourself and it's a journey within, then who gives a fuck about what the shape of the earth is? It's all about
what?
you.
You're totally wrong.
That's the point. You guys
you're totally false. No, shut up.
You guys have removed you from the equation.
No, stop, Branch. Stop. I'm here now. Shut up for a second. Listen, if you are, you think you're going to be happy when in the reality you're talking about, you're not even living in that reality. You're trying to remove where you are and what you are a part of fundamentally as not being important or not being even necessary to look at. Negligible bullshit. Where you are is intricately related to who you are. If you think you're in some place that doesn't match reality and you're going to find out who you are in that system, good luck, my brother.
Delusional.
Have fun with that.
That's what that is.
Delusional, yes.
All right.
Ignorant.
My only response to that is that's not even close to what I'm saying.
That's like listen,
That's
it's
not
like being
even
in a
close,
jail, right?
man.
That's like being in a jail, right? And then saying, look, who cares what we believe where we are, right? We're here now, and if we just go, if we just enjoy every minute that we have with each other, right? We'll be happy. That's like saying that, knowing you're in a jail. Go ahead.
Bong, here's the question, Bong, right? Is there not any righteousness or fucking anything you can fucking get out of anything I said today? Or is it the fact that I'm a global earther?
Listen, bro.
Is the fact that I'm a global earther enough for you to say anything I say is
7 years
disregardable?
Listen, I already know what you're saying. 7 years you'd rather spend harassing us and trolling us about why we care about the shape of the earth, but you don't say jack shit to us.
I don't harass you. I don't
listen to me, motherfucker.
I don't harass you, motherfuckers, man.
Are teaching you and your children fucking lies, and instead of harassing them,
I like people
to them.
Instead
of you getting on those panels,
muting Branch because you cannot stop
why
from
they care
talking.
so much about Yeah. Why do they care so much about lying to us about the shape of the Earth? Instead of you
Because
doing
every
that, you're
single
here.
listen, Bong, hold
You're
on a
yelling
second.
at us
Every
about it.
time you speak, he interrupts you. So I'm not going to allow any more sitting here.
Yeah.
Say,
So
we'll
go
open up
yell at
Pence's
those
mic
guys.
when he has to answer to something. If he does not answer to it, I'll mute him back myself until I leave.
Well, my point
So-
is this, okay? I brought up the table earlier, okay? And we all agree that tables cannot be curving, right? Like straight lines, 180 degrees, right, is not pi. Okay, we all know that. So when somebody tells you otherwise, okay, why would you leave that reality? Why would you leave your understanding of reality and knowledge behind to live in a reality where you think you're on a ball, where you have to imagine that what you see is something else?
Yeah.
What? How can you be
Exactly.
happy with that?
Exactly.
The real world is way better. It makes sense. It's simple, right? Why would you leave that to go imagine some bullshit? And the only way to understand and be happy in that world is to listen to more bullshit from the people telling you these things. How? That's not happiness. That's bullshit. That's some cult. I know. Staring into the abyss. Happiness. Are you serious? Cult. Come on, Branch. Is he still here? Well, anyways, if you're muted, it's your fault. It's your fault.
Yeah, I'll be honest, man. Always, the people think always being happy would be the dream, but I personally think always being happy would be miserable, man. Like
Yeah.
literally, if you would be always happy, how fast would you lose the appreciation of actually knowing happiness? If not, there's something things that might
Yeah.
drag you down for a bit, you know?
You get bored with it. You get bored, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of creepy. I mean, we have a range of emotions for a reason, right? Like,
Yeah, come with me and we'll just we'll waltz off into the sunset in this atomistic, completely materialistic reality that doesn't exist in nature.
we'll always
Sounds
be
like so much happiness, doesn't it?
together.
Go imagine with me.
Well, I
What's
think
the
the technical definition of happiness is absence of sadness. I think. I'm not sure. Somebody look that up. Gospel, where are you at?
Well, sadness has to do with loss. So maybe, I just think the Bible answers a lot of those questions. So that's just me. I don't want to go there. All right.
The opposite of happy is not sadness. The opposite of happy is not happy. Doesn't necessarily
Exactly.
mean sadness. And sadness isn't, well,
I mean, and how would you actually make happiness a definite thing in a certain way? Because someone who's just eating bread with cheese and is just enjoying it would say, okay, this is pure happiness for me. And someone
tell you
else,
what,
yeah.
I just had a delicious olive oil, scrambled eggs, and pepper jack cheese. And
You guys consider this. Consider this. Not being happy doesn't necessarily mean you're sad.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. I'll agree. I'd agree with that for sure. For sure. That keeps coming up now. Stop it.
And I think it's just a natural. I mean, look at kids. I mean, kids can be like full on laughing, whatever, but then there's also sometimes just complete crying and whatnot. I think it's just also a certain balance or something that we gotta keep, so we also get rid of things that we just need to cry about it, right? I mean, I personally, when I think about the times, it's been a while, I guess, but think about the times when I really cried, like really strongly cried, that really also helps, to like process something.
Refine. Yeah, it's refining. It has like a purifying effect on you.
Yeah.
Also, like learning, I notice makes people happy. You know, especially when you're learning from, say, work that you enjoy to do. I think that
Mhm.
makes people happy. You know, knowledge and wisdom, increasing. You know, growing. Growing is when you die, like, and then it all ends, right? So I think this time, gives meaning to that experience. Experience all these, and
Right.
like the seasons. The seasons, right? There's a summer, and then there's winter.
Exactly. Yeah, there's a reason why it has been created, right? Mhm. And I think it's not bad. I mean, everything has its necessity, right? The rain has its necessity. The sunlight, all that stuff that goes on.
I am in the early fall, or I'm in the late summer of my life. Yeah, entering into my August, into my autumn season.
Mm-hmm.
It means middle age, but little above middle age.
But I mean, it's somehow a promise, right? When it says everything that he has created is good, or no, he saw that it was good, So let's just,
But yeah,
trust
God
that,
makes, but God makes everything beautiful in its own time.
right?
It's like
Right. And man,
time for everything.
I recently had like a day where I thought, man, I actually, I want to give up completely. I don't know, like I think it was a few weeks ago because something very, bad happened, but it would be too complicated to explain. And the weird thing is, the next day, out of that very bad thing, for some reason, everything turned around into the most positive and best thing, which completely blew my mind because I prayed and I was so I didn't know why that happened and so forth, and like the next day it's just complete like it actually I then understood why that bad thing happened first. It's insane.
It appeared. Was it a bad thing? Bad thing? Actually, a bad thing?
Yeah, it was a really bad thing, but now all of that bad thing, and actually the next day, but also now it's still progressing. Now everything is 100 times better, even if that makes sense. So
Yeah, it's like the enemy tries to. But God turned it around. Hey,
yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
yeah, but sometimes I feel like um he also lets certain things happen in order, like he uses also things where we might say in the first place, oh, you know what, screw this, screw that, I'm finished, blah blah, why is the whole world against me, and then suddenly the next day he just shows it that he's in full control and completely turned it around, making something beautiful out of it, and that's gonna like bang you, like
Yeah.
blows your mind completely.
Yeah.
Completely.
But yeah, chance.
I
Hey, chance happens as well. I mean, I'm not saying that's chance. I'm saying I'm just trying to quote scripture. So
yeah, it's
the
just
race
like
is not.
mhm.
The race is not always to the swift, but chance happens to
Mhm.
us. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just like for me what happened, and I mean it would be way too much details to explain it, but it's just it can't be coincidences. So never ever. So praise the Most High. Actually,
Never give
what
up.
a privilege to be alive. What a gift that we can all be here on this
Yes, a
beautiful.
gift. Hey, that's what it is. It's like a gift. Like
Yeah.
get to experience this.
And we didn't even ask for it, we
Yeah,
just for
yeah,
free.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But poverty, love, war. There's all these things to experience. to fully experience it. You know, like it's so unexpected. You know how you would expect if I want to live life to the fullest. How do I do that, right? And it's like, well, first of all, you gotta get rid of all your money and live poor first. Second, wait, what? Yeah. Okay. Second, you have to experience pain, loss, war. Yeah. No, no thanks. I'm gonna go live with my rich uncle.
Everything has its definite reasons, right? Everything has its definite reasons. I mean, that's something I'm 100% sure of. The same reason as we have, like you said, seasons and, you know, times to harvest, times to sow, times to weep, times to be happy, and, you know, then there are times where
to be sad, yeah.
It's just everything has its time, you know, like it says in the scriptures. Everything has its time. And sometimes patience is something that will bear a lot of fruit, you know. Sometimes you just gotta be patient and trust.
And not try to control everything, every aspect in our of everything in our lives, you know, because
the less you try to control, actually, you know, the more you actually feel like you're gaining control, but you realize that is not coming from you trying to have that control, right? It's a paradox.
Right, you're going with the way, you know, because you know the world is going a certain, like when winter comes, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to prepare winter. You can't just do your own thing and like live like it's summer, right? So you're accepting, you know, the way things are in the world. Still trying to change it, like, so I'm not talking about things you can change, but you know, like natural, just stuff that'll happen or not. Like I can't prevent. My grandparents died, but before, you know, while they were alive, I dreaded the day they would die. You know, and then your parents, and then, you know, there's all this trying to control, you know, the way things, and then you miss what's happening, like in the now, you know, type of thing. Job, or a book by Lao Tzu, The Way. Have you guys read that? Have you ever read that? Chinese philosopher. Bruce Lee always talks about it. The art of not trying. or the art of not trying too hard, or not trying hard. Yeah.
I mean, if you have a father who loves you, that is in full control of everything, your life and everything else around you, isn't it actually the smartest thing to say, you know, I'm gonna just leave every point where I try to have control of something to him, because he just wants to do the work, you know, he literally wants to, you know, use his power for your preference. No, what would be the right term? For you to live, actually, you know, just to live and be. I mean, imagine, and I mean that's hard to imagine, but imagine you're someone who has full control of something, and you say to someone else, you know what, you ain't gotta do. You ain't gotta worry or try to control anything. I'm in full control, and because I have full control, so to say, wouldn't it be the best thing to just trust in that, right? And then when it's actually true, because you see the outcome of just, you know, letting go of your own, you know, control, you know, characteristics, or I don't know the right English term. It's a great thing, I guess. Makes life much more enjoyable, even.
Yeah. I think it also has to do with trust. Trusting your father that has the control of the person versus, not trusting them and trusting yourself.
Right.
Not on your own understanding.
Exactly. And that's a hard thing, that's a work in process. As long as you have that carnal mind in that is desperately trying to make you think worldly and be in control, and always comes up almost with the opposite of what we have been taught. It's a process, but it's just what it is. It's just growing and growing. It's the same way as someone who's training his muscles, I mean, you can lift some weight, but the next day you can't expect to have a bigger body, or anything like that. It's a continuous training.
But this thing about control, like how that same thing we're talking about is the same way people, because the question of why would they lie, about anything, especially about something like this. And that word right there, control, is the because what we're talking about it. How trying to control the things in our lives is what every person is always kind of concerned about. Like clothes, house, food, things like that, and then some more. But then there's the control of what you believe the world is. You know what I
Right.
mean? Because that's how you live your life. That's how you make your decisions, and that's a bigger control. That's like the ultimate control. So when you're the priest that delivers the truth, God, to the people, scientists, so called,
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
that's why I love the specific verse where it says, "For the wisdom of the world is foolishness in God's sight." As it is written, He catches the wise in their craftiness. Isn't that something? Isn't that actually something we as Flat Earthers see obviously be happening in the world? Where actually we, as the ones who know the truth about the creation in a certain way, I'm not saying we know everything, right? But the most important thing, which it is, and which it ought not to be, but we have been told as a lie. But the world says in their foolish wisdom, "Oh, you idiots," even though they themselves actually are the fools, right? Within their craftiness, where they have been deceived by, So, yep. That's why I like the Bible,
I think the reason why science went, when you think about the ball earth and the explanation, only a fool, only an idiot believes such a story, right? But when you show like a couple hundred years of scientific research and blah blah blah, and money behind it, all of a sudden the story kind of sounds more legit than the Bible. Now the origin story of a flat Earth is mythological. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's like they've made the stupidest thing sound intelligent. Yeah,
Right.
and they made the real, like your actual experience.
They make us look like the fools, right? And by the way, and I forgot, there's another verse right before what I already said, and it says, "If any of you thinks he is wise in this age, he should become a fool so that he may become wise.
Yeah.
Isn't that something?
Yeah.
So, I'm a fool if I go out talking about this to, quote unquote normal people or low believers or whatnot. And I have actually pleasure in that, I do not really care since I know that I'm right about what I'm saying about this creation, especially when it comes to non-existing curvature and so forth, right? So, I'm rather a fool in the eye of the world than to be a fool in the eye of the one who has created all things, right?
Right, of course. But then, like, I think it's also about empty your cup. You know what I mean? Because like, how can you taste my tea, right? How can you know this when your cup is full of that, of your understanding and wisdom, right? So
Right.
I think that's also what that means, and to always have a curious,
Yes,
we
be
can
like a
be right.
child.
Right. But I don't go and tell people that, look, flat Earth is right and you're wrong. I tell them that I tell you have, I think you've been lied to about this. Like it 100% is not a ball, right? Like,
Right.
what is it then? Well, I can't tell you that. Like I don't
Right.
know. That's what I think you should.
Again, it's basically also what it says in scriptures, right? That we need to become childly, like kids again. Like go to a very young kid that maybe has been already indoctrinated and really show them these things. They will suddenly, they will be honest, they will say, yeah, water is flat. Yeah, horizontal, like if they understand certain basics. But trust me, a kid will it's easier for the kid to understand it since it has not already been has gone into being ignorant and closed up, or like a stone that is not capable of sucking up any new water like information. We need to become that sponge, that kid again, that is honestly searching for information and also looking at what reality shows, right? So I mean, you can't fool a kid. Like you can't go there, show them water, and say, "Look, kid, that water looks flat, but actually, it's a ball. It's curving into a ball or something." Like no kid would, it would just laugh. It would just laugh at you.
Yeah, man. It starts with acceptance too. Hold just a sec, please. Sorry. It starts with acceptance that you don't know everything, and that's okay.
Right. Right. That's 100% okay.
I mean, that's what we're trying to do again when we start questioning the ball. When we first came to this, like, wait, why isn't there evidence? That's you're going over it again. Like you emptied your cup, and like, let's do this again. Like, so how do we know the Earth is a ball again? Like, you're not supposed to be doing this again. You're supposed to just move on. Like, no. We're doing this again.
And I mean, if you actually, think more about what childhood was or being a kid actually meant, was not really caring about actually I mean maybe I'm just talking for me, but when I think about my child, I was not really caring about tomorrow, what I would wear, or if what happens in the news, or worrying about this or that. The next day would just begin. I would go out and just have fun, right? Live. So it's kind of interesting how we think we grow up to be an adult, but actually we lose a lot of things which actually are good things regarding childhood, regarding being a child, right?
That's when God comes in my opinion. When mom and dad gave us that feeling because they gave us the protection and the
Yes.
security. and not have to worry about. That's what when we
Yes.
become adults. Jesus said your earthly parents did their best, but your Father in heaven knows what's best for you. So I think God has to take the place of
Right.
that parent in order for us to always experience that
Right.
joy, of being
Because
safe.
right, because the parents will not always be there, right? And the thing is, the nature of kids, like naturally kids, what I see when I look at very young kids in the eyes of very young kids, I see the Most High. I see the essence in how they behave, in how they have, like there's no I don't know how to explain. I mean, you really gotta analyze and look at kids that have not yet been, brainwashed or highly, what is it?
Brainwashed,
Yeah,
traumatized,
programmed. Yeah, traumatized program. You see it in their eyes. You see that. You just see the thumb, the imprintings of the Most High, the clarity, I don't know how to explain it. Maybe it's just me, but kids, there's so much to learn from kids.
Depends on the parents too, because
Right.
Kids, that's what they do. They learn, they absorb everything. So
Yes. But they also just don't think, like they don't worry a lot, about like what the other kid looks like, or I I mean it's just I just think that they look so free, like when you see like very young kids playing around in the garden or whatnot, they just look free.
That's I think
without
that's where
chains.
I think that's where our creative spirit it comes from too, is that inner, child, because I think that's create, that youthful vigor is the energy that that wants to, create something. I think creativity and that is connected because as we become old, all the senses start to dull. Therefore, the mind is not as creative or unless you've, lived in your mind your whole life. Blind people have music. I mean, they use their ears, right? They experience the world with, but yeah, I mean, children, very creative and very. Then you become an adult, right? It's like something dies. It's like realize, right? Something that spirit just um start acting and doing things like adults, like I don't know, going to work every day, Then and then start becoming concerned more about weird things rather than having fun, like bills and shit.
Right.
You're an adult. What happened to me?
That's why I'm recently really working on my inner child, really um keep it, right? Or really becoming a child, right? Like the Most High said. And it's a really hard journey, it's not easy to actually become something that we have once been programmed out of, right?
Yeah,
Like when we made another, when we have been created to be another brick in the wall, kind of like that.
another consumer brick in the wall. It's hard when you've got all these distractions, like buy this, buy that. You want to be happy? You want to have fun? Well, then buy this, buy that, do this, do that for a limited time only. Like all these things that promise happiness. You know, happiness. You know, it's being sold everywhere, right? This will make you happy. Oh, this will make you. Everyone's always chasing happiness. You know, rich people, when they become super wealthy, they start doing things to make, like health. You know, all of a sudden health becomes an issue, right? Like when they were growing up in the hood, struggling, surviving, or wherever you grew up, right? Like your health was just, you know, I die whenever I die, right? And right when the lifestyle changes, you know, everything changes, the money comes in. All of a sudden, you know, they're doing this thing with their health. What happened? You know what I mean? It's like, what happened? What happened till we die whenever we die? Well, you know, now that I'm in charge of have all these responsibilities, I have to, you know, make sure that I'm at top performance, you know.
Right.
Like, what happened to you, John? John, ride a horse anymore? But you know, it's so hard, yes, to experience the real when we are bombarded with the fake, when we live in the fake, right? Like
Exactly.
everything is fake.
Right.
I used to want to travel, and now it's like, why? You think what you're going to experience when you get there is real? I think when people
It's great what you're saying. Actually, you know, I came to the same conclusion. It really doesn't matter. You just because you go to another country or think where you're going is a nice place, but actually, you can like there's no really it doesn't really change anything. You know, I mean, for a quick moment it might feel better, but at a certain point you will just realize you can't escape certain things, right? By just traveling or whatnot.
Right. I mean, it's not what you're expecting. It won't be what you were expecting. You know what I mean? Like, it's you know, the cheeseburger always looks more delicious on TV than it does in real life. You ever notice? It's like, what the hell?
Right.
What is this? Did you just smash it or something? Why does it look like this?
Right.
I don't get one that looks like the one on TV.
Hey, it's like the plant seeds of expectations that are so great that they make us or almost force us to go there, buy this or that, and then just afterwards this war or this great almost this deceptive picture of something falls down. Then you for some reason actually, you know, the car I always imagined now sitting in it ain't that crazy as I thought of. You know what I mean? Same with every other thing that you buy.
It's not as big as it looked on TV.
Right. For example, it's not as like the way I would feel about it. I imagine is not really how I feel now. You know, it's with many things.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm probably sure everyone in here knows that, you know, like you saved some money and then you bought something and you imagined all these great things that you would do with it or it would give to you or whatnot, and then you actually, after a few days of using it, or actually just by receiving it and then opening it and whatnot, you suddenly realize, okay, even if you do it, you know, do it consciously or just subconsciously and think afterwards about it, you realize suddenly that you always make higher expectations or you have a certain imagination of something that especially has been given to you by, you know, manipulative advertisement or hundreds of other types of things, and then you just come to the realization actually I don't need this as much as I thought of, or actually it doesn't really do what I imagined it to do. You know, like things
It's
like
not what
that.
I actually want. Yeah, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. They made it look like what I wanted, but just totally the opposite. Like what?
Right.
So like, there's these cereals, on when you go in the store, there's like let's say Cheerios. Okay, say this is good for your health. It'll say it's good for your health. It'll say it can help lower your cholesterol. It'll say all these things about health. And then you check the ingredients, you
Yeah.
check the sugar content, and then you eat it. And it's like, man, it tastes like a freaking candy bar. Well, it's supposed to be good for your health. Why? Because it's on the box? Pretty sure they're lying about that.
Yeah.
Why would they lie on the? Why would they just straight up lie to us on the box like that? It doesn't make any sense. Like, look at a
I was-
cereal and tell me it's healthy.
I was like thinking about this yesterday. Funny thing, like yesterday I was thinking about this when I was on work, or at work, and there was like an open gummy bear package or whatnot with like gummy bears where you have like a liquid inside, and it says like on the package with vitamins, vitamin C, this and that, and like shows you these healthy fruits and so forth. And I'm like, do we actually believe this? Is that actually making us want to buy it more?
Yes,
You
that's
know?
it. That's exactly it.
But then I also think, yeah, there are people out there that probably give this every week to their kids, thinking they actually get like vitamins from these highly processed gummy bears, you know?
There was this drink. There was this drink here in Australia called Ribena or something like that, and I used to buy that for my son when he was little. I noticed his teeth was getting worse and worse, so I stopped all the sugar, and then it came on TV. Ribena, really bad for kids, especially all the sugar content and all the things in it. Like what? And then but you know what's on the box? Grapes.
Yeah.
That's why I bought it, because there were grapes on the box. Like, what the hell, man? It's a bit too sweet. It's like, so why are you giving it to me? Oh, it's grapes.
And the funny thing is, you know, I mean, I'm also, you know, I find myself also doing that most, but sometimes, you know, being guilty of, you know, using a lot of processed foods. But if you then look at actually what nature gives you naturally, you know, with like a carrot or with apple or tomato or oranges or whatnot, it in itself, the whole package, the natural package of it does not really require
Exactly.
much processing, you know, like you can literally eat that carrot, you can actually eat that cucumber, you know, you can literally eat that apple, and it will actually, once you get used to the taste, you know, because you just need a few days from changing it from that processed food, you realize suddenly, oh man, that stuff's actually good. It already has the perfect taste, you know, perfect flavor. I'm not saying that it's with all.
But
the
it beats
things.
artificial flavoring, right?
Yeah. And also the time, right? I mean, if you think about it, the time you sometimes spend even, you know, making processed food consumable, and looking at just, you know, grabbing yourself a carrot and an apple and a cucumber, you can just literally just put it under water, wash it off, and just eat it right away. Like there's not much to do. Yeah, you know, that could be a very simplistic way of eating. But like I said myself, I feel I'm guilty of just, you know, also liking processed things, right? And I think that's, you know, not necessarily a bad thing, you know, like you can also, you know, I mean, you can eat the whole tomato, but you can also make a tomato sauce by using other ingredients, which makes it then processed, and but it's still healthy. But yeah, there's this huge difference or this gap between, you know, that industrial extreme processed food, or yourself processing things to make it food, or to make it consumable in a different way. So Yeah, and it's just something came up in my mind.
Oh, self-processing is like a million times better than processing in a factory because they have to like put other stuff in it to preserve it, and then they cut corners to make profit. You processing it, right, is like the opposite. You want to put more goodness into it, more flavor, more you're doing things to it to solidify, to fortify your body. You know what I mean? When you process it. But the factories, they do the opposite, right? So I mean that's the difference in my opinion.
All right. And I mean, just thinking about the food, they're not looking at. I mean, there's even a fuller picture to it, right? Where people then use a lot of pharmacy and trust in certain things they can use for their body and so forth. It's just there. It's like this whole line of processed material and yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Instead
it
of eating
really.
food to get those nutrients, right? People are
Mhm.
supplementing it with these pharmaceutical or extracted. Yeah.
Yeah, not even that. I mean, just the medicine itself sometimes, the things that you can stick into you and so forth, right? And then if you think about it, I think after it's like 1 year or 300 days, or is it like 30 months? I'm not sure anymore, but there's like a specific time where from what you have eaten for a certain time, your whole body now has, the whole body processes, right? It's like you renew every certain time period, right? Like being like a complete new flesh suit. I mean, because your skin, always transforms, right? Renews. Same with the organs
Shedding.
inside the cells,
Yeah.
So
everything is new, exactly.
yeah, so it really is really important to what you eat, right? Because at the end of the day, it makes up the matter that you are, right? So if you only eat trash, you're gonna end up being the matter or the outcome of that consumption, right? So you wouldn't for example, if you like a flower, you wouldn't give the flower Coca-Cola the whole time, for example, right? Or put like pure sugar on it for food or whatnot. So I guess you know what I mean, right? So it won't make a good flower. I mean, on the other hand, it's a different story with the human body, but this is a metaphor.
But yeah, the control of that information also comes from the same people that control information about
exactly.
everything else. Our health, what we eat,
Right.
what we believe in,
And the funny thing is, if you look at the tactics of which by they use to, for example, with candy and stuff. Go Walmart or whatever country you're from. Go into a section where they sell candy. What also kids eat a lot. Look at the color spectrum that is being used. It's the same color spectrum that you have with the different fruits and vegetables. Actually the real healthy stuff. That will make kids automatically be attracted to these sugary or unhealthy foods, right? So coloring and advertising, the advertising is a very it's a very systematic thing that very smart people have come up with, to make people consume it.
The sugar content correlates to the saturated color. Like the more saturated the colors are, like pop out, right? The more sugar this product would have, right? It's like that, because you see, like bright colors is like probably got a lot of sugar in. Why? Because fruits look like that, right? But if it's like a faded red, right? It's like, oh, that's probably the unsweetened one, yeah, the diet one. You know, like it's like psychology. You know, color psychology, and how our brain is easily associates color with taste, with the you know, the emotion or taste, and sugar is like bright colors. You know, it symbolize sweet, really sweet. You know, like when the fruit is ripe, right? The color is very bright or dark or there's saturated color.
Exactly.
And as kids, you just look at it and see just look at the bright colored section, and that's where all the candy is, the sweet stuff is.
Yeah. I mean, let me see candy section. Yeah. Let me post a picture. I mean, this is insane. It's just literally what it is. I learned this actually in I learned that in marketing school. When they like showed me all the tricks and stuff that they use in advertisements.
That section, damn. I mean, just looking at it now is overwhelming. To my eyes, it's like, what am I looking at? Look at one thing. I can't. Looking at everything at the same time. Like,
yeah, but it's all like automatically in your mind, like, oh man, that Twix or that, I don't know what the Americans would prefer.
Wonder who designed this candy section, right? Because it's like a painting. You have to design it like a painting. The eye has to kind of like has to flow
Amen.
from one color.
Amen. The supermarkets in itself. My dad worked for 26 years for the second world's biggest food processor creator. Yeah, Master Foods.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And they built whole markets here in Germany, and they had like a whole team of people that the only focus is on manipulating you into buying things that you actually don't need. And everything that you see in the supermarket has a specific psychological function that someone else who's very smart has come up with, and they constantly try to make it better and better in order to make you consume and buy more things.
Like making it more convenient, right? To do things, like it's almost like those infomercials, where they sell things that you don't really need, but makes your life a lot more convenient. Like after you buy a couple of those, like say 2 or 3 of those, you start to imagine your kitchen, filling up with these things all over the place. Do I really need all this stuff? Like, no. Like, how often do you make a grilled cheese, ham and cheese? Come on, man. Like, what's up?
And the thing is, it works, right? Like, I literally myself can't withstand sometimes just to buy something that I actually I have not had in my mind. I see that one drink I had, like, I don't know, a few weeks ago, and I'm like, actually, I just wanted to have this one thing, but, I can just grab, from the fridge right there, this drink and just also buy it. Why not, Like, it's literally, it's just literally...
impulsive. It's like impulsive buying, right? It's like triggering people to, I need that. I'm gonna save up for that. What should I spend my money on? Oh, I probably might need that. Yeah, no, I'm gonna buy that. It's like, why? Why are you buying it? I don't know. I've got nothing to spend my money on. But a house. People. False advertising is like, when Jesus said that when they speak their native tongue, they speak in lies. It's like the whole world is like that now. Like always false advertising something to sell it, and then quick profit. And don't forget to like and subscribe because it helps our channel. It helps us make more of these kinds of videos. Okay. Got I have to give you an and if you want to donate, there's our Patreon link.
Oh, is my mic working?
Hey, yeah, man. Welcome.
What's up? Have y'all tried to talk to O? I guess that's how you pronounce it.
Let me try and
could be
unmute
for-
him. Is he unmuted?
I don't know. I'm driving.
Okay, I'll check.
Thank you. Could be 4 zeros. I don't know how you pronounce it. Could be just ooh.
Triples. Ooh. I mean, I'll try to. My phone is a bit weird. Let me. Yeah, he's unmuted. Welcome to the server. Oh.
Hello, how do you pronounce your name?
Double O. Or, yeah. Double. Yep. Yeah, that's it. Double O. Yeah. 4 O's. Quado.
Quado. I like that one.
Yeah, okay.
Hello, Quado. Speak now or speak later, but hopefully now.
Chime in whenever you have a question
Or don't. Back to you and Clay under seal. Y'all are doing a good job.
Drive safe,
Oh,
man.
thank you, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Yes. Happiness is just one click away. Always remember that. What time is this? 2? You got it right. Hey. Who was that?
So, anyways, no, I think there was something I wanted to say, but I forgot. Because someone else is like writing to me and he's like saying, exercising. Wait, let me. Physical exercise is ungodly, so is being not fat. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Being actually extremely overweight and obese, making yourself a pathway into the hospital is probably the best way to respect the temple.
Is that what he's saying?
Like, isn't it like that it says in Genesis that Adam and Eve were highly obese after they ate from all the good food? Just rolled around. oh man.
Obesity falls under what is sloth or not sloth under I forget the word for people that like to eat.
I mean, if even this very
addiction.
Deceptive and perverted system openly admits that being obese is dangerous and unhealthy, trying to then justify it being good is kind of weird.
If I got 7 deadly sins, gluttony is what you're looking for.
Yeah, gluttony. It would fall under gluttony. Any addiction falls under gluttony.
I'm not saying having a belly, is a big problem, but there's a certain extent, I guess, to where having too much weight is just gonna, make life very uneasy, especially growing older.
Also, you can just like talk with a doctor and yeah, like it's you can. There's a way of like there's past experience in how much shorter people live at certain levels of overweightness.
Yeah, back in the day when all you ate was good food, right? I think being a glutton then was considered a natural glutton, but today, I mean, when we were talking about food, and how food is manipulated to make people sick, and it only takes a little bit for you to get addicted to, I don't know, McDonald's or some kind of fast food or some kind of chicken that's totally. I don't know how people can eat chicken these days, man. It's like so fatty. Like the texture has changed, like in my mouth, it's like, what is this? Shit.
I mean, it's not an achievement to make anything tastier by adding sodium glutamate, fry it,
Right.
and add some sugar. Like, oh, this is gonna taste better. So they just add a layer of each of those to any food, and then it sells better. That's just the nature of things with capitalism, I guess. So yeah, so I guess start with not doing that to your food. Like, don't cook your chicken in fat, right?
Oh, I and don't make your chickens fat. Like, would you what? Would you rather eat a healthy, happy chicken, or a fat, depressed
Mhm.
chicken stuck in,
You know what you can do with fatty meats to get them to be not so fatty? Slow cooking. Then the fat dissolves usually, and you can drop it down.
You can make them exercise.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
but say it's dead already. That's not
I can't.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I can't. I think the texture changes. That's why I can't eat like fatty chicken. You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
but all
Right.
chicken is fatty now, so it's
Yeah.
like,
You know what's
where
even
do we
worse?
get?
Duck.
Oh yeah, I mean, I bet.
I mean, there's
Oh
also
man,
really not so fatty duck, but
have
so often you get super fatty duck. It's
have
terrible.
you
Under skin.
guys? Sorry.
No, continue.
Have you ever eaten um smoked ale?
Eel.
Eel, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, that stuff is fatty.
Oh yeah. But I mean, it's not so. So historically, people ate that, and that's not so terrible. I mean, you can eat it sometimes. I mean, nobody eats eel daily. Like, I mean, yeah, I get how it's not great in taste, but I mean, it's not
Oh,
the
I
worst
like it.
for you. Yeah, it's not the worst for you. Yeah. Also, yeah, this is another thing that there's a lie about how fat makes you fat, and apparently, um, yeah,
Hey, it
and
doesn't.
yeah,
I mean,
there's one truth about it. So what I have read is so you have basically what was it? I think it was. I'm not. Don't quote me on this. I guess it's recorded, but whatever. 7 calories per gram of carbs or protein, and 15 calories per gram of fat. So what you actually have is that if you know, if you want to get a feeling of being filled, then the problem is that you will get that feeling way later with a very fatty food. So that part is true. But what I have here otherwise is that actually people tend to be more likely to be obese if they eat lots of cereal. And at some point in the West, they started subsidizing cereal farming. And then they had the marketing campaigns of those companies processing cereals, and then they created this whole food pyramid thing, which is totally a marketing thing, where you're supposed to eat mostly carbs. And that's not true. The main advantage of carbs is that they are cheap. it's obviously cheaper to eat I don't know, bread, right? Than or fries, than to, I don't know, eat chicken and beans and vegetables or something. Yeah. So lots of carbs is just the cheapest way to get the mouse fat. So if you're a very poor a high carb diet is probably just economic, but it's not by no means healthy.
The body triggers what it wants, what it needs, right? Like,
Oh yeah, that's the thing. The problem is there's also things that are just tasty, and so by that reasoning you could say, oh yeah, my body really needs Snickers. You know?
or the peanuts in the Snickers, right? Because you're like, man, those peanuts are good. I'm gonna eat some Snickers.
Yeah, maybe that, but you know, sugar and fat is always gonna taste nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So not, and it doesn't mean your body shouldn't have it, but you may eat more than you need if you don't. You know, yeah. The problem is, in the past there was a certain balance of your input and output by there were no cars. You worked almost everyone worked manually, like with their bodies.
Yep.
Yeah, but you know there are those pictures from the medieval or something, or like from long ago, with the fat kings and the fat monks. But the peasants, the normal people weren't fat, right? So the ones who were fat were, first of all, of course, they had more resources for food, but also they had yeah,
More
they
servants.
especially they didn't have to work manually.
Yeah, more work. Yeah, they had money to pay for labor. Yeah.
Yeah, or they
So,
just didn't work on the farm. Someone else farmed for them. The peasants farmed,
yeah.
or the handcrafts, or craftspeople did handcrafts, and they didn't. So
Some
now you don't
things
walk.
never change. Yep.
Yeah, you don't even walk to the, like in the past. If you were living in the city, at least you would have to walk to the marketplace to buy your food. Now you don't even do that. Now you drive with your car to the supermarket. You know what I mean?
Well, now pretty soon you're just gonna click on your phone at home or on your
Yeah.
refrigerator,
And then a
and maybe a
quadcopter comes
drone.
with your
Yeah.
done dish. Yeah, right. So even the cooking, like you don't even cook for yourself anymore. You have someone else cook.
Exactly.
And everything is basically built for being lazy. And so it's a combination. You increase the amount of. Oh, another thing that is interesting is people eat way more if they watch TV than if they don't. And apparently on TV they show people eating or advertising food all the time. And so it's just this whole reminder in your head. Oh, eating is a thing, and then you may end up eating even though you are not really hungry.
Yeah.
So
Become
there's
a
so many.
foodie.
Yeah, there's so many. Yeah, there's so many mechanisms. One is everything makes you lazy. You don't have to do manual things for almost anything around the day if you don't choose to. And with your willpower, you are always reminded of food by advertisement and media and so on.
Right.
And the highly processed foods with high fat, high sugar, like unsaturated fats, which allegedly is worse. Yeah, then they add stuff to increase your appetite. So you know the monosodium glutamate, the taste enhancer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, glutamate, yeah. And what's interesting is from all I've heard, and I mean, I don't. Why would I trust of authorities and scientists? But even from there, what you usually hear is it's not actually in itself a poison. The problem is really just that it increases your appetite, and they put it into everything. And if you have more appetite, you eat bigger portions, and then you eat more. So basically, you eat more than your body is being cheated about how much food it wants.
Hmm.
So that's really terrible, because then you overeat. I mean, you not necessarily, like, obviously people can. There are people who are healthy no matter what, right? Or thin no matter what. But on average, I guess on average, or for most people, they eat more when they get glutamate than when they don't get glutamate. And then there's other crazy stuff, like on the you know those sugar-free products.
Oh yeah, aspartame.
For
Oh, yeah.
example, there's other ones too, yeah, but those sugar-free things where they taste sweet, actually they increase the insulin level in your body, and if your body has a high insulin level while you don't have nutrients coming in, that actually raises your appetite. So if you drink, let's say, a diet soda, then after that you are more likely to want to eat sooner.
But on the other hand, just thinking about these artificial sugars, they're so unhealthy. Like aspartame, if that's the right English term, it is actually it can cause Alzheimer disease.
Okay, I haven't heard about it.
On a long period of consumption.
Yeah, I haven't heard that. It could be. Why not? So it's a more general problem. Even with stuff like stevia. Stevia is plant-based, blah blah, no proven. I haven't heard of any health problems in itself. But whatever you do, whenever you get the insulin going, the sweetness experience gets your insulin going, apparently, and then you just get a raised appetite. So yeah, that's bad.
Well, I think it's also maybe it's just me, but I think it's also part of the conspiracy to make people fat because it affects the way they think. When you're
I mean, it's even easy. I mean, it's very very easier. Even I mean, fat people make bad revolutionaries, right? I mean,
you can't even think, right? Like when you're in a when you have a bad especially if it's a family thing or a generational thing, you know what I mean? And
also, then they need medications like for diabetes or blood pressure and so on. And that in addition, it makes them more dependent on the current civilization because who supplies the medication, right?
Exactly.
So it's also all the other things like you don't grow your own food, you buy food, so you rely suddenly on the monetary system, like you need to get money. Then it gets even better with credits, right, and leasing. So you're even more. So everything is aimed at making you more and more dependent to central authorities. Like, let's say in the past, people would own their car, they would fix their car themselves, they would own a house. Now they lease a car, they get a house maybe on a credit, then flip it, or also rent it. And what you didn't get, thanks Clay on the link. And
no
what you then
problem.
get, and basically what you then get is a person. Oh, and in the past they had strong family bonds, bigger family bonds beyond even their core family, but including like their uncles and aunts and cousins and so on and on. So big family groups, maybe big village communities. And if someone lost their job, right, then everyone else would just help them out, and also they wouldn't have such big problems because you have a big garden, you own your house, you own your car. Basically, immediately it's not really that much of or not that dramatic for your life, even if you lose your job, right? It's not that dramatic.
You have a big support system.
And you have a family that maybe gives you some additional food to your gardening. So in principle, your boss doesn't have you by the balls. Basically, if it gets too terrible, you can just say, okay, I'm out of here, and then you can look for something else. But now, basically, now with leasing and credits and so on, you're screwed. You lose your house. You can't afford a leased car anymore. You don't own any, not even let's say movies. You don't own movies. You have a Netflix subscription or something, right? And suddenly everything's gone. So you're basically on the street just because you lose a job, and so all this prosperity growth of the past centuries, it's all gone. Now
And then
it's basically already gone.
And now now that's the problem today. But the solution is to go further into that ideal, right? And own absolutely nothing.
And you will be happy. Yes.
Happy. Exactly.
Yes. Isn't it great? That's perfect. Yeah. You know who owns nothing?
Yeah.
A slave.
Exactly. I mean, now you just have to just hand over everything, right? Let us.
But the thing is, there's not that the principle of ownership is gone. Someone else will own it. If you lease a house, it doesn't mean nobody owns the house or rent a house or lease a car.
John.
Right? Yeah.
All right. Let's talk about ownership. Which
is Bundesland? What state you're from in Germany? Oh, sorry, I just want
Bavaria.
Bayern. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's from Boletaria.
You?
Rheinland-Pfalz.
Okay.
Rhineland of Palestine
Palatinate.
or Palatinate or however they
Palatinate,
say.
Yeah, so check this out, Holmes. Ownership. Can people belong to other people?
I mean, hopefully not. I mean,
What the? How? What the? You better
hopefully
hope they
not.
do. You better hope they do, bro. Let
I'm
me
not
tell you
sure. I
why.
want people to be property.
My kids.
Humans are. Think about it. If people aren't your property, I want to be clear. If people cannot be your property, then how can your children be yours?
What?
I want to say that again. If people
Just
cannot
that
be
part.
your property, then how can your children be yours?
How can your wife be yours? How
She
can
is
your
yours.
girlfriend
She gave
be yours?
herself to you.
Well, there's also the how can your
Wife and
family?
husband, a wife and husband are property of each other, and what they create is their progeny, which is also their property. They're creators of it. Now, they tricked you with all this slavery nonsense to make people believe that human beings can't be another person's property because they want you to willingly give up your property rights to your children.
Yeah. I mean, I would say you have certain rights to your children. I mean, you can call it, I guess, if you want to call it property. I mean, yeah.
Well, that's what they recognize as ownership. It's why they can't just do what they want with your family or you because you are the man that will, and these are your things. This is your life, and they recognize that. So they want to remove that. Hey, so that you're alone, so that you believe that you're alone and have no power over life.
Yeah, brother. Brother, so when you have property and you just leave it around, what's that called? It's called abandoned property, right? And it's waiting for someone else to come and claim it. So when you don't claim property rights over your children and loved ones, guess who claims it? The government.
Yeah, the big guy, the guy with the bigger gun.
Yeah. See, they know these things. And the average person is absolutely ignorant. And they play on that ignorance. And they run their ship with quote unquote laws and order and proper decorum, right? Just by withholding information from you, you fall for it all. Not you in particular, but the average person.
Yeah, one thing on the whole ownership. Also, you know what people used to do, like before feminism. It was actually taught in schools often. Home economics. You ever heard of that?
Yep.
Yeah, and this is also something they don't like. The elites don't want. So basically, home economics is the small man's or small woman's weapon against marketing and advertisement, public relations, propaganda essentially. So instead of saying, "Oh, wait, it's retarded for me to buy all these processed bullshit products," I can just buy the basic the staples, the basic foods, and make stuff myself. I can. Oh, it's retarded to buy a designer furniture made of pallets when I can just screw a bunch of pallets together myself. Oh, wait, why do we even use shampoo? Oh, wait, shampoo actually is pointless. It doesn't even do what it's supposed to do. If you don't use it for a few weeks, your hair actually doesn't become fatty. It's kind of it's supposed to help you with fattiness of hair, but it's a scam. It's a complete scam. So there's all these consumer products in quotation marks that makes your life convenient, but in truth, it's really just moving your prosperity essentially at first in form of money. Your prosperity is moved to someone else instead of you building your family's property, getting more land, getting a bigger house, getting I don't know stuff like I don't know gold or whatever for long term preserving of wealth prosperity. Instead of doing that, right? Instead of you becoming more prosperous, or your family does, you always you just throw the money out again back to them in the form of buying all these consumer products or renting consumer services or whatever, right? So all this stuff, if you really review your behavior, you would probably not make the same decision on a rational basis. You do it on an impulsive basis, and a core because you don't do home economics. You don't do your own number crunching. What do I buy this week, next week, and so on. And this seems almost trivial, but it's that alone has such a big effect in the long run over generations, right? And so basically it became unfashionable with feminism. It used to be a very important task, a task of the wife to take care of it for the family, the purchases, and suddenly the purchase
Listen,
side is
they're not
completely
going to
ignored.
succeed. They're not going to succeed, Clay. It's just not going to happen. So as unfortunate as it is to watch this happening, it's not going to go through in full.
Sorry?
The family thing being destroyed, right? Are you talking about the family unit being destroyed?
Did you just join in?
Huh?
Did you just join in, or?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Are you not
Okay.
talking about that? I'm sorry.
Okay. I mean, it relates to it, but it was more about that we lost the skill of home economics.
Yeah.
And that makes us impulsive idiots that just are controlled by impulses that are manufactured by propaganda, advertisement, marketing, right? PR.
Yeah.
Glad it's, by the way,
They convince the general population they got to be a certain way, but the problem is that's only happening in cities and people who watch TVs and listen to radios. If you go out in the country and you don't have to pay attention to that, you unsubscribe from all your stuff.
Most people now live in cities, so.
I know that. That's why I'm saying
Yeah.
it's unfortunate. But the idea, the fantasy of a city being self-sustaining forever, it's a fantasy. It's never going to work. All organizational stuff crumbles, and if you don't go back to, you see, home economics shouldn't ever have been a thing. It should be like home standards, home traditions. But economics, no. There shouldn't have had to have been. We're protecting ourselves from being a community, and instead, like, quote unquote, protecting ourselves from merely being part of a self-sustaining community that is in a city, and we think we're all advanced out here with our shit. And it's not that way.
Okay.
So, John.
Yeah.
When have you come to the
So I'm saying,
conclusion?
dude, don't worry. It won't last. All the things that you're talking about that suck, they're not going to last. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, I mean, I guess there's a question of how you set yourself up for the future and your family. And I think the measures that you can take now, prudent measures that you can take now, take them. Don't wait for a magical better time to arrive. I mean, there's a lot of people who hope for the second coming of Jesus Christ, the apocalypse. But people have been hoping for that for 2,000 years now, and it may come at any point, but it may also just not come for centuries or more to go. We just don't know it.
Exactly.
So really, you should take care of how well you should be prudent about your expenditures, and basically, if you ignore it, then we'll always have this feeling I don't have enough money. Oh, and then they always look at the supply of the money and not on the on the spending side. So that's how they also get you. Oh, I need to work more hours. I need to get another job and so on and on. And so basically, you're transformed into not only someone that wastes your money on bullshit, but also spending more and more and more of your day not with anything meaningful with your family or spiritual or educational or getting a skill or preparing your future better. But instead, you spend it with more hours in some meaningless, alienated job at some operation.
It's like people getting like this is an example. Just in my head, it's like a housewife getting really upset that she keeps forgetting to go to the hardware store on the way home to pick up that piece of the washing machine that broke. But it's like, honey, the washing machine itself is a huge luxury. So, and then the house has been almost 2 weeks without being able to wash their clothes at home. It's like, get the fuck out of here. None of that is important. None of it at all. Couldn't be less important.
So Clay, what were you saying?
How long have you been actually researching reality?
I don't know. I mean, researching reality. Don't we do that always?
I mean, like the reality of the creation that you're living in. Sorry.
So if you ask about conspiracy theory, I mean, as a broad term, and I'm wondering about the world not being, the way it's described by the elites. I think since I was 12.
Oh, so the same for me.
hmm
Interesting.
Hey, listen, are you guys clones of each other, or what's going
What
on
do you
here
mean?
with the voice? You sound exactly the same. Are you guys from the same area? Are you in the same
Same
building
country.
right now, or
Same
same
country.
country? Which is the
Yes.
country?
It's called an
Sorry,
accent.
I forgot. What is it?
Germany.
Yeah.
Germany. Got it.
But he is
Okay,
from
carry on.
Bavaria. He's from Bavaria, and I'm from the Rhineland Palestine.
Palatinate,
Oh,
not Palestine.
Palatinate.
Yeah,
Sorry.
but
it's consistent.
same country.
Like
Yeah,
you guys are
an
so far
accent.
away, but it's a consistent accent.
It's just
I don't know if I like that or not.
from the German language. So yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, so 12. Now, how old are you now?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go for self docs here with live stream, but I'm over 30.
Ah, okay. I'm 22.
Okay.
And when was the flat Earth thingy kicking in?
Half a decade.
Ah, okay. Yeah. And truth is stranger than fiction. That's all I really kind of sum up with.
I think the core question one should ask themselves is, what do I actually know? Like what are actually my experiences? What can I conclude from what I see and reason? And what is stuff that I only are supposed to believe because other people have told me? And that's the most radical shift in perception, I guess. If you don't take anything for like the I mean, this diet soda day, I mean, maybe it could be. The more general thing I see is just that they are. I mean, you're just burning cash basically by going for these processed things. So
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of things you can actually buy, which at the end of the day, if you look at the stuff itself, there's so much cheap things in it that just actually pay for nothing almost, and then putting it in correlation to what you could have actually created through cooking it your own way, or by buying the individual ingredients, you not only would have been healthier, but you would have also saved a lot of money. Yeah.
right. I mean, it's almost hilarious how cheap many of the base ingredients are. Like you can, with a fraction of a normal person's monthly income, you can basically get months worth of wheat flour.
Yeah.
For example, like many months actually. So yeah, so it's incredible what you didn't pay for a pre-baked croissant or something.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's actually fun to, bake certain things by your
Sure.
own. It's not that hard, right? Making bread, or pizza, or whatnot. I mean, that's basic bread itself, but
Yeah.
I understand what you mean.
Yeah,
There's a
so I just
lot.
checked some price for wheat flour. 25 kilograms, €21 in a big bag. You know. So basically, that's like what people earn. Maybe, I mean, what's the minimum wage? Like in in less than 2 hours, definitely. So basically, in less than 2 hours of your work, you can buy 25 kilograms of flour. You know how many days you could feed yourself with that? I don't, but it's
me
a
neither.
bunch. A bunch.
Yeah.
You can't eat 25 kilograms of flour in a day reasonably, right? So yeah, and there's like 2 hours worth of work, and then maybe for that same money you could eat one dish at a restaurant,
Right.
like one meal, right? So,
But I'll be honest, you know, when I go into a restaurant or whatnot, I really go there to, you know, have a good time, right? It's not really about
yeah,
saving anything.
but I know many people like in the city they basically go every day. It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, that's ridiculous. No, I go to a specific good restaurant at least once a month or every 2 months.
Yeah, okay,
and
that's
just
very reasonable. I mean, every 1 or 2 months. That's I don't think that. Yeah, and at least that's like I mean, it's a social experience in a whatever way. It's an event. You meet friends in a place maybe when you wouldn't have enough space at home, and then you can be there in a big group. That's or something. Yeah, I mean, that's or you eat something entirely different from what you would normally cook. I mean, I can see how it's valuable for a person. Joy to do that. But yeah, but so basically you. I mean, how much do you pay for a croissant now? Oh, I just checked. Oh my god. They now sell croissant for €2. Like $2. Okay, guys. So or maybe at some places 150. So basically, a single baked good for the price of more than a kilogram of flour, with which you could make a bunch of breads. So it's ridiculous. Like if you ever actually look at the cost of the ingredients and even take into account the like energy cost, it's yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think for me, sometimes I go to a good bakery. I really don't look at the pricing. For me, it's just because there are certain things I would not get it to taste like these very old family line bakeries can do, right?
Right.
Like
I know what you
especially
mean.
in Germany, right? Here in Germany, we have some good stuff, right?
My father was a baker, and my grandfather and my great grandfather. So I
cool.
kind of I respect the trade, but yeah.
Right. And I really rarely, or if not at all, actually buy like industrial baking goods because I think it's important to keep the German tradition.
I also think it's a taste difference, to be honest. I don't.
Yeah,
I don't think
100%.
it's as good in the supermarket as it is with a real baker.
Right. That's what I also don't understand about people. They're like, oh, I need to have like cheap meat, cheap bread, that kind of stuff, and everything needs to be cheap. Why? The more cheaper you go, most of the time, the less quality you get. And I rather pay, much more money to have, first of all, a good source of food, and second of all, a good tasting source of food.
Well, also
So,
I mean, there's no rule that you have to eat meat every day, for example. Why not? I mean, even if you want to spend the same money on meat, why not spend it a few times per week and then get really good meat,
Yeah.
save your money, and still probably pay less than if you eat some crap
Right.
every day.
Think about it. You like eat a steak, whatever it might cost, every 1 or 2 days, or any meat, right? And then you would change your lifestyle to say, I eat meat once a week, where you then buy like from all the money you have saved from not buying that meat that you would need every day or every second day or whatnot.
I
And
mean,
you buy like the highest quality steak or whatever piece of meat you love, and you're just gonna sit there on a Sunday or whatnot with a great price wine or whatever you prefer as a beverage, and just gonna sit there and just think about the enjoyment of meat once again.
I mean, think
Yeah.
about it. Like for centuries, it was the idea of eating meat every day. This wasn't the norm for people for many
Yeah.
centuries. It was mostly something done by the rich, like
Yes.
aristocrats and clergy. And then you see all these like arthrosis and such, like many diseases that now are called civilization diseases
Yeah.
that many people get. They were only rare diseases that only people in the elites would get, that would have that kind of nutrition of I don't know what excess, I
Yeah,
guess.
the king's meal, right?
Yeah, like people like that, kings and
Yeah,
other
there's actually
aristocrats.
a funny story in the Bible about this, where like a certain part of group has not eaten of the king's meal for like 2 or 1 week, and just eaten, the cheap stuff, the vegetables and fruits or whatnot. And then they, compared each other with the other group that has eaten the king's food, and the one who actually, eaten the simpler stuff, mostly vegetables, have looked healthier.
But one
Apparently.
thing on that, I think there's a genetics too to this. Like, or I mean, maybe not genetics, but let's just say there's some people like whose ancestors were basically, uh, you know, some people's parents were pastoral farmers in the past history. Some were like peasants. Some were like only hunters or something, and so I think there's also probably some inheritance, inheritance in what your body is good at consuming. So for some people,
Mhm.
eating almost only meat every day, it works really well for them. They feel very energetic, very fit. For others, it kills them. So I think you should, I guess you have to experiment a bit with your own body, because in the past you would
Yeah.
just eat whatever your parents ate and you would be fine, right? And now everyone gets everything, and you don't really know what would fit your physiology. So I think
Right.
people have to experiment a bit on that to get their own. For example, I'm a person. I'm way fitter when I eat less meat. But I know but I certainly know there's people who do total opposite, where they have to eat meat, lots of meat and basically almost nothing else, and then they are doing great.
Right. For me, it's actually the only reason why I stopped eating meat and went to be a pescatarian. Just fish in general and stuff. Because I just, every time I would eat meat, it just really makes me
Tired?
go down in energy, tired. Yeah, tired, and then the farts smell very bad and so forth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, but I think this is mm, yeah, I think this is just generally in how a body processes
Yeah.
meat in general. I think that
Yeah.
everyone does that.
I would agree here.
Yeah.
I mean, some people can drink 1 glass of wine, no problem. Someone else would already be drunk, right? Regardless of how many times he would do it.
Yeah. There's something I heard about enzymes on that. Yeah. Yep. People's bodies are different. It's good to
Man,
listen.
Sasha, I want to go to sleep soon. Don't make me hungry. Golly, that
Yeah,
looks good.
yeah, but this again ties into the whole thing. Do you trust some authority, or do you trust your own experience? You can learn about what's good for you by listening to your own body, right? By seeing how does your body respond to different foods, way more than you should. Then this is the new trend. Now everyone should do paleo, or now everyone should go vegetarian, or whatever.
Mm.
Yeah.
No, my dad, for example, he's been vegetarian since I was born, and they never forced anything onto me. Like, he would actually buy meat and such for me. So yeah, very liberal.
Mm. Yeah. I think that's for the best. But I mean, the influence parents too, but mostly influence of like media. Like there's always these food trends, like saying, "Oh, now you should eat this, now you should eat that," or yeah,
Yeah.
and then you should learn to listen to your body. But yeah,
Man, Sasha, that's like, that's, man.
Man, I have more photos about food than flat
No.
Earth. Because I was waiting that somebody prove this globe that we can change this server in 24/7 food.
Yeah. So on the bread, just when it comes out of the oven, if you spray it with water, it's really nice. I mean, just for looks, if you care about that, it gets very shiny. It's not the dull looks, right, and not the rough surface, but it gets very smooth and shiny. The crust. Yeah. Sorry.
That's vapor it's doing for bread.
Yeah, basically.
No,
Oh, guys.
basically. That's fact.
Mm. I mean, you can basically spray on it; it still works. Yeah.
Anyways, I enjoyed the conversations. Actually, it's always very nice to have the conversations. But I gotta go to sleep. Gotta work tomorrow. So, I wish you all a pleasant day, night, whatever time it is, and see you around, guys. Goodbye.
Have a good night.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's been fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll catch up next time. Yeah.
All right, man. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye. Now, food is a lot of bread. Are we breaking bread?
What's going on?
What's going on? We're checking out all the different ways to use flour to make bread.
Oh, I like other things too. I like dumplings. I like pasta. Yeah. There's many things to do with flour, actually.
Yeah, we can make flour from different plants.
Oh, that too. Yeah, sure. Barely anything that's very starchy works. But there's also, gluten.
Yes.
So gluten is really, really good for getting your dough, stick together. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's funny how everyone, gluten, no. Yeah. I mean, if you notice it, like if you notice, you feel better. If you don't eat gluten, good. If you don't notice a difference, then don't. It's just, yeah. Yeah. I think I heard it's very rare that people actually have gluten problems. It's very more common that people have problem with milk.
Yeah.
Like if you get like bloaty, yeah, after you drink milk or get
Or
the shits.
yeah, the shit. Yeah. Well, I think there might be a balance. That's good for everybody. Just enough gluten, just enough.
I don't believe in the whole for everybody. I just think you can have two people with very different nutritions and they flourish. Give them the same nutrition and one doesn't. Yeah. And then it's also, I mean, obviously you shouldn't eat the same things and the same amount if you work as a welder, like if you work in the office.
Yes, it depends on your activity.
Lifestyle.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
lifestyle.
lifestyle. Yep.
Also, there's a difference between like even like say someone wants to be a great swimmer versus someone wants to be a great weightlifter. Like even below peak performance, just how you feel good with it. So basically, it really depends a lot on your lifestyle and on your ancestry.
Your physiology.
Yeah. In the end, it's a physiology from both, yeah, ancestry and lifestyle. So even if you notice you make big lifestyle changes, you may even look into changing your food, trying things out. Maybe something else works better for you then.
You reckon it's the same for, say, somebody who wants to be a great writer or something mental versus something physical? The kind of
You're right.
food intake and
Yeah, then maybe
training.
don't eat too heavy. Like light food is good. Also, you get your if you eat like very very strong fatty meat for lunch,
Yeah.
you basically get I think an hour or two of brain fog. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just not a good idea if you want to write.
That's like your protein shake before your workout.
Yeah, but it works the opposite kind of. It's not great. It's brain fog. You can't focus too well after eating a heavy meal, especially with lots of meat.
Fish would be good, right? Like with a lot of omega, like fish oil, oily.
Yeah, fish is light. It's true. Like fish doesn't weigh so heavy on your digestion. Doesn't tire you so much.
And coffee, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, kind of, but on the other hand, coffee is how's it called? Yeah, I mean, a drug, I guess, a stimulant. I mean,
Yeah. Gives you that boost.
Mm.
You need, mind
Yes.
boost.
So, but I'm not sure if this is true, but I hear if you just drink coffee all the time, then basically your baseline with coffee is just like a person without coffee. So I guess coffee is really good when you need a short-term boost, but in the long term, it's basically it zeroes out.
Comes your default, right?
Yeah.
And you're gonna need more fun. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and I think feeding the population this way, and encouraging this kind of diet also affects the way they process information they see or hear, on TV, at school, on the news, in the movies,
Mm.
and they're more interested in. But because the diet, I've noticed that people who try to live a healthy lifestyle, the diet and the lifestyle they end up living is the same as the diet and the lifestyle, like from some guy in the Bible is living, some farmer or some,
Right.
like the way he eats and the way he exercising, right?
I mean, it's a pretty easy actually. What think about what would they like? What would Bible people not see as gluttony? Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, if you feel like a person from a few hundred years ago would think you're a glutton, then you're probably a glutton. So and
I think that
yeah.
was obvious, right?
Hmm?
Because it's obvious today. What we call obese today is I think
It's a
what
glutton.
a glutton. Yeah, was a
It's just
glutton back
gluttony.
then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
because it was
a
hard to get
gluttony.
to that. It's hard to get to that, that size, that like
Yeah.
chubbiness. Unless
Yeah.
you're a glutton or had a lot of money to
Yeah.
afford.
Yeah. Right.
Eat
Gluttony
that.
was a mortal sin of the rich, of the aristocrats, and of the clergy. and of a rich crafts person. But for a crafts person, it gets harder because they do physical labor. So, yeah.
Right. So it depends. That's different because you're eating to replenish and to do more work the next day rather than eating for the pleasure of eating. You know what I mean? Like getting pleasure from it. You know how some people eat when they're depressed, you know, and eating makes them feel better, and it just, you know, creates this vicious cycle of I eat when I'm sad, and I'm sad
Yeah.
when I eat. It's
You
a
ever
vicious
heard
cycle.
you ever heard your body is a temple? You ever heard the term?
Yes.
You know where it comes from?
Oh, I heard
What do
it.
you think?
I think it's true. Yeah, I think it's true because it's what it's where our spirit also lives.
Well, but where do you think the quote comes from?
I know it from the Bible.
Yeah, Corinthians 6:19-20. Do you know that your bodies are temples of the Holy Spirit who is in you, whom you have received from God? You are not your own. You were bought at a price. Therefore, honor God with your bodies. And so this is kind of the thing. It's not even just sustaining yourself, but basically making yourself the healthy, as good as you could be. Your nutrition isn't, it's beyond sustainment. It's I mean, there's all. I mean, you could if you could be fitter. I mean, obviously, if you're at your peak, then it's sustainment. But if you aren't, you could see it as an instrument in making your body as good as it could be. And if you and the difference between a glutton and a non-glutton would then be if your nutrition is serving your body or if it is serving your lust.
Temple or the
Is
Yeah.
it fish healthy?
I mean, unless anything can be unhealthy if you eat too much.
No. But listen, this I worked in supermarket for 12 years, and then we have courses about food. You know about how they called, yeah, something like health, protection, and everything. For example, fish what they are preserving somewhere in the ice or in the, you know, that's not only because you have so many like fish is very sensible. It can take bacteria very
Can get
fast, you
bad.
know.
Yeah, salmonella and such. Yeah, it can get bad fast.
Yeah, and because of that, they are putting some things inside to protect fish from that bacteria, and that's what they are putting inside, causing the cancer if you eat a lot.
I mean, it
They're
would
putting
depend
some
on the
they're
fish you
putting
eat.
some toxic thing to kill the bacteria, but that's also not good for humans, for example. But it's not, how to say, it's not so big amount that can do something to human body, but it's toxic.
Hmm. Or you just fish your own fish.
Yeah. It would be nice if you catch the fish and eat immediately. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that works. I mean, there's so much fish. I mean, I don't know where you live, but I mean, generally, fish is not so scarce. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
rivers,
but I'm
lakes.
saying from conservation, how to say, all food in supermarkets
Hmm.
have some additive inside, you know, to conserve that food. Only people who knows how to conserve, like let's say with acid or with salt or with that natural things, that's good.
Mm. And it really depends on fish. I mean, I think what you talk about is kalium besonate.
I forget it, but I learned a lot of, yeah, how to say, I don't know the name of the, but they're putting something inside. Yeah.
Yeah, it's or in English it's potassium benzoate.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's they also put it in fruit juices, by the way.
Yeah, also on apples they are spraying apples also with something.
Mm.
That it was years ago when you could some white thing it's coming from the skin of the apple, you know.
Oh yeah, I mean there's some I mean there's some products that don't have that, like they often cost a bit more, but they explicitly don't do it. So yeah. But yeah, they also get bad faster. Like if you buy those apples that are they did nothing with, then usually the apples will go bad faster. But apples, apples actually last pretty long either way. Some other foods they last way shorter. So, raspberries, they go bad so fast, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Especially, I don't know, all food from supermarket. It's how to say, you cannot keep them so long anymore. I remember in the time, like when I was young, we were buying, for example, potatoes, and we could keep potatoes for 3 months, and it's eatable. It's nothing happening. Carrots for sure. I don't know, 2-3 weeks, even 1 month.
Yeah. So we keep our potatoes over the winter.
Yep.
They last really long, like they are from our garden.
Yeah.
It's just make sure it's like cold and dark.
Yeah.
Dry, and then they don't sprout.
Yeah.
Also, the fish from the ocean, often there's lots of metal in them, like heavy metal that seems to accumulate because of the food chain.
Yeah.
So yeah. Oh yeah, but if you all go for that, like, I mean, everything's kind of poisonous now, right?
Cigarettes, man, tobacco.
Yeah, that's very good.
People were smoking and living for 100 years before, and I think there is I will tell you now a lie, but there is like at least 10 to 20 things what they are putting in tobacco, in cigarettes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's lots of.
I remember it was some things that that cigarettes, it's burning in the same time, that it's burning all
Constantly,
together.
yeah.
Constantly. Then something that it's white ash. Then then something in filter also. Then fuck.
Mm.
If you smoke tobacco, natural tobacco, I think nothing will happen with you. Well, it depends also of organism. Yeah, every person.
Right, but I mean, you just don't smoke tobacco, right? It's an option too. Costs you money anyways.
And it's illegal. I wonder why.
Oh, also, yeah, tobacco. Yeah, the prices are crazy, right? I mean, you can grow them in your garden, tobacco plants.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's no problem, and you just dry them and maybe ferment them, and then you can smoke them. And then it's so cheap to make, really. So
Yeah, my grandfather used to grow tobacco when I was younger. I used to smell. He used to have this jar, like this, where the candy is supposed to go in, and he puts these rolls. He'll put these rolls in it. Man, it smells so good. Smell like this candy though, like that we had down there, mango candy. And then I saw him and his friends, his friends packing it into the pipe, and then, man, that stinks. Old school.
yeah, that's an alternative to tobacco, I guess.
It was tobacco. It was real tobacco. They still grow it, but not on the island anymore. On the bigger island.
You live on an island?
Where I grew up on an island in Amo. Samoa in the Pacific.
But Bonk is living in the States, which doesn't exist.
I'm living outside reality right now.
Also, this is like near Australia and New Zealand.
Yeah. I'm in Australia. Australia.
Man, how is there? Is it? Do you have freedom?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel like anything, you know. The mask thing isn't so serious anymore, you know. Just go do your shopping and or just normal. Well, in my area.
In Italy, it's still in public transport you need to wear.
Where are you? Where are you, Sasha?
Well, I'm from Croatia, but now I'm in UK. I lived in Italy also.
Okay. Oh, interesting. I mean, I guess public transport. I mean, guess it depends on how long you spend there every day. Yeah.
It just shows how easy it is to people to believe, you know, things that are old, especially if it comes from.
Well, at
From
least
the
you
authority.
stop Djokovic to play Australian Open. He could infect all fucking Australians.
Just want to play tennis, man.
Now he cannot go even in US.
No, an alien trying to kill all of us. We have to live as if there is a boogeyman lurking around, you know. I'm kind of excited for the alien story and how it's going. The AI alien story.
What's that?
The AI/aliens. So the question, like what they're saying is like, what's an alien or what is AI? AI would be something like an alien. Okay, what's an alien?
Yeah, that's
Alien
stupid.
is like AI. Yeah, right.
Yeah. It's stupid to compare things with other things that we don't know or have never experienced. Yeah, I love this. Like like when they try to measure something in I don't know. Yeah. So this is 10 times the distance of Earth to Sun. Yeah. Well, thanks for this useful explanation.
Yeah.
Like I have a intuitive idea of that. I mean, come on.
Elon Musk says things like, with AI, we are summoning the demon. An alien demon? Like an AI alien demon? Like from this planet or from what are you guys talking about? What do you mean alien? I I imagine something like Cthulhu, like an idea like that, of the old guy, we're just insignificant, they don't even see us because that's kind of like what the Big Bang, the whole tree is like, like we're just this insignificant speck, you know what I mean, living on this planet while there are these gods or ancient beings, battling out some ancient war, and one of them like coughed our way and then destroyed our universe, something like that,
Why?
like
There is no hippie aliens. You know that some aliens come and say, we want only to play music with you. No, we don't want to attack you. We want to be happy.
I mean, the theory would be, I guess the theory would be that they are just so far ahead of us that we don't even have anything they would care about.
Something like that. But then why do they care to communicate? You know, like why do they care to share technology or knowledge?
I mean, so first of all, I guess we are all like flat earthers here, right? So we don't really believe in that. But let's entertain the idea. So my take is they would see it would be like, you know how we would like drop a ball to a monkey to see what a monkey does, like for studies.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the only thing I can imagine, that they would like just be curious of all sorts of life, and then they would just experiment like that. Like, see how do we react?
Maybe
That's the
they
only thing I could see.
maybe they don't want to attack us because they realize that many people believe that we are living on the globe, and I said, leave these retards. We don't want to have any.
Yeah, but for me,
any-
aliens make no. I mean, how would they even make sense in a on a flat Earth? I mean, the thing I could imagine on a flat Earth is something like I don't know, demons or something, or yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, you guys heard of the multi-universe slash
Multiverse, yeah.
yeah, the multiverse idea.
Whatever that would even mean, right?
Right.
Maybe this container protecting us from them.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that some people say is this idea of interdimensional beings. You know, like they are not coming from up there, but more like from a parallel thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
from down here. Yeah, and that's what like movies like where portals open and things come in, from other, or
Yeah.
like Stargate, or
Yeah, that's like people who have shown stuff like about the Skinwalker range like that.
But look at the oceans. We know only 5% of the what is inside of oceans.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
We don't need to go anywhere. Let's discover.
I mean, personally,
down.
I don't know anything about what's in the oceans. At most, I know what they tell me about the oceans. But then again, if they are as honest about the oceans as they are about, the sky, what do we know about the oceans?
Almost nothing.
Not much.
I mean, I know. I mean, I have seen the ocean like once or twice. Okay, so all I really know is okay. So it's water with waves, right, and salty. So that's basically my own experience with oceans.
I know that it's hard to like certain. The deeper in the water in the ocean you go, the harder it is to just survive. So you either have your physiology has to, have been designed to survive in that kind of depth and pressures, or
how you
there's
measure
something
that?
else.
No, I think what he means is just if you dive, the deeper you dive, the more you like have your ears hurt and such. So it's basically like it's heavier on you.
Yeah. I mean, there are giant squids and sperm whales that go that really deep, right? I'm just wondering what else.
Or so they say.
Or so they say. It's just it seems like a perfect place to hide things, like or to hide. Period. If you were an alien.
Yeah, but the thing is, why would an alien, so to speak, why would they even hide? Not like why would we be a threat?
Oh yeah, I mean yeah.
I mean, it can't be too impressive if they are afraid of us.
Well, I think the aliens. When I say, Neptune, who Neptune is, right? Like stuff like that. Like because I think these aliens are these also these gods that a lot of these cultures are based around.
Yeah.
These
You have so many. You may
I just
have so
take
many
it as
creatures.
demons.
You have so many creatures in oceans that look like aliens.
Yeah, they look strange, right? They look strange because they are so, they live in such a different environment, and then to live in that environment, you need to, I guess, have traits that look very different from what we are used to on land.
I think that you have some of them that are producing even light because they are down in the dark.
Okay. I haven't. I have no clue. I mean, for to me, this is almost like with them showing us stuff about the sky, right? I mean, could all be true, could all be bullshit.
Yeah, of course.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a world like whatever you understand about the deep ocean, right? All comes from like TV or books, or this is how you know about it. Just like the globe Earth,
Exactly.
just like everything you think you know about the world
Yeah,
comes
yeah,
from the same
exactly.
source. Yeah. So
That's exactly
we're
my
given
point.
we're given a world. What's the Truman quote? We are we have to accept the reality we are presented with, like that.
Or we don't. We can expect
Or we
the
don't.
reality we experience and not the one they talk about.
Right.
And then anything like you know what I always think, the image of the ignorant peasant, like that is being mocked in Hollywood shows. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the ignorant peasant usually is very 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 suspicious. Like you show them something and they just don't even believe it. They're not presented as amazed with everything and then just believing you, right? They're shown as the guy who basically doubts anything you show him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they call it the bewildered mass or the bewildered herd. That's what they call, people who are in the matrix, plugged into the matrix.
No,
Who
I'm talking about the opposite. I'm talking about peasants in movies. And when they show those medieval peasant movies, they don't show them as being very gullible. They show them as very basically they don't believe anything you tell them, right? They are very very serious, conservative, don't believe anything, and that's what they portray as being a stupid peasant, the one who doesn't believe what some enlightenment scientist will tell them. But I think it's the opposite. I think that it's a play. They pretend that this is the ignorant man, but I think the ignorant man is the one who just is gullible and believes what the authorities tell him.
they present the spiritual man as the ignorant man, and then they present the material man, the science man, as the wise man. Smart.
I had that too, yeah. So I think a healthy approach is just literally, okay, I believe what I see, but I don't believe what I don't see. So you can tell me anything and cool, but I'd be the fool if I just believed your stuff, your stories. You're just they're just some sort of how's it called, trickster, right? Just see them as tricksters, as charlatans.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Well,
then with sorry.
I was gonna say that too could be a trick, like fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, which means you're not gonna fool me again. But then the boy that cried wolf, the boy that cried wolf,
Yeah.
that also
Yeah.
too
But
could
why
be.
should you believe them? I mean, that's the thing. Why should you believe them if they have already proven to you to be liars, right? Why you believe any of their stuff? Why not just think, oh, cool story, bro? Like with all the usual, the science tells us, right? And the best part is like science tells us something, especially about things that are relevant to us, right? Like the narratives that don't matter to you, they kind of constant, but stuff about this is healthy. No, now that's healthy. Now this is good for you. Now this is bad, right? Now this is how you should, do your social relations, and basically they manage, like they hold you for a complete fool because they can tell you one year this is right and next year they tell you something completely different is right. But at the same time, you have to take it seriously, like it's the absolute truth, even if it's changing all the time. So that's ridiculous.
Yeah, and when you don't take it as the absolute truth,
Then you're a fool. Then you're the idiot because you're an idiot because you don't believe whatever some random dude tells you. But the random dude, he has a title granted to him by the government. Oh, and the government doesn't lie to us all the time.
yeah, I think that's what public education is kind of set up for, is to set that up so that when you question things, you're considered a fool, or uneducated or ignorant.
Exactly. The one thing that the school achieves is that you accept that you are the one that gets the knowledge in the like your theory of how you get knowledge. I mean, theory is a big word for it, but basically, what is in your mind? Where does knowledge come from? And if you're just like if you never went to a school, then knowledge comes from you see stuff, you feel stuff, you hear stuff, you try things out, and then you notice how things behave, and then maybe you reason from it, and then that's that, right? And then all sorts of people around you, they babble stuff like moon is egg or whatever, right? And then you just if you're gullible, you believe them. If you aren't, you aren't. And often you notice, oh yeah, I can't take them too seriously. Yeah. But school indoctrinates you to have this whole top bottom thing. So there's the central guy, and then there's this mass of people, and the central guy tells all of them what's right and wrong, and then they have to prove that they have fully accepted his view and repeated his view. And they do it with you like for 12 years, right? And then this is just the way you're set up in your idea of how to gain knowledge. Instead of gaining knowledge by your experiences and your critical judgment, you're told you gain knowledge by fully accepting what the authority tells you. And where does the authority come from? From the government.
Even like for example, even if the knowledge that you were being taught is true, right? That will still be considered theoretical, knowledge versus the person who's actually doing it, right? And acquiring experience. That knowledge, the guy with the experience would be valued like way more than the guy who just came out of school, with but has so even in that situation where the knowledge is true, right? Like the experience is more reliable than
But really it just sets you up for this whole trust, right? Like even if they even if they told you 12 years of school only true things, even if they did, then they would have trained you to also believe wrong things later when the government tells you, or scientists, teachers, so to speak, tell you. Professors are just like teachers, they are just teachers for another school in principle, for the purpose of you believing them.
Yeah, and that trust, like once your experience, once they start teaching you things that contradict your experience, that's when that trust kicks in. That's when you must untrust your experience.
Yeah, and that's why they always, in all schools, one thing they always show you as experiment is optical illusions.
Yes, yeah.
And
They're
that's
always
a trick.
trying to get you to believe that you shouldn't believe everything you see, right?
You should second guess your own experience. But that's the funny thing, because it's already a trick. Because what really happens is, okay, so you see something and you perceive it in a way. Then you look some time longer, and then you perceive it another way, and then both was your perception, and then your own reason leads to, oh, apparently things can be perceived in two ways under certain specific instances of how they are being drawn, right? And so you learned about optical illusions as a phenomenon, but this was all your own experience. But what they want you to believe as conclusion from this, oh, I can't believe my own devices of perception. Instead, I should believe authorities, which doesn't follow from optical illusions. It doesn't. It's just a cheap trick. It's just a how's it called, a carnival trick? No, how's it called? A fair trick? I don't know.
I will give you example for that. They are saying, for example, you cannot see the waves, radio waves, but they exist.
Yeah, it's ridiculous because.
And then in the same way, they want to tell you, because of that, you cannot trust your senses. That means that you cannot see curvature, but it's there.
Yeah, but the reason but it's the other way around. Because we have senses, we could observe things, and because we could observe things, we got to the perception of something that is called radio waves being there. And even radio waves, I mean, the whole waves, blah, 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 that's already theoretical. What you have is, okay, you can have some electrical, device with an antenna and another device with an antenna. And then if you put something in on the one side, you can check on the other side if, let's say, the circuit is closed, right? Or if there's a sound coming out. You know what I mean? So this all was from perception, right? People use the perception and the reasoning to come up with, in the end, radios.
It's an equivalence fallacy. I think that's
Yeah,
what
yeah,
it's called.
yeah, yeah.
Equivalence
That sounds
fallacy.
good. Something
Yeah,
like that.
you can see, because the statement is wrong. You can see radio waves, else we would not know that there were
Therefore,
radio
your ability to perceive and reason is wrong. Therefore, see, I have proven that you can't trust yourself, but you can trust me better.
And
But
then the equivalence fallacy is that you can see the curvature of a ball, of a basketball, right? See? But radio waves, of course, you're never going to see it with your eyes, but a curvature of any shape, you need your eyes to see it with. And if I look at a table and it looks flat, it doesn't mean that my eyes cannot perceive the curvature of the table. But then why can I perceive the curvature of this basketball? No, it's
Because
just like
table
all
is
kinds of
small and Earth is big.
yeah. Well, there it is. Like how big, right? Like look at how big this basketball is and how I perceive its curvature, right?
Yeah, like a ball, it's flat if it's big.
Yeah, they then yeah, comparing it to radio waves and then to an illusion that's like that's not even like
optical
something a
illusion.
magician, an optical illusion. That's like what? Like that's not even
Yeah,
logical or
it's like a
reasonable.
it's like a magician's trick, and then you see, because you didn't get the magic trick, then you can't trust yourself or something.
Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous. It's like you guys even science.
Yeah, this is not science. This is called pedagogy, right, or didactics, right? And they had this term, pedagogical reduction, and this is where it really gets funny. Ever heard the term?
Is it some maybe pareidolia? Is it related?
Pedagogical. Here, let me write it down.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is how they justify things. Pedagogical reduction basically means, oh, of course we would like to tell people how things are actually, but they are stupid children. It's way too complicated for them. So instead we have simplified things that get them the general idea, right, of what to think, right? And then they do these things and say this is the truth, and then you're supposed to learn it and believe it, and so on. And then but later on, if they study physics or something, then they will learn it in depth. But then they do the same trick again there, where they do, we can't teach some like I've seen a physicist talk about this. Yeah, you can't just show an undergraduate student the whole truth, like it's way too complicated. And then and so basically these grand models of the world that they have, they are always really coming down to these pedagogical reductions. In the end, what they do, in the end, it's really just you have experiences and measurements, right, of practical things, and then they say, yeah, this is roughly how it maybe works, but really it's useless, right? In a sense, it's just not giving you a correct representation of the world. But with that justification, then teachers can also justify that they themselves don't know the whole picture, because I don't need to know the whole picture. I just need to know the pedagogical reduction, which I have seen with my own eyes is incorrect. But I mean, that's good enough for the students, and so it's good enough for me because I'm only here to teach the students the curriculum, right? And so and that's how you achieve that a teacher that knows something to be false is willing to teach it to kids, and without even knowing the full depth of how false it is, but just having seen contradictions. But then ignore the contradiction they've seen and just go with it anyways.
Well, there's also that feeling that you get when you're rewarded with a position, right, to teach.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's that feeling of pride and joy
Yeah.
that you are the one that's going to explain this very complicated truth to these children, right?
Or whatever,
There's that
right.
feeling.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
but the core trick is really this whole teacher notices something isn't true in university, but here this doesn't actually work like this. And then they will hand wave and say, but this is a pedagogical reduction. This is what you teach the children, so they get a good enough idea for their abilities and age, and so on, and background knowledge. And if they get deeper into the field, then later sometime they will learn the deeper truth. And then they just students, like university students, to become teachers, educators. They swallow the pill. They accept that what they teach is already dumbed down pedagogical reductions. They may not even themselves know the full picture. And then if something contradicts, then it's because of the pedagogical reduction they are doing. And then they can always hand wave away the when any student tells them, oh, this is actually not true. They just then insist, no, this is what we're teaching here. This is how it, yeah.
Yeah, and they
And I don't know how people doesn't know that every country has their like a curriculum for the education. That's its program made for
Yeah.
that country, and that's government decided. That's not somebody that some
Right.
that mean history. Everything that's what
Yeah.
you're learning. It's that what your government decided that you
Exactly.
will learn.
Yeah, and the teacher, he's a literal government employee. He's literally
Yeah, yeah.
working for them. He's a fed, so to speak.
The government works for the bankers. I mean, the banker, the families that, the new world. I mean, the United Nations. I meant to say. So this is what your country, okay?
For
Your country.
example, you learn in Second World War that the Germans was bad, Hitler, everything. Yeah, okay. They and then we were fighting against that, and we won. Great. But you never learned, or I don't, nobody learns that I don't know that big ship what it's for people going Germans going to Sweden to escape. They kill all of them. They put all German people in Russian. They totally destroyed the German nation after 45. You will never learn about that,
I mean, it's always cherry picked. It's basically because they don't care about you actually knowing the truth about an issue, because the truth is way too complicated. So they do the pedagogical reduction. And what you always do with the pedagogical reduction, you remove anything that isn't leading to the outcome of perception that you want. So basically, okay, this is what we want to teach them with teaching World War II. This is what we want to teach them with teaching the French Revolution. So basically, they cut out all the actual nuances and keep it to the central thing that so you see every aspect of this leads to this one conclusion.
It's the
For
idea that
example,
there are
Bong,
two reasons.
did
Go
you
ahead,
ever
go ahead.
hear for Dresden?
Yeah, I mean, I hear about all this stuff.
You know, but I am asking Bong. Do you ever hear for Dresden? This is town in Germany. It was bombed it was destroyed totally, with the aeroplanes.
Oh, this
One
seems
time.
funnier. This is even funnier.
Then they did second time, even it was totally destroyed, and then they did third time, even it was totally destroyed.
So the funniest part is actually this was happening to hundreds of cities in Germany, not just one. The reason people in the West know about Dresden is because it's, I think, I don't know, Slaughterhouse 9, I think, some Slaughterhouse some number by Kurt Vonnegut. So Kurt Vonnegut was a prisoner of war in Germany, an American. Okay. Slaughterhouse 5 is actually, it was Slaughterhouse 5. And he wrote a short story about his experience when he was a prisoner of war in Dresden. And there he had to help dispose of the bodies. And that's why, and then he wrote about a story, and that's why people even know about Dresden. But really, so just because of his literary work being popular back then. But in truth, it wasn't just Dresden; it was all the cities. They were all leveled to the ground. I mean,
the asphalt was melting. The people was melting together with because
yeah,
temperature was.
yeah, but I mean, this is like the thing with wars. Like, I mean, look at the Ukraine war. Like there's this version we get. There's a version the Russians get, and those versions they are probably there's another version that neither of us get, and so basically the versions we get probably don't have much to do with what's actually going on the ground, anyways, because it's not beneficial to either side to actually talk about what's going on.
Yeah, I know. I was in a war in 90s, and I know that this so many fake news. You can I know because I can see with my eyes what they are presenting on TV. And I lived that like for 3-4 years, my experience, and I know that I didn't know anything even in my town. even I know so many things, and I didn't know what's happening in my town.
Oh
And
yeah,
my
and
town
whenever.
was like a 40,000 people, not even a
Mhm.
small town. Everybody knew how to say. Almost everybody knew everybody.
Yeah.
And then you hear the story. Oh, there is that. I don't know, 20 kids or whatever.
Yeah. And
then you
whenever
find
I
out.
was whenever I was involved in anything that later would be like a journalist would be there and a journalist would report on it, right? And whatever the journalist said never had anything to do with what actually happened. Because the journalists do it like the teachers, they do pedagogical reduction. They use an event as an opportunity to lead you to a conclusion. And the important thing for them is the conclusion that you ought to have, and they write it in a way that you get a conclusion they want, and not in a way that actually matches the truth on the ground. It's the same with media. It's the same with teachers. Yeah.
You
If
already
you
have
want
a
to see history about anything, go 500 years ago, 600, 1,000 years ago. You can find out what fucking pharaoh eat. How they fucking know that?
Yeah. So what did you see in your town that was different from the stories in the media?
Oh, for example, uh, I remember the situation when one guy was beaten in one discotheque in one village near to my town. Village like maybe 3,000 people, and that guy come back next night, and he I think killed 7 people, and I don't know how many people was how to say, because he take automatic gun and shoot in.
Okay, so basically he was angry at them and then
And
shot them.
yeah, and you could not find that news anywhere in newspapers or whatever. That means that's not important.
Right. It's not the
Other
right
one,
kind of event they want, people to hear about.
other ones was like in this case I don't remember, but I think that they said doesn't matter. Croats kill 20 Serbs kids, and they are there, in some houses, and they show the bodies and blah blah blah. I come back to my home, and that was like 2 streets near to my house. I know almost all that people around, and I was thinking, where is that 20 parents? 40 parents, because they will make some
Yeah,
kind of
we mean they never lived there. They never lived there.
They just made it up. Like
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
they
so,
made
so
it
you're
up.
saying in this, everyone in the street, and they said 40 people were killed in the street, and everyone in the street, and they were still alive.
No,
You
in a
mean?
sense, it must be parents of that kids. They will every year make a how to say anniversary, and saying these our kids were killed by
Mhm.
blah blah blah.
But they don't know, none of those kids lived in the street because everyone in the street.
Yeah,
Is that
also yeah.
what you say? Okay, yeah. So it was just So and this happens all the time. Like it's all outright lies. Uh, yeah. So, yeah, I could tell some stories, but it's not really important. It's just whenever I've seen journalists write a story on something I have seen for real, like it's story. Like it's really a story. It's storytelling. It's not what actually happened. It's basically they use the real event at most as the inspiration for something to write. They don't, and it's easy. Like it's not just that it's part of their propaganda move. It's easy for them. Like it's way harder to actually get the facts than making them up.
Well, the biggest evidence we have for that is that somebody might die from, I don't know, a gunshot to the head, right? And then you go check up on why he died, and it said he died from the, the sea, the right? They make up stories. It's like
You have seen that for yourself, or
I'm talking about the numbers, how they fudge the numbers.
oh yeah, but I
So
mean even the number fudging. Have you seen that for yourself?
I've heard a lot of family members, okay, family members
Mhm.
that we have attended funerals for. are confused as to why they're saying he died or she died from thing when it was something else. And yeah, I've heard a couple of it. I've been to a couple of funerals where that was the cause of death. When it was hot, and then there's
You
the
have
numbers.
Punk. You have in Croatia a famous story about Jasenovac. That is something like a Croatian Auschwitz, you know.
Okay.
And then Serbian says that Croatian killed in that time like from 2,000 to 200,000 till 500,000. And Croatian saying that's not true, you know. That's like it's a big number. They are saying it's like not more than 40,000. And practically with that 40,000 you want to make that was not big crime, you know, because it wasn't 500,000, it was only 40,000.
Yeah, that's actually funny. Like, okay, then I guess that's fine if it's 40,000.
Only 40,000? Oh, it's not right then. I mean, it wasn't that bad. It's not like
Yeah,
400.
it's not bad until it's over 100,000, right? And any number of people you kill under 100,000, you're good. You're good. It's minor crime.
That's just half bad, yeah.
It's just a felony. Yeah.
I'm not saying it could be a lie also that it's 500,000, but what that could change if they kill 100? It's a lot. 100 people to kill, you know.
Yeah, but I mean the question is always why do they report it even? Why would they report out of the almost infinite number of factoids they could report on anything? Why is this a topic they always want to discuss? Why is it always? Yeah. Okay, and
it's weird. Yep.
And so my take is so there are many things people are rooted in that are not what the state says, right? Basically anything you're rooted in by definition is not the state's orders. Your family, your religion, your culture and identity, right? And ethnicity, what sets you apart from other people, right? And the lesson they always want to give you, like the lesson I talked about with the optical illusions, or you brought up with the radio waves. Yeah, the lesson they want is that you see, if people are too strongly identifying with their culture and its difference from others, right? Then they start to mass murder people. So you ought to not have a strong root in your identity, right? At least as a majority group. So that's basically the lesson they want to give you. The lesson is you should be a bit ashamed of it, definitely not proud, and definitely not strongly fight for your for any belief relating to your cultural or group identity, because at a core it's not even too unusual why they do it. It's just the same game. It's just the same game as always. Anything that would make you resist to another order of the government is inconvenient for the government. Your faith, your your religious beliefs, your family, connections, your national identity, and cultural culture beliefs based on culture. They are all basically things that reduce the leeway the government has on making you do anything, and they want to be able to make you do anything because that's just maximum power for them. And so the lesson they want to teach you when they bring up, I'm certain lots of genocides happened in the mankind, but also lots of other things happened. But why is it the genocides they bring up all the time? Because it's an instrument to make you a bit ashamed of national differences and identities and ethnic ones.
Yeah.
And of sticking of strongly defending it, like your identity.
That we should all unite and have one identity and
mainly
culture.
Mainly they want the association. If some guy in your group advocates, we have never done it like this in our people. Our people we are always based on this, and that, and this is our strong belief. And other people shouldn't think, yes, this is how we always have been, and we are proud of how we are, and we don't let the government change this. No, you should think, oh, this guy is super obsessed with his nationality and ethnicity. Oh my God, this guy is basically like Hitler. But this guy is the kind of thing that leads to mass murder of millions of people. That's what they want. This mental association of patriotism, cultural identity, and in-group preference, mental association straight to Auschwitz, or Armenian genocide, or the genocide in Croatia, or the genocides between the different groups in the Balkans, in the Balkan Wars in the 90s, and so on and on.
Aggressive, right? It's going backwards if you're like that, right?
It's just it's in the core it's fallacious as a logical thing, but they know that you don't normally, like, the people by and large don't operate fully logically, but that we are we have certain, we have there are certain ways of how we can be fooled, let's say. So this is called halo effect in social psychology. If you have heard about the term, no. So halo effect is basically the idea. Imagine you drink from a cup of coffee, right? And then you're told, oh, this coffee cup belonged to Joseph Stalin, right? And then you will suddenly feel a bit disgusted about drinking from it because Stalin drank from it, even though there's no rational reason. It's cleaned, right?
I have to brush my teeth. Wait, I'll be back.
Yeah. Because you thought of Stalin, drink from the same cup of coffee as Stalin.
Halo effect. Yeah.
Right?
That's the halo effect, right?
Yeah, exactly. And this is exactly what they aim for, like with this whole linking your patriotism and so on with genocides and and similar things.
Some kind of disgust or hatred towards that.
Yeah, right. Like just okay. So obviously you think it's reprehensible. Like obviously you're disgusted by mass murder, right? And then the utility of this is now you can associate mass murder with something we don't like. That's why they teach it. It's not. This has nothing to be like they're already at the point of people trying to argue. Like already people trying to deny genocides is already the wrong way. Right. This is already playing into their hands because this is already not. The problem isn't so much that like it's this wishful thing. If only the genocides hadn't happened, then we could have pride or something. But that's the wrong thinking. That the right thinking is, the reason they talk about those all the time is because they want to have a certain mental association with things they don't like, and that. Right, so that's exactly how propaganda works. So like with Russians, we all like with the Russians in the war, they always talk about the war crimes, like a Russian cutting off someone's balls recently, right? And it's perfect. It is perfectly valid that this happened. Like I wouldn't. I don't know, but let's just for the sake of argument, I believe it. Okay. The point isn't so much that it happened. The point is that out of all the infinite events they could have brought up, this is the one they bring up because they want to associate Russian soldiers with cruelty and brutality, so you can identify them as evil guys.
Exactly. Yes.
Halo effect, because then because they know the instance of a single Russian soldier cutting off a Ukrainian prisoner of war's balls. This makes you associate Russian soldiers with cruelty, and therefore the Russian war effort with cruelty and evil. And that's how they always play.
Yeah, remember back in the mid 2000s when they were showing terrorists like cutting people's heads off.
Yeah.
Like it's the same, it's the same thing, like now, but that caused people to dislike, people from the culture. Yeah, Arab, people from the Arab.
Yeah, right. It's so easy to do this, right? Like for elites, because it's always really just a halo effect. You have one thing, and that they know you will consider bad, and they associate it with something else, and then you will basically remember that negative feeling when you see the other thing that you have for the former. Basically, you have this link in your mind created between that feeling you get from the one thing and the other thing you show. Like literally, you could do it like you could do it even stupider. Like you could have just two pictures next to one another. One picture disgusting things and atrocities, right? And then split screen, other half the picture of, I don't know, Joe Biden, right? And if they just do this like 5 times a day, right? You would get this bad feeling you have with the right side of the picture stuff when you just see Joe Biden, because it's at the same time. It just coincides. Their feeling and their picture you observe, and that's all it really takes. So yeah, and that's how
they do the same thing in movies all the time. Like if you watch, as an example that stuck out to me, Knives Out, and look who they cast for each of the characters, and they cast sort of funny-looking people for the ones who might be kind of right-wing, and for the Hispanic heroine who's to take over the family wealth, they cast the most attractive character. So they do it all the time in entertainment.
Yeah, right. Entertainment, propaganda, schools, but we were bringing up the halo effect in like history. So basically, there's no war without all sides committing war crimes at different rates, for sure. But obviously, it's so easy to just clarify from the beginning. These were the bad guys. These were the good guys. These fought for this ideal, which we want you to believe in. Those other guys for another ideal. That ideal is also bad because they are bad. Because look here, how many war crimes of them we can show you pictures of. Yeah, and it's so simple. And yeah.
Well, that's why it's
and like
important
earlier, we were talking about how journalists, even if they do choose a story, they don't report on the story. They report on the agenda or the propaganda that the story fits.
The starting point for them is there's a certain point they want to get across. That's the important thing. And then they have some real event of which they have a few factoids written down, and then they weave those factoids together to a narrative, a story that just includes those factoids, but that makes the reader come to the conclusion that they had in the beginning set as their goal of what they want to come across as the point. And the point is usually a point about your belief, what you believe, like a higher level belief, like who's the bad guys, or the like.
And we want you to believe that Russia is actually attacking Ukraine. First of all, we want you to really believe that this is happening now. All right.
I mean, sure. I mean, the invasion. I think that's one of the things harder to lie about. But yeah, but I mean, the important thing is so that the event would be the invasion. The goal would be that you believe that this invasion was unjustified and evil.
Well, that's not the thing. What I'm saying. What I'm saying is, Putin, okay, is all part of it. You know, I mean, this is all right. Putin, it's time. I mean, this is. Whether he's acting on what he really believes in, or on the agenda of the, people. Well, it's all still, part of the plan. It happened. It's happening according to, the plans that
yeah
put into place because of how they report on it. It's like, they choose exactly what they want to put on TV for you to weave the story they want you to believe. Because people are waking up. Look, people are making these air quotation marks. People are waking up.
So any mods here? So it would be cool if someone could give me the right that my links actually show as pictures in the chat, because it's a bit annoying when people can see it. Like I want in the live stream voice text in that channel, I want to just that it shows the image.
John, right?
Yeah. Budweiser, McNuggets.
That's Putin with Schwab, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also a YouTube video where Schwab mentions Vladimir Putin, Angela Merkel, and Tony Blair as young global leaders in the Young Global Leaders program of the WEF.
Yeah, emphasis on global. Like Putin was all for space programs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Putin could never have been part of the program if you look at when it was launched and his age and the age restrictions for the program and stuff like that. They have just attached him to that falsely.
Can you try again? I gave you the link.
Okay.
In bedroll.
I mean, I should link again. Yeah, now it works.
While you're at it, could I get that roll in a flat Earth roll?
Oh, what?
If you don't mind.
Yeah. That's good. That's new. Yeah, I gotta hop out to do it because I don't know how to use this new interface.
Sindri, yes, war is always terrible and wrong, and civilians in the country that is being invaded are always suffering endlessly, and it's terrible. There's no denial of that. You see, now why do these leaders do things? We can't. I haven't. I don't have the details. All I get is what our propaganda is saying, and maybe somewhat what Russia's propaganda is saying.
But for example, I know what is to be refugees, and I know so many people. But for example, now in this time, every country is so open for Ukrainians. But in 90s, nobody want to open borders for us and to tell us, come here.
Actually,
Everyone forgot.
there were several 100,000 Yugoslavian refugees in Germany at the time. So it happened too. Not at the same degree, not millions, but yeah.
I mean, we can also just look at recent stories with the Middle East and their refugees. They were not wanted either, but now with the Ukrainians, because they're Caucasian majority.
I mean, it's more like they are actually a neighbor of the European Union, while Syrians are 5 countries over. So my take is, you are a refugee, the first country that is safe neighboring your country. Then that's when you're a war refugee. When you move from that country to another country because it has better economic conditions, then you're an economic migrant. So for Ukraine, they are actually neighboring the European Union. So in that sense, they're actually escaping a country at war. Directly to neighboring on European Union, while the Syrians, when they go to Turkey, they are refugees. But when they come from Turkey to Romania, they are economic migrants. So that's my take.
Well, I don't disagree on that.
Yeah.
But the Ukrainians is not only doing the neighbor countries; they're also moving all around.
Yeah. Then I don't agree. I don't see why they should be in Canada.
I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go to the nearest country, and when shit is stabilizes, you can move back and build up.
Yeah, but that now rarely happens. That used to happen a lot. Like the Yugoslavians that came to Germany as refugees in the 90s, they almost all returned after the war.
Yeah, I know. None of our Middle Eastern have moved away from Denmark either. They pretty much all stayed here. But again, that region is not stabilized either. But again, going from Middle East all the way up to Denmark, because we have the welfare system as we have, because
right.
it is a gold bag to come to Denmark and get Danish citizens. It's really, I would not say it's something very, very special, but coming from those kind of conditions and up to here where we have this security net as we have, it's not like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So I mean, my take, like I said, first country war refugee, then you're economic migrant, and the tolerance for economic migrants especially is higher if people think they have a good perspective of full integration, which basically depends on how similar the cultures are.
Yeah, I agree. But again, I feel like the mindset of the common people was much more accepting over because of the media coverage of the Ukraine thing. Because in the Middle East, it was the Western who was down there doing stuff, but now it's the bad guy, Russia and Putin. So we must do whatever we can do to help these guys. But when it's the West that is going in and destroying something, it's just like we don't report it as much. It's like, oh, it's just whatever,
I think
out of mind.
Actually, I think this is a side effect of government propaganda. So, since in the 2000s, they did this massive propaganda war to justify the wars in the Middle East and Central Asia, like in Afghanistan and Iraq, right? So they had to give this association of those people in those countries with terrorism, with evil, right? And Islam with evil. and then because they gave people that programming, it's hard to then suddenly backtrack, right?
Yeah, I mean that's what I said. The media coverage, like that their portrayal of it is what we are acting upon.
Yeah, but I mean, it has nothing to do with Caucasian. It's literally just this group happened to be a target of Western wars, so we had to associate them with evil. And now, if you associate a group of people with evil, in that case, Muslims, Arab Muslims, then obviously, if you have produced resistance against lots of them coming into someone's neighborhood.
Yeah,
right?
you're correct.
It's
I'm
just a direct
retracting the
consequence.
Caucasian statement. My
Yeah,
bad.
it's,
Like
it's
that
literally a
that
consequence
slipped.
of geopolitical propaganda, like geopolitical cost propaganda for geopolitical reasons, for making people approve of the wars. You can always make people approve of the wars of your country if your propaganda is set right, and that's just the kind of propaganda that worked for this purpose. And then you always have the funny side effect that, like people like this whole anti-German sentiment that you see in a lot of the world. It's just late effects from World War One and World War Two propaganda, really. So basically, they were Germans were the enemy for those countries, so they associated Germans with bad guys for propaganda purposes to justify their war goal to the population, as every time happens in modern wars. And then you don't. After that, you don't have an incentive to deprogram them. Basically, you indoctrinate them, but also with the Muslims. But then after the wars are done, you have your next topic, like I don't know, COVID or Ukraine or whatever, and so you focus all your efforts on your next propaganda move, but not on undoing the indoctrination you have done for the last topic. And so people then even keep those, indoctrinations up after the topic is over for the elites.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have gone a step further this time because now it's like we have like at least 7 or 8 active fears we have to be careful of. You have to be careful of the sun. You have to be careful of sickness A, sickness B, the Ukraine war, and other things. You know, like they really bomb us right now with this.
But I mean that's really there's also more in need for it now, because you have to distract everyone from the elephant in the room, which is since 2018, we are essentially since 2018. You know what happened in 2008, 2009, the financial collapse.
Yeah.
So basically, what happened then? Now it should happen like 10 times that, because what caused the last one is now 10 times as bad about money creation, right? Basically, yeah. So basically, there's this huge blown up bubble, and essentially it should collapse, and it kind of collapses by now. But they have to distract everyone, or they may ask questions that the elites may not enjoy. And so you have to be constantly busy with all sorts of other topics: COVID, Ukraine war, climate change, identity politics, or trans rights and such, right? And in a sense, it doesn't even matter what side you are on those topics. I mean, they have a favorite side, but even if you take the other side, you're still busy discussing these things and not the mass impoverishment of the peoples of the West.
I agree completely. It is a distraction.
9/11. Did you hear for 9/11?
Yeah, of course.
Only one or two of them?
Of what?
Ask some Chile.
One or two of what?
Guy.
One
What
of
is
two
9/11?
of what? No, only one or two of them. Of what? Them? What's them?
So that date, 9/11.
Yeah, but you said if I know about one or two of them.
Yeah, one it's that 2001. Another one it's what I know, and and all Chilean population know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Pinochet.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
Chile.
And there was attack 9/11.
There's another 9/11 as well. The day they started construction on the Pentagon.
Yeah, I mean, I think actually 9/11 has been, it's maybe far-fetched to say, been used to a lot of events. If you look at it like historical wise, it's not just like the 9/11 towers and Churchill.
Yeah.
It's like, I think there is.
I mean, to be fair, there's only 365 days in the year, so.
Oh yeah, you're completely right. So of course, some dates is just going on, repeating itself. Yes.
Yeah, right. I mean, if there's like 1,000 events on average 3 per day, right? But sometimes more, sometimes less.
I guess if you put it in that perspective, it's not really special. You're right.
Yeah.
February 29 could be special.
February.
Sorry, but
29 of February is special.
I need to know more about the 9/11 Chile thing.
Oh, you can type on YouTube and find out.
Oh, maybe you had some links or something like that. That would help.
Just type Pinochet 9/11 coup.
It was a coup in 1941. Oh, so it had absolutely no relation to 9/11 2001. Okay.
No, it was a coup in
make that exact-
1973.
yeah.
It was just a reoccurring date. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the picture, he said it specifically said Pentagon construction started. You know, it's not about Chile.
So absolutely no relation. Great. Thank you.
Probably, it's either that, a ritual, or a coincidence that keeps happening on the same date.
I mean, you can go into the number theory and whatever, and then you can realize that everyone else in the world arranges dates differently than in your country, and then you can get into the super hard headache, try to figure out the number theory for that, and then you go into the cognitive dissonance and realize that number theory is bullshit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, as John said, like if you look at it statistically, like we have 365 days. If you have 1,000 events, of course, some of the dates will go repeat itself. Like in terms of events.
Wait, do you mean number theory is bullshit or numerology is bullshit?
Probably numerology.
Numerology. I'm talking
Okay,
about the number thing.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But if we speak about 9/11, we will never think about Chile. That's the point.
Yeah. I mean, you can pick whatever date you want, and people in my country will never think about it.
Just try not to travel on September 11. You know what I mean? It's just one day of the year. We can work around it, right?
Yeah. I mean, I work in security patrols in an international airport.
Yeah. Just make sure that there is no box cutters on the planes.
You don't want to be on the plane. They'll be performing a ritual on. Like you don't want to be that on that plane. So just stay home.
What about January 2019 or 2020? I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
Or
said, I work in general security patrols and surveillance in an international airport in Europe, and I can tell you, all flights to United States have these ridiculous extra security measures that go way beyond anything sensible. It's like extra 20 people working only for America flights.
You know why? Because Americans are extra special people.
Yeah,
Extra
I
special
know.
paranoid, yeah.
Americans are extra large.
when you go to America, there's this heightening of your aware, like bad things are happening. Remember, okay?
Yeah.
So Americans have to keep this, like heightened sense of like fear.
America, at least.
Of course, it's a control measure. Like you need to control them more. You need to control Americans more with the propaganda because they have guns. They are more dangerous to the elites.
Bong, America at least exists.
Right. It must exist. This is how you must enter America.
Hey, what's up, Andy?
least we're not getting like the cavity search yet. Spread out. I mean,
How
it's
you
not
can be
that
flat
bad.
earther and be from Australia? I don't get it.
Australia's getting there.
Are you a real person?
I know, right? Like when you can't tell a real person from a fake person, that's when we have problems. And then we end up thinking the fake person is the real person, right?
Because if you are from Narnia, that means that you are not real.
And people
Yeah.
in Narnia is living on a ball.
People outside the 60th, I think we're inside the 60th parallel.
Okay.
Are you sure?
It's because when it's your Christmas, it's our summer. I think that's why. And plus, we're the only ones, I guess. I mean, South America is pretty far, under, right?
You live in Australia?
Yes, Sydney, Australia. Yes.
We have one thing in common.
You're in Australia?
In my country, yeah. All our civilization is focused on the coastline.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, your country is so small that it basically only has coastline.
Yeah.
So that's not so hard for Denmark to achieve.
If it's an island, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and also the part that is on the continent, Jutland, that's also basically so small that it's all
He's from
coastline.
Iceland, not Denmark. I'm from
Oh,
Denmark.
sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay, I see. Yeah, but I mean, it's an island, so yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what can you get? I heard you had is it true that you have a volcano again? I mean, you always have volcanoes erupting, I guess, but
Yeah.
I hear there's a big one now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's few kilometers from my house.
Good for you.
Yeah. It's the same as last year. Same place.
Same place, yeah. So you guys ever worry about the whole island blowing up?
No.
Okay, good.
It's not like
I
that
mean,
since the beginning, right?
why should I worry?
Yeah, it's pointless. Yeah.
It's impossible to predict, and
Right.
it just happens.
One thing I associate with Iceland is you remember the 2009 the financial crisis with Kaupthing Bank.
Yeah,
Kaupthing?
Kaupthing. Yeah. I save.
Yeah, Kaupthing. And your I think your ruler, I don't know, your Grand Vizier, no, your Tsar, no, sorry, Prime Minister, maybe?
Yeah, Prime Minister.
Okay. Your Prime Minister I said after the financial industry collapsed, yeah, but we are still a rich country. We have fish and sheep.
Fish. Yeah.
And sheep, yeah, and this was like, this really made your country international news then, because this was so funny.
Yeah.
Everyone was like, oh yeah, we're a rich country, we have sheep and fish.
Yeah. You know what? It was true.
I mean, nobody denied that you have fish and sheep. That's okay.
No. But I'm telling you, the fish export carried us through the financial collapse of 2007.
Mm-hmm.
So you're like, okay, you can laugh at it and find it funny, but it got us through everything without any big impact. And then we had the volcanic eruption of Eyjafjallajökull.
Yeah.
Stopped all flight in Europe.
Oh, this was so weird because my experience, I remember, because I thought, oh, the air is so good today, like the air to breathe, right? And then so I kind of now think that since then I think the exhaust from the aircraft is actually not so good for air quality somehow.
Yeah. The problem with that volcano is it was under the glacier, and it was instantly turning the ice into water. And lava hitting water produces a lot of ash.
Yeah.
But the volcano going right now, Like
No
next
ice.
next to my town,
Mhm.
there is no ice or anything, and it's like a tourist trap.
Yeah, okay. So you ever barbecued on lava?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, that's cool. And you have a like some hot spring where you bathe like that in your area?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
everywhere in Iceland.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys know that like 99.9% of our electricity is green.
Yeah. I mean, yeah,
It's
it's from
yeah.
from
Does it
glaciers.
come from a molten iron core?
Geothermal.
The
Yeah,
center of you.
it's a combination of geothermal
And
and
hydro.
hydro dams.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, so the Teslas in my country are actually green.
Yeah.
They're not powered by coal.
Do you have any farming?
Yeah, of course. Iceland was always a farming country until the Second World War.
Yeah, like what do you farm?
Sheep, potatoes.
Yeah. Okay, potatoes. Yeah, because sheep, it's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it farming in that sense.
Yeah, and then we have greenhouses that are producing tomatoes,
Oh yeah,
bananas.
you're right. That's great with your cheap energy, right? So that works.
Yeah.
Bananas is kind of funny, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. So in the cold winter, we are growing tomatoes.
Amazing. Bananas.
Yeah, I mean, you can use what you can, and also like being an island in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, nobody cares about us.
Right.
Like we have no military.
But you're in
Absolutely no
NATO.
military.
But you're in NATO, so.
Yeah, but we are in NATO. That's absolutely true. And I work in our international airport, so I can see the extent of military presence here. It's
Mhm.
huge. It's
Yeah.
like almost every military plane that is crossing the Atlantic Ocean, it lands in our airport to refuel.
Or refueling.
And continue.
Yeah. Right. This is why you don't have to have a military, because it's so the country is so useful without it, anyways, because of the refueling, and also because of the access to the European Northern Sea.
Yeah.
Not
The
North Sea, but
strategic location.
Yeah. Because of
And
the
there
route from Murmansk to Europe, and then you can. Yeah. So is there an airbase too, a NATO airbase?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, because this
And-
is really useful for the sea patrol flights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we also have a constant presence of United States Navy. They have like 5 to 8 airplanes that are looking for Russian submarines.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So they are flying around and dropping buoys looking for submarines.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I really want to know if the Russians come any close.
Right.
But otherwise, the life here in Iceland is very simple, very peaceful.
Very boring.
Yeah, and you know what? Boring is actually good.
Spoken like a true Icelander.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, if everything is exciting, it means something bad is happening, right? Negative news is something exciting.
You're apparently not the most optimistic people, but sometimes exciting things are actually positive. Sometimes, not always, but it can happen. Yeah.
Yeah, like the heat wave in Europe. Did you know the temperature here in Iceland? It was 10 to 15, while people were dying of heat in Europe.
I mean, I didn't die. For me, it was actually pretty nice, but okay.
Yeah.
I liked. I kind of enjoyed it. I mean.
Yeah, and we had all these what can I call temperature refugees from Germany and France.
Oh, absolute pussies! I mean, seriously, no. I mean, I believe you, but oh my god, what a joke! They should try. I mean, maybe they should get air conditioning or something.
And especially since the volcano started, good
Yeah.
luck trying to find a flight ticket to Iceland. I think everything is sold out.
Yeah. Now everyone wants to go to Iceland. Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah.
once I considered. I mean, the promise they have only shitty degrees, but I considered going to Bifrost University.
Yeah, Bifrost. Yeah.
Yeah,
For
because
what?
because of the nice, like they have whirlpools and stuff and saunas.
Yeah.
So for that. Yeah, but the degrees were boring, so I wouldn't. If they had something interesting for me on the degrees, I may have gone. Mainly because I like the whole idea of living like there where they have whirlpools and saunas at the campus. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, that you could live at. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's so like so far away, right? No big towns nearby. It's kind of cool.
No, it's pretty out of the way.
Yeah, and I told you, I thought it would be so cool, but the degrees are just so. Let me look it up.
They are pretty general in Bifrost.
Yeah, it's yeah, right. So
yeah,
yeah.
I went into University of Iceland and did.
Yeah, that's the normal. Yeah, it's a normal
what's it
university.
called? Chemical and biotechnology engineering.
Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, so the problem is Bifrost only has stuff like law and business and cultural studies and bullshit like that, right?
Yeah, the mainstream stuff.
Yeah, not even. I mean, it's. I'm not sure if it's mainstream. It's just like not
It's
stuff
mainstream in Iceland.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah.
Everyone is a culture specialist or a business specialist. Yeah.
Culture. That sounds just like someone who wasn't good enough to study something real.
Yeah, that's like 50% of people that finish university in Iceland is absolutely useless.
Yeah, so in my country, it's we don't have many people studying cultural studies or the like. Most people who don't go to university, they do apprenticeships.
What country are you from?
Germany.
Aha.
So the big thing in university here is STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. That's like the big stuff. What lots of people do here.
Yeah, it's the Holy Four.
Yeah, right. So yeah, I'm a mechatronics engineer.
Mechatronics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my study is parallel to mechatronics, but with more emphasis on chemistry and biotech.
Yeah, I would figure that it would be into chemistry and biotech if it's a chemistry and biotech engineering degree.
Yeah, so I was in courses with the mechatronics students.
Yeah, you had some intersection in the classes, right?
Yeah, C programming and
right,
and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so I think it's almost a bit sad because I mean Iceland doesn't have that much of a manufacturing industry, right? Relatively speaking, so
it's more of the manufacturing industry in Iceland is more of like pioneering stuff,
like repairing fish cutting machines or something,
or coming up with new things, like harvesting collagen from the garbage of fish.
So have you come up with anything yet?
What did you say?
So have you come up with anything yet?
Have I come up with anything?
No. I mean, you're like has Iceland done anything where they pioneered it and then they decided to build a factory making it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Have you heard of like it's called terraces?
Terraces. I think those exist.
No. Terraces with a C. Terraces.
Terraces.
Yeah. So they are producing these. What's the English word? So if you have like a huge wound on your arm, like from a burn or something, and instead of having to transplant skin, you can use these things from keresis. It's
what is a keresis?
It's like a thing. It's made from fish, and it's to heal your skin. You know?
Okay, that sounds very much like something that Vikings would do. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. But this is a scientific
Yeah,
approach.
it's very scientific. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sure. It's not something that your
So
grandmother told you.
it
500
provides
years ago.
the matrix and the nutrients for your skin to heal without a transplant.
Actually, I've seen this being applied like 8 years ago. A friend of mine in Germany in the hospital. But also, what about it? So they produce something for this, or what? They have a factory for that, or
Yeah. So it's like a matrix that they apply, and it contains the nutrients to produce
for
new
the cell
skin.
growth,
Collagen and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And they make it out of fish.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Still something that sounds like something Vikings would do. Yeah.
I mean,
they weirdly cook a fish, and they put the weirdly cooked fish thing on your finger, and then they say it heals you better.
Yeah.
Something the Vikings would do. Yeah.
And you don't have to take skin from your ass.
Yeah, right. So how's the company called?
Keresis.
Keresis.
Yeah.
I have no idea how it's written, so. Keresis? No.
Kerecis.
Yeah.
Caresis?
No epsilon.
It's in the chat there.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Keresis. Okay. Yeah. That's cool. So now you have a company in Iceland. That's cool. Good for you.
Yeah, they have a lot of scientists that have published research papers and everything to back it up.
Oh, they have science.
Yeah, of course they have science.
Yeah, just like Silent Bang. Cool.
And then there is one company I want to work at. It's called Algaleaf. Basically, they have come up with their own way to produce a specific algae to extract a chemical called astaxanthin, and it's a super powerful antioxidant.
Yeah, so I see. So Icelanders, they do things with fish and algae.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, basically. It will surprise you how much you can do with those two things.
I bet you had a lot of time to figure that out in Iceland.
Yeah.
Yeah, having only those two things, right? And cheap.
Yeah. And then we actually have a lot of experts in like geothermal energy, and
I mean that would help when you have to run the plants, yeah.
Yeah, and they are being rented out to all over the world into countries that want to try to exploit
Geothermal energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. I guess what I meant was you don't really have the like metal bashing electronics and such stuff so much.
No.
Yeah.
No.
But I mean, you don't need it. You are a
We
rich
are not
country.
an industrial country in the sense like America or Germany,
Yeah. It's more
or
like
Sweden.
You have fish and sheep and algae
and knowledge
and geothermal. I mean, knowledge about fish and sheep and geothermal. Yeah. Basically, so you have fish, sheep, algae, and volcanoes, and then you have knowledge about fish, sheep, algae, and volcanoes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good.
It turns out it's pretty valuable knowledge.
I mean, I'm sure it is, especially if you're in Iceland. And that's what you have to work with. I mean, it's cool. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's good. You shouldn't like just do everything for no good reason when you could do something really well. Instead.
And then I have learned in my engineering studies the two, in my opinion, you remember World War II when
no, I'm not
Germany. Of course you don't remember, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
When the alliance between Japan and Germany was going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the German work ethic and engineering prowess is still prevalent. It's like a respected thing. People talk about German engineering.
You know, you see, and I know exactly why.
Yeah.
You know
And
what I
then-
think why? You want to hear my theory?
Yeah.
It's very simple because the one thing you care about is fish. So you really care about fish processing plants, and so you get fish processing plants from Bader, which is a North German company making fish processing plants, and you even call a mechanic a Baderman, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. It's from this German fish processing plant company, and that's why, because the machines are those fish processing machines, and then the Icelanders they bought it and they saw this huge machine and thought, "Whoa, great engineering!" And then that's why they respect the German engineering. That's my theory. You like it?
I think that's actually the start of it.
Mm-hmm.
But then we became to know the world, and we realized the whole world also talks about German engineering and their strive for efficiency.
So that just confirmed your love of the Bader machine, the fish processing machines. Yeah. Okay, I see.
Yeah, but the butter machine was a revolution here. Absolutely. But then the Japanese, they have their I don't know how to say it in English. There is like this honor, this ethic of honor, working with honor,
Yeah.
like
doing seppuku, like killing yourself if you did a mistake.
yeah, exactly. Like you have to do what you're told to do really well for your family, your family honor.
Yeah. That's
and if you combine that with German engineering and their strive for efficiency, you would get like this ultra mega superpower. And I think we would already be on Mars and whatever,
Global Earther confirmed. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm a globe earther. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I thought you could see it in my tags or something.
Oh yeah, I just didn't check the tags.
Yeah.
Where's the curvature?
What did you say?
I was just putting it out there. Where is the curvature?
It's out there.
It's out there. I'm glad you cleared it up for us.
Yeah. No. I've been here a few times before. I'm not gonna convince you about the shape of the Earth. I just want to talk.
I mean, we just had another discussion. I guess it's cool because nobody was discussing deeply in some flat Earth topics anyway. So
yeah.
Right now, so I guess it's fine.
No, it's like a week ago. I came into the live stream chat, and there was just people playing on a guitar, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna check back later.
Right.
Close down the server, everyone. Close down. It's out there. He said.
Yeah.
I want to meet the person who can convince water to curve.
I cannot convince water to do anything.
Fair enough.
I'm sorry, guys. Hey, you don't have to convince me or anything, and I'm not gonna convince you of anything. I want to talk about this stuff.
No Viking magic to make water curve.
I'm not God.
I don't know. Have you heard about the Viking chant? Krummi svafi klettagjá, kaldri vetra nóttu á.
You mean like your local folk songs? Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nice, but yeah.
It's not gonna do anything.
Yeah. So I heard something, and it sounds like it's mostly a myth, but I heard Icelanders believe in fairies.
No.
No.
Not
even
they
the
might
woman?
have done at some point because that was
Yeah, but no, I had seen a poll, and then a ridiculous share of Icelanders in the poll answered yes, they believe in fairies.
Are you sure
Like,
that's
Twitter versus
Iceland and
Scrolling.
not Ireland?
Yeah, no, Iceland. It was like
No. He's telling the truth. I remember that poll.
Huldufolk, right?
Oh, okay. Because
Yeah.
Ireland, that would make much more sense to me.
No, but it's Huldufolk is the name, the native name for elves in Iceland. They also have
Huldufolk.
Alfar or Alfar.
Yeah,
right?
Huldufolk or Álfar.
Alvar. Oh, it's interesting. There's a consonant shift between the F and the V between our languages here. Alvar and Alfar. Yeah.
Pretty sure a lot of Swedish people also believe in fairies.
I can't say about that.
No,
But
but you remember the poll. Yeah.
The fairy thing in Iceland is blown way out of proportion.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they should have answered differently in the poll then.
I mean, I remember this poll, you know? They
Yeah.
put it out, and almost the only people that went to answer it were the believers.
Oh, okay.
Sindri, did you ever listen Sigur Rós?
Sigur Rós, yeah.
I like.
You know what they say about Sigur Rós in Iceland?
No.
To listen to Sigur Rós, you need to wear the lopapeysa and have a 6-pack of beer and a double-barrel shotgun.
I like
America, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I have fun. I have here that you have a penis museum.
Yeah, we have a penis museum. It's very good.
Like
we have, and there is one human penis there.
Yeah, for the generous donation, right? So you have 360,000 people in your country, okay?
Yeah, and
So
just on the penis museum, the human penis contribution comes from a man called. His name was Páll Arason.
Most famous
he was
Icelander
a massive
ever.
racist. He was a massive racist.
Okay, great. And so you have 360,000 people in Iceland, okay? And so you only have a certain limitation of your resources in terms of how many museums you can build. So out of all the kinds of museums you could have for your people of 360,000 people, you chose it to be a penis museum.
Yeah, that's one of them.
Think about that for a moment.
Yeah, it's a very good one.
Yeah,
I mean, you can say bad things until you see it.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's the only one, so of course it's the best.
I'm not saying it's the best, but like.
I mean, there is no other penis museum. It's okay. It's the best.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's how Iceland can be number one, by doing things nobody else does. You know.
But the scary thing is, like the today it's run by the son of the original owner, and the original owner, he just started it from his own hobby.
Collecting penises.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's weird.
Most least weird Icelander. Yeah.
But it's not as weird as like Greenland people. You know, they are fucking weird.
Okay. I love that. It's like the rivalry, like in Iceland. At least we are not Greenland.
I mean. Google their food. What's it called? Kiviak. It's fucking nasty, and even people are dying from it because they get infected.
I see. So I guess at least you're not Greenland.
Yeah.
You should have like put it on your number plates or something. At least we're not Greenland.
Yeah.
That'd be funny. Yeah.
But we also have like a scary amount of, bankers and economist specialists and stockbrokers. It's like we have too much of them in relation to the size of the country.
I've got a question. How if the Earth is turning underneath a bullet fired from a sniper's rifle, is it not then turning under a hot air balloon? How come the Earth turns under a sniper's bullet, but not a drone or a helicopter or a hot air balloon?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, and I believe
Isn't it?
it's
Very weird.
Yeah, and I believe it is a matter of perspective. Like, what speed is the sniper bullet going?
Ah, what about a ball kicked by an athlete?
I don't think you have to worry too much
According to
about
Neil
that.
deGrasse Tyson, it's turning under that too.
Yeah, it is.
Bit weird.
No,
It's not weird.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. I thought it was weird.
I mean,
because I was thinking about the temperature fluctuation over America. You think of America, and how from Alaska to Florida, say something like that. How far is that? 4,000 miles? 5,000?
I don't know the distance and I don't know miles, but it's pretty far.
But if you've got a 93 million mile sun, though, it doesn't seem to make sense. This is what I was saying earlier to GB, and he said to me, well, because of Coriolis effect, you see, that's why. Does that make sense to you?
Wait, what were you saying? 93 million miles away is the sun?
Yes, apparently.
Yes. And then what? And what about the Coriolis effect?
Apparently, that's why they have fluctuating temperatures across America. Does that make any sense to you at all? Because it doesn't to me.
The closer you are to the equator, the higher effect the Coriolis effect does on the movement of the air.
In fact, the more I think of this ball flying through a vacuum, covered in trillions of tons of water, it just don't make any sense at all to me. Can't get my head around it. I don't know. Maybe I need a
you don't subscribe to the gravity theory.
Oh no, it don't make any sense to me at all. There's no scientific evidence for that, though, is there?
You sure?
No, there isn't. There's none at all.
Okay. So
is that why it's called a theory?
Yeah, it's a theory, right? For a reason, right? Like it's not. Thing,
okay.
Right? Yeah.
It's all right. So if there is no gravity, like, why do things drop when you release them?
That's a good question. Why should things not drop when you release a rock in your hand? Why should you think it should not go down? Why should it go to the left or to the right or to the up or to the front? Why wouldn't it go down? What makes you think it should go anywhere but where it wants to go rest? Like, how are we standing here?
No.
Why should we be floating up and not standing on the ground?
Yeah, why aren't we floating?
Why should we be floating? What makes you think things should be floating?
Oh, I maybe I can enter. How's it called?
Yes, please.
Whatever. Yeah. So Sindri, I think that the argumental thing here is what came first was that everyone knew, always knew things fall down, right, Sindri? And then after the fact, people came up with the explanation of gravitation, right?
Yeah.
So your argument really is just so if you don't you want to have an explanation for things falling down, and he isn't giving you another one than the one you know, right? So maybe that's the way around it is.
Or another explanation that is not satisfactory.
Yeah,
well,
right.
Well, our explanation, right, is science, right, and it's something that is used. It's how dense. When Archimedes sat into the tub, he noticed the water is displaced, for a reason. The density, of an object displaces the matter or the medium of that medium that he's in. So
yeah, you're talking about the story when he proved that they thinned out the gold crown.
Yeah, when something denser goes into a less denser medium, like see, this is our science, right? Things it sinks down to until it meets a denser medium and then rests there, right? So
Okay,
that's,
I want to
that's what
stop you right there, and I want to just say, our understanding of density is that it is a product of gravity, right?
No.
Your understanding though also relies on the Earth being a spinning ball in a vacuum, and that's as easy to disprove as looking at a horizon. So you're full of horseshit.
Well, correct.
Okay.
So the understanding of gravity, right, comes from the belief that, or the theory that the Earth, or the idea that the Earth, if it was a ball, then gravity would have to be this thing that explains how things stick to that ball. But see, but before gravity, before the geocentric model, there has always been physics, density of objects in water, right? We have air, and then we have soil, then we have rock.
It's always based on weight.
Metal. It's always based on the density of things, because look,
And density is weight per volume.
Right, and anything can become a medium. Granted that something denser could move through it, right? Like anything and everything is you are even a medium. When you touch electricity, you having water in you and being this dense, right, allows the electricity to travel through the medium of you, through blood and.
But did you know pure water does not conduct electricity?
Well, yeah, you need yes, but the point of what I'm saying, right, is we don't have to explain why a rock will rest on the ground, right? Because
but we are trying to find the explanations.
We already have the explanations. That's what we're explaining. Right?
Okay.
Is that the density of things is what explains this. Granted that you don't imagine that you're on a curved surface. I mean, there's no need to do that. Unless there's evidence.
Gravity and density and weight, it doesn't need a globe Earth or flat Earth,
Well, that's the thing, it does. Okay, and there's not only that. There are different theories of gravity. Okay, there's the gravity, right? There's the theory, the Einstein, the Newtonian one, right, where it says the mass of the object is what's pulling things in, versus the Einsteinian theory that replaces that Newtonian theory that says, no, it's the mass of the ball Earth that is bending the thing that it is in, which is space-time. And who knows what those things are, right? But these are two different explanations. And what we're talking about, okay, is how we explain things on a plane, with water in it, and all the physics and science that we know and can have evidence to work with. That's how things work, like electricity. That's what science is.
Yeah.
So gravity has not entered the picture until there is evidence that the thing we are on is actual ball, is a ball in space, time, whatever they want to call it. There's no evidence.
But I think gravity investigation and research does not have to take care if the Earth is a ball or not. I think it's like its own thing.
That's the whole idea, though. Gravity is based on the ball paradigm.
Yeah.
It's heliocentrism. It's mechanics for the globe, dude.
Exactly. You cannot see the ball. The gravity is the gravity is what started it all, and it's why things are balls. Can you believe that? It's why things are balls.
But then, and then you talk about density. Like, how does that work? Why do things fall down because of density?
If you want to say that it's because masses are warping space-time and causing gravity wells within it for things to fall in, then try to demonstrate that.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, it is what you're saying, because that's what gravity is, and you seem to be saying that we need to have it, so...
Well,
that's gravity on a large scale, but we are talking about small.
It's the same thing. That's what it does, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about the direction of gravity, right? Like, so on the planar reality that we call life here, okay, down is where things rest that are denser than the air. In the water, things that would rest on the ground here in the air could float in the water. You know, like a basketball. It's not going to sink to the ground. And we know that that's because of the density of the thing, the ball or whatever. It's
like
math.
buoyancy.
Right. But then to keep asking the question, right, is to still be thinking about how the physics of the world works in a ball in space. You're trying to explain why we shouldn't float. See, the other thing is you have to verify that when you go up into the sky, right, that you're going to actually start seeing the ball beneath you and then start experiencing outer space. That's something you cannot verify, we cannot verify, not even NASA or the scientists can even fake it to us properly because we grew up on it and now we're old and we know that's bullshit. You know what I mean? So if those things are not even verified, cannot be unfalsifiable, right? Then there's no reason to try to explain the explanations that they have for their unfalsifiable world that they're trying, or philosophy or worldview that they're trying to teach, force onto us. They're calling us terrorists for disinforming people. I just, you know,
You are
like,
not terrorists. What? What are you talking about?
but because the things that we teach, right, they consider it so dangerous. That's
what are you teaching? IEDs or?
we're teaching
The thing is you seem to say that you're satisfied with the gravity answer, but why does your satisfaction stop there? I mean, you could just ask why forever to anything, right? Somebody tells you that masses create gravity wells for things to fall in, and you're just satisfied there. Why don't you go, well, why? Why do masses do that? But you're just happy with that because what you're doing is you're trying to reify the ball. You're stuck on the ball. Everybody sees it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I just want to just quick interjection.
Hello,
Mass
everyone.
does not make things fall into it.
Gravity wells.
Mass
It's
is
space-time curvature. It's not mass attracting mass, if that's where you're going.
yeah, it's mass attracting mass.
Okay, well, you're 107 years out of date with your own pseudoscience. Why don't you get caught up and then try this again?
Okay. Let me say some things. So you're talking about classical science based on
you are. You're talking about Newtonian mechanics here.
And you try to find some variables, formulae.
Well, no, we're not going to talk. Remember, first, before we even want to talk about that, you have to provide evidence that the Earth is that ball where those things exist. So if we don't
do that, my friend.
Sindri, wait. You invoked Newtonian mechanics.
Yeah.
Newtonian mechanics have been debunked completely. Yes.
Okay. And by the way,
you are very
Newton,
out of date, and I'm gonna tell you,
Newton didn't want out to do with that theory. Newton did not want anything to do with that theory. That's important to point out.
Correct. But
where I was going But where I was going from that is like that we have these formulae to describe behavior that we observe.
No,
absolutely. Has nothing to do with flat.
Newtonian physics will replace, dude.
That's why you don't get it because you interrupted me.
And all of these formulae, and it is the variable g.
They
so
come
if gravity
very
is
close.
not a thing, what comes instead of that variable?
Sindri. Those formulas, they come very close to reality.
Okay.
But they do not represent the reality, and they also do not match reality.
Yeah, and especially in Newton's case, well, probably.
The problem is,
the thing is that and that's why that was replaced.
I haven't finished.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to add something here. I haven't finished either.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I did finish now, but you talked right through it, so go ahead.
So, the problem with Newton's laws of motion is that even if we create the best vacuum chamber that we can achieve today, yeah, and we put inside a magnetic levitation bearing, yeah, and we spin this bearing in that extreme vacuum, that bearing will come to a full stop. It will not spin forever because it is not in a frictionless medium. Even if you have one particle of gas inside there, that particle will collide with that bearing so little that is literally negligible. And it has been observed that the bearing stops much faster. It stops not because of the presence of that particle inside that vacuum chamber, but it will stop because the bearing is spinning inside a magnetic field and a electric field and electrostatic field.
Okay.
These forces directly affect that magnetic bearing and will bring it to a full stop, to rest.
Okay.
But the problem is that nowadays we achieve superfluidity in superfluid liquid helium, and that medium is a frictionless medium.
Yeah.
And in that medium, a magnetic bearing will be spinning for fucking forever. And we also observe quantum vortices which they spin forever if you keep the superfluid state of helium. That's the only perpetual motion naturally observed and confirmed, validated to exist.
Did you try it yourself?
You
And
said the magic word.
This debunks Newtonian laws of motion. For each action, there is an equal and opposite reaction, and it's not true.
I have a question. So the last thing, first of all, I didn't fully understand it, but also, is it something that you tried yourself, like you did an experiment, or is it something you heard someone say or read?
This is being stuff is being used in the functioning of quantum computers.
I just want to
I
point
haven't
out
seen it on a computer,
that
so.
a bearing working in a superfluidic, low friction medium, like he said, liquid helium, in a magnetic environment.
Superfluid.
Yeah. And in
Superfluid
contrast
liquid
to the
helium.
other thing where there is no superfluid intact, is that the kinetic friction in the bearing is absolutely going to supersede the magnetic friction, like by a lot. And then if you put in the superfluid with low friction, you are
Is not
vastly
in
eliminating
super.
the kinetic friction.
Listen, in superfluid liquid helium is not low friction. It is a frictionless medium. That is the only frictionless medium. It means that you are not affected by the world's magnetic field and electric field. It doesn't affect you.
Well, I thought it was only the inner fraction that it is lost. Superfluids.
If you think, if you think
It
a
does not
compass,
shield you from the magnetic field.
listen.
I have a
If
headache
you
because
think,
of this. I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
but you know what? Newtonian physics don't work anyway, and that's why they were debunked.
I'll
by
give you
Einstein's, right?
more
So you
simple.
don't even need to bring up super liquid helium.
I'll give you a more simple example. If you put a compass inside the superfluid liquid helium, it will not point you the north or south. It will, where in which direction you put the needle, in that direction will be pointing at.
Have you ever seen that this is real? Like, have you ever done experiments with, like, isn't this all just trust in authorities and scientists?
No, it's not trust. This is known science. I recommend you start searching and informing yourself.
Yeah, when science, when cutting edge science starts to say things that go against what you've been taught. Look, quantum mechanics is about to turn physics on its head, right? Everything this is their words. Everything we know about physics could be wrong, completely wrong, right? This is because this is what they want. This is going to be the science of the future. Look, how can they release new technology and all these new things that they've developed if you don't have an understanding of it? You know, it's time. Yeah, it's time to move into the next phase of the planet.
And Sindri, you asked a very pertinent question, which almost everybody omitted. You ask, what do we teach here? And the best answer I can give you to this question is we teach people not to blindly believe things that they are being told, because that is fanaticism.
Okay.
Sindri, did you know that Newtonian mechanics were already debunked by Einstein? Did you know that that's
Yes, I know there is a certain degree of conflict there.
No, that was the purpose, though, of relativity, right? To prop up the heliocentric model, because Newtonian mechanics couldn't account for things like the orbit of Mercury properly, right?
The theory of relativity is the theory of big things, like massive things.
Right. So Newtonian mechanics didn't work on that scale within heliocentrism, right? So why even continue with that?
Well,
quantum mechanics
you're absolutely
has
free to believe whatever you want to believe.
quantum mechanics has debunked Einstein's theory. You know, with the whole, you know what I mean, neutrino thing, because apparently when matter of any mass approaches the speed of light, it's supposed to increase in mass indefinitely, and you know,
it
who knows what
exponentially
happens,
increases in
right?
mass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what they said was, oh, it didn't. So, you know, blah, 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 neutrino. So, you know, obviously quantum mechanics and whatever is going to be the new science that's going to replace whatever understanding we have today, you know, coupled with the quantum computers when they do come out, if they are coming out.
Anyways, I have to get off. It's pretty late here where I am.
All right, man. All right, man. Come back when you...
Thanks for the chat. I really enjoy it.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
Good night. Bye.
Thank you.
Good night.
Remember,
Yeah.
and remember what you know. What like we said, you know, the journalists only report on what the agenda fits. So, you know, it's more true with what you were taught in school and stuff.
I think. Don't worry. I think I am more skeptical than you.
Oh yeah, that's good. That's good. I hope you come back, man. Yeah, it's been a
Yeah,
pleasure.
I've been here a few times before. I will come here again. Bye bye.
All right. Have a good one, man. Yeah.
Bye.
Good night.
That's cool, Gober.
Density.
He was
Density
asking
and
about it.
weight. What is weight? Resistance to acceleration. Oh, and the force is mass times acceleration. So the resistance to acceleration times acceleration is the force.
Isn't it supposed to be subtracted? Something like that.
Yeah, I feel like it makes me feel like a dog running for his tail.
Yeah. Well, it's funny how people think going to gravity is gonna make the world more rounder. You know what I mean? Like, as if it's gonna help
Yeah.
that side of things. You know, like no, as long as because without gravity,
Yeah.
it what?
Actually, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that if you reduce the Earth to the size of a bearing ball, the Earth will be much smoother than a bearing ball.
But it's pear shaped.
Yeah. But it's round. It's rounder than a bearing ball. You know, bearing balls are very symmetrical. You know, like
but not a
almost
pear.
perfect spheres. Yeah,
But not rounder than a pear.
yeah. It's funny because I use bearings, and if you use them correctly and install them correctly, you almost you achieve zero backlash. You know.
Well, it was actually a billiard ball, he said, but it doesn't really make any difference.
Yeah. Oh, billiard ball. Yeah.
Both smooth.
Yeah. Yeah, they have polished surfaces. They are polished. Yeah.
And he's just writing down here that he feels attacked. I don't think you're attacked, or did I miss something? I don't know. It sounded all quite reasonable to me. Maybe I missed something. It's just quite late here.
I came in hot.
Yeah, you did a bit actually.
It's me. I'm the problem.
Hey, what's your problem?
It's okay.
The same stuff that he says every time. That's my problem.
Oh, he's got some history. I didn't know that.
Repeating, yeah, I don't like that either.
And then he's like trying to kind of hide from wanting to argue the globe. He's like, no, I'm not talking about globe. I'm not talking about heliocentrism, just gravity in itself. It's just kind of like a weasel tactic. I don't know.
I didn't know there was a history.
He also enjoyed talking about how the government and journalism and the media lies to us, but when it comes to the curvature, it's like
He said
there was a different guy.
like how Globers enjoy talking about conspiracy theories, except flat Earth.
He said something about like he knew that there is a problem between Newtonian mechanics and Einsteinian gravity.
Yeah.
Well, they had to be replaced because they didn't work to explain.
No, he said a word like it's an argument or something, but actually the truth is that Einsteinian relativity and gravity dethroned the Newtonian gravity, debunked and replaced. So it's not just a simple argument between the two theories.
Right. Yeah. It's not a discrepancy. It's been completely replaced. Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, if they want to keep their heliocentrism and keep talking about Newtonian gravity, like it's not going to work. I mean, Newtonian gravity was superseded because it didn't work.
Yeah.
With the ball.
Yeah, it didn't work with the ball. So they got to choose one or the other, I guess, or just neither. But
Yeah, that kind of annoyed me about that Mark Sargent. Actually, no, he did a good job. He did a good job. And, I've never watched any of his stuff, and he's on this morning television show, and he did a good job, actually. But at the end, when the chick, she's questioning him, she's saying like, well, why, but why, and all this, like, and he says, well, you know, they only found out in the 50s, he's saying, or the 60s, and maybe just people weren't ready for it. And I'm kind of stuck with that. I'm thinking, what? they're not ready for it? What? I don't know. At the time, I thought it was a good answer, and then now I'm thinking, it's not the best answer, is it, really? Because, I don't know. I just don't like manipulation or something. I don't know. I mean, maybe they just didn't get enough money yet. Anyway.
Mark Sargent is weird.
It's the first time I've ever seen him. That's the first time I've ever seen any of his stuff. He's on a British morning, not a chat. It's like a Good Morning Television. And he did a good job, to be fair to him. So, yeah, he was very calm. And he weren't on his soapbox like I usually do get sometimes. Well, when I've had a drink. So,
You know
and he was very
what?
respectful.
Very, very soon, the world is gonna change even more.
How's that then?
I agree.
Yeah.
What, you think it's going to reach tipping point? Is that what you're saying?
It will change even worse than it did like 2 years ago or like 20 years ago.
I could believe that.
These changes will be so much more dramatic and drastic.
Well,
It
they
will
seem
be unrecognizable.
they're doing the same thing they did 100 years ago. It's almost play for play.
Yeah, yeah.
So we can expect a big market crash then, a depression, right?
Then
Yeah,
massive
yeah,
world war.
exactly. Yeah. What was it? Spanish flu, Bolshevik Revolution, and then the Great Depression. Yeah, in this chronological order.
Then World War II. Yay.
Yeah.
The good times roll.
Serbia is about to start a war again, and Serbia is very well known for starting a world war. Serbia is the country who started a world war.
This is true.
Yeah.
Russia?
There are signs everywhere. Like,
I thought this was it, because, Russia hasn't really moved that much in a while, and now she's moving.
yeah. Well, they have to fight their enemy. Their number one enemy is NATO. Officially.
Wish I was Russian.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. They're all of Russia.
But don't let yourselves deceived by coming wars and stuff like this, because it's all about a deception. They are about to bring a god into this world. That's my best guess.
I'm just saying.
You have the perfect sleep voice. You get the perfect sleep voice. If I wanted to fall asleep, you're the person I'd call.
Thank you.
You got that ASMR vibe.
ASMR. Oh my god, I saw those guys on TikTok. I can't stand them.
Read some flat earth. Make some flat earth videos where you're just reading books and people.
Oh yeah, I would love that. I will do it.
Yeah, people will watch it to fall asleep. Deep videos.
Well, it's very late For me too, like 4 a.m., something like that.
Early day. Early in the morning.
Yeah. Friday night after work.
Sleep all day?
Yeah. I will go shopping today and then come back, eat, sleep.
I always fall asleep to philosophers and storytellers, and I love it. Absolutely love it. And if you did an audiobook, I would definitely fall asleep to that. Oh, sorry, that sounds awful. I didn't mean it like that. You've got a lovely voice, is what I mean.
No, thank you. It didn't sound awful. Not for me at least.
I don't trust some of
Yeah.
these videos. That's why I'm careful. Like the videos I fall asleep to, because you never know what's going on
Yeah.
behind all
Well,
the
I kind of
sound.
know. Yeah, I know the
Yeah,
person
that's
usually.
me too, Bong. Yeah.
It's not just random. I don't just pick a random one, and it's something
Right.
I know well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, people you trust. Yeah, that'd be a good idea though. Let us know if you do. We can subscribe.
I told you I'm falling. At the moment, I'm falling asleep to this Asher logo. So I've posted it before. Tim, you ought to watch it. I bet you already have probably, but when he's talking about all that region at world, he's done so much homework, and I'm not saying it's true at all, of course, because anything pre-1800s we need to say allegedly, but he's done some real homework on these ancient tribes,
Oh, static?
Scythians and so on. Sorry,
What are you talking about?
Asher logos. I'll post it. 1 minute. Anyway, he's got a great voice. That's the point as well. He's got a lovely calming voice. And he's done all the German stuff, all the ancient German tribes and all that. It's absolutely great. All the ancient Roman stuff. Are you all right? Are you okay with Odyssey? I'm not sure YouTube's okay with Odyssey, but Asher logos. It's great.
How dare they compete? How dare they compete with YouTube?
Well, I think it might be against the terms and conditions to actually turn people away from YouTube. I'm not actually sure about that, but
just send them to your website first, and then send them to the Odyssey.
But this
That's
is
what social media is for. Yeah.
I think it's called Our Subverted History or something like that. That's a really good one. From holy men to dark magicians. That's great.
Yeah, sort of like a proxy,
Dark
page.
magicians.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you guys think about coagulation?
What's that?
Important. Or she bleed
It's
out.
it's the property of blood. It's a property of blood to coagulate.
Apparently, if there's a man field and a woman, this is what I've been told. They got the same injury in the leg. I'm not saying this. I don't know, but apparently they go for the man because a woman's blood coagulates very differently to a man's, and she will live, whereas the man would bleed out. So there you go.
Well, have you ever seen iron to coagulate, to have this kind of property?
To cause to curdle, or form a liquid into a thickened mass, to become curdled, to clot, to congeal, to make a clot. Oh, I'm just kidding. From
So
coal.
have
Jeez.
you seen? Has anyone seen iron? Yeah, the metal.
Like,
Yeah, I love the fact that you say iron. That's awesome. By the way, it's so cool.
iron.
So iron doesn't coagulate. It's a metal. It oxidates. But coagulation is not its property. But do you know that there is a metal that has this coagulation property?
Iron is? How?
Yeah, iron doesn't coagulate, but gold coagulates. The gold has the property of coagulation.
That's
I mean,
interesting.
is it a
Yeah,
property that's exclusive or mostly is it blood? Are you talking about blood or are you talking about the
yeah,
process of something thickening, liquid thickening?
yeah. When you pour blood on a table and it's exposed to air, it will thicken and harden itself. It will coagulate. It will solidify.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
yeah. And when you have gold nanoparticles suspended in a solution, uh, it's like a liquid state. Um, if you hold it at room temperature and open, exposed to air, the gold inside that solution will start coagulate and form into a bead. It will precipitate on the bottom. It will do something like raining, down on the bottom. And it's called coagulation. Yeah,
Like gold flakes or something. Gold
yeah.
drops.
But it's funny because it's one of the only metals which has this property, and it's the same like blood. And the blood is diamagnetic. Gold is also diamagnetic. They tell us we have iron in our blood, but I don't believe that. Because iron is cheap. And that will make life very cheap because life is in the blood.
What is the metallic smell that you smell from blood? What is that metallic smell? Is that
They call it, it's like taste of iron, but that's not taste of iron. It is a
yeah, it's a
metallic
strong. Yeah.
taste, but that's something related to our nervous system and the receptors, like how they are being stimulated.
Yeah, like adrenaline can affect the it's in the blood or how the blood
Yeah,
thinning
yeah.
of the blood or thickening of the blood,
Yeah.
the temperature outside.
Yeah, adrenaline is like uh, biological presence of some sort of emotions. Like emotions uh, have also this physical plane. Not just spiritual.
Because
Like
you're
they manifest
experiencing it.
biologically too. Yeah,
Right. Yeah, in your body. Definitely.
yeah, yeah. And we call it adrenaline. But when you are afraid, when you experience fear or something, your heart starts rushing and yeah, that's adrenaline starts running through your body.
No. It's the self-preservation, like triggering the
Yeah,
survival mode of the body.
but like right before like I'm talking about milliseconds before realizing that something scary is next to you, right before that moment that you experience the fear, the scare, there is actually happening in your mind. You realize, and then it floods your whole body. The mind triggers the heart, and instantly it happens very fast, like with the speed of light, probably, of electricity, of the speed of thought. Yeah.
How fast some people can buy something when they see, the ad, right? Oh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the body is flooded with all these emotions. I
Yeah.
must have that. I want that. No. Yeah, they use the emotion to control. I think, yeah, it is the best way to. It's the most efficient way to control the mind, emotions,
Yeah.
right? The access is like music. Access is the subconscious, like immediately.
Yeah. And
Passing.
music is very seductive, and yeah, it's how God made it. He gave Lucifer the best vocal cords, and he's the best deceiver. Yeah.
And what do you think about this 432 hertz then? You already you know what I'm talking about? They changed the
Yeah.
I know, yeah. I've
The
seen
standard A
it
tuning
a lot
from 430 to
on
432.
YouTube.
You think there's anything to it though, is my point. Is there anything to it?
I don't really think so, but I don't know.
I don't think so either because
The
the
the way
instruments have to be.
yeah,
Go ahead.
the way these people present it on YouTube is like magic, like
Right.
esoteric and stuff like this. And I think this is what God will call practicing witchcraft. Hey, if it's a tune which you like listening and it's pleasing to your ears and heart, yeah, go ahead, listen to it. But don't expect that music to do some all sorts
Supernatural.
of miracles, supernatural things for you, because it will not.
I watched a dude. He was
Yeah,
like a professional musician. He
yeah,
like played a trick on the audience where he said, "I'm going to play this in 432 and this other one in this
yeah,
frequency," and he did it. And then I was like, "Yeah, oh, I can definitely tell the difference." But he was tricking the
yeah,
audience, and he actually said, "No, it's the other one that's 432," and I was like, "Shit." So
yeah.
there was definitely a psychosomatic thing that went off or something.
Musical placebo effect.
Yeah. So after that,
I mean, I like everything dropped down. Tune it down a half step, a full step. Sounds good on a guitar.
Yeah.
That's well past 432, but it's still in the 440, I guess, scale when you do that. But anyway.
After that, I was like, there's maybe people are making more out of this than there is, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
Numerology.
A kind of music which I like to listen, and by the way, I'm not a music listener. I don't turn on a device and play music by myself. I only happen to hear occasionally here and there, you know. But I, for myself, don't spend time listening to music. But anyway, there is some music which I sometimes choose to listen. And this is Fibonacci sequences, music with Fibonacci sequences. And this kind of music has been kind of scientifically demonstrated that it's benefic, it's good to listen to. It's harmonious with nature, with a lot of stuff, you know. And I will not say it will heal you or, you know, but this music is definitely not a polluting sound, but it's pleasing to nature, to everything, you know.
Did you see the the Japanese? Excuse me.
Yeah.
The Japanese scientist. I can't remember. It's so long ago since I saw it, but he basically froze
Mm-hmm.
water, and he said horrible
Oh,
things to
yeah.
it, and he said
Yeah.
nice, loving things to the other, and it made these
Yes.
beautiful shapes, geometric shapes, and all that. I don't know if it's
Yeah.
right. I don't know if it's true. It was fascinating. And yeah, could be all.
Well, actually, that was about the way how the ice crystals form in hexagonal shapes, star shapes, which depict symmetry. When something is symmetric, this is something beautiful in nature. Symmetry.
There's
But
definitely something to the power of intention, though, isn't there? That's what I'm saying.
yeah, for example, if you look at a man's face and you see that one eye is lower than the other, then you will say, oh, this man is mutilated, so he's not a beautiful man, you know. He's not symmetric. He suffers of some kind of mutation or mutilation, you know, and that's not beautiful. Um, but when everything is symmetric to someone's face, those people are often considered beautiful and they are attractive to, they are pleasing to the eyes to look at.
And boring. That's
Yeah,
funny.
but yeah, that's why, you know, um, it's funny how water actually perceives these spoken words, our spoken words.
Right, but maybe that's what I'm
And
saying. Maybe it's not the words. Maybe it's the intent. The power of intention
no,
rather
it
than the
is,
actual
it is,
words.
it is the spoken word.
No, but
Yeah.
well, I mean, it's in all different languages, isn't it? So
Well, they didn't
Well, I
just
think
speak to the water, but they also wrote the word on a note.
I saw that.
right, right.
Yeah. So
But
yeah.
behind
Yeah,
the words, I think the words
and
and the intentions are the same
yeah,
thing. I mean, you can't have
yeah,
speak a word without the intention behind the word. We don't say I love you to
yeah,
people what we really mean, and they understand what that
yeah,
we intend to mean that we hate them. So I think
yeah.
the intention
You
and the
can though.
words,
You can do that, though, can't you?
because that's how
Well,
magicians play magic too.
okay.
Is the
Uh,
intentions.
look, let me explain you something. I just want to give you another thing to view, to look at. So on the table there was a glass of with water. Yeah. And that word, which we speak it to the water or we write it on the note, where is that word coming from?
The writer.
From you, yeah, or the writer or you. And the writer or you is 70% water. Right?
That's really good. I never thought of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So of course the water knows.
The water knows.
Yeah. It already has the information, you know. And yeah, they want to crack.
I want to crack the code, the secrets to magic.
How it stores information. Yeah.
Yeah.
They want to crack this, but it's very hard. I would say it's impossible. But they demonstrated that water has memory. Yeah.
Well, it's like Mario trying to figure out how the how the Nintendo works,
Yeah.
right? And then
The guy
coming
who
out of
wrote
it.
the game.
Yeah, and the guy who wrote the game and how the real world works versus his world, and how, I mean he requires all that understanding and knowledge to break out. That's like, I mean, really,
Yeah.
he cannot even fathom 3 dimensions, right? I mean,
True. Yeah.
so it's like, good luck, Mario. Focus on the princess. Focus on freeing the princess.
But you know, also about this dimension stuff, um, I was into it. I thought, oh my God, like there could be 4, 5th, 6th, 7 dimensions, higher, invisible, and blah, blah, blah. And actually, then we live in 3D. We are 3-dimensional. That's physicality. That is reality. The 4th, they will try to say that the 4th dimension is the time, the 3D space flowing through time. But that is a fallacious concept, you know, because time is a concept. Now, any other dimensions other than this, like 1D, 2D, they do not physically exist.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing in this world which is unidimensional or b-dimensional. You know?
Right. So I was wondering too, like how can there be any more dimensions when the dimension we already have is to describe what is and not what is invisible. You know, we're talking, these dimensions are to explain the physical matter, you know, things, you know, why are we putting time into this? It's not even a thing. Like, what?
Yeah. And when you talk with these people who speak about these dimensions, they will often go to mathematics. You know, they will take you through mathematics, and mathematics is 2 kinds of mathematics: rational and irrational. 1D, 2D is irrational. 4D, 5D, also irrational. 3D, that's real. You know, it's rational. It exists. And mathematics can deal with reality that exists, but it will take you in no time outside of reality, you know. And yeah, people who use mathematics, when I use mathematics, I like to keep it real, you know. I don't like to go into
I only use real
imaginary
numbers, bro.
things. Yeah,
Don't give me
yeah,
that -1 bullshit. Look, man,
yeah,
what are you talking about? 1 or 2? What do you? How
mm,
many do you want?
yeah. Like,
Yeah,
you know, when I'm walking, yeah, I like to know the speed I'm walking, like 3 miles an hour or 5 miles an hour, or with my car 30, 50, 60. That's real stuff I'm dealing with. And I'm not bothered if I'm driving with 30 miles an hour or 31, you know. I don't care. It's negligible for me. I will consider it the same speed, you know. Yeah. When I measure things, you know, with a ruler, with a caliper or micrometer, interferometer, yeah, I know the precision grade increases, you know, or decreases according to the measuring instrument you use. But for cutting plywood, I'm not going to be using a micrometer. No way.
yeah, I cut it to the millimeter. The
Yeah.
human eye cannot.
No, micrometer, you cut it to micron, you know, like
Yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah,
1,000 part of,
yeah,
take 1 millimeter and split it into 1,000 units.
right.
So
That's what
that's
I mean.
very, very small. Yeah.
My limit is the millimeter. Like if I can't see it,
Yeah.
I'm not cutting it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your line? No, you have to use the
Mm,
microscope. Like, all right, call me when you have a line.
yeah.
It's,
Mm,
yeah, I mean, there's a scale that I think everything starts at, right? And it's
yeah.
we're the ones that are figuring, the man's scale that
Yeah.
everything is observed,
Mm,
from, So,
yeah.
when you say things like, imagine you were an ant, I was like, even an ant on a globe can tell it's not a globe. I mean, it's a small. You know what I mean? Like even an ant on a
Mm,
globe could measure the curvature of that globe. He wouldn't say it appears flat. That's all wrong.
yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That's true.
The scales are. When did we stop doing science and start just throwing around ideas like that? Like so big numbers.
Well, 4,000 miles is not that big, you know.
Yeah, your average glober
Um,
would be like, "What's that?" It's the radius of the globe
each
you're arguing for, dude. It's like, oh, I didn't. I didn't know.
8 inches per mile square should be visible, very curved.
Dang.
Like when you look 10 miles into the distance, you are supposed to see curvature all around you, 360, you know.
Even if you were the size of an ant,
Yeah,
at that
yeah,
scale, you should
yeah,
work.
yeah.
Because we would know how big Jupiter is if we were on Jupiter, right? Or how or how small the moon is
Mm,
if we were on the moon, right? It'd be so.
mm. Well, you know, I can find Jupiter in the sky, in the night sky, and I look at it, and I never seen it bigger than my house door, you know. Like when I'm standing next to my house door, it's bigger than me, you know. And when I look to Jupiter in the sky, it's a tiny dot of light. It, yeah, if I take a caliper, you know, and try to measure it, how big is that? It's so small, it's like a small LED, yeah, like 3 by 3 millimeters, you know. That's the size of
Too small
Jupiter
to
in
see
the sky. Yeah,
small to see
so
a storm, a red dot, or not enough pixels.
yeah, yeah. So I never seen that star being bigger than the whole ground beneath my feet, you know, like the whole world. Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's so crazy to say that. Not even the sun isn't bigger than the world. The sun is like a €2 coin when I hold it in my hand, you know, like in front of my eyes.
You cover it with your fist.
Yeah, yeah.
Or why does the moon, right? Why does the moon have to be a rock, even though it looks like a light, like the sun?
Yeah.
Why can't it be its own like blue sun that light? Like,
Wow.
why did you guys make it a rock that reflects sunlight? That's so stupid. Like, who's gonna believe that in 2022? You guys have to think about these things, man.
Oh
Jeez.
my God.
That's how you can stop people from, saying silly things like we went
Mm,
to the moon. Like,
yeah.
really bad. Like, Arthur C. Clarke and what's his
Mm.
name? Space Odyssey guy.
Kubrick.
Kubrick.
Stanley
Those two are,
Kubrick.
yeah, them and their
Yeah.
stupid opera music. I mean, orchestra music. Classical
Mm,
music. I'm sure
yeah.
space is not. Where's Hans Zimmer when you need him? Like, damn. He come out of this world sounds, dude. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm looking at a water fountain or something. This is space, bro. Pay attention. Lord.
Well, I'm glad because I've seen today um, so a Romanian guy on TikTok, and he posted the question like, "Who made the phone call from the moon?"
Nixon?
To the president. Yeah,
Old
and
Richard Nixon. I am not a
no,
crook.
no,
Oh my god.
and quite many Romanians I saw they answer Stanley Kubrick, you know, or Disney and stuff like that.
Tricky Dick.
And yeah, I was happy because I saw, hey, these guys know uh, about flat Earth, you know, uh, and they are Romanians like me.
Well, that's what Mark Sargent meant. When what's his
Mm,
name said earlier that they just found out in so and so that that
yeah.
that Earth. I was like, no, that's when they were able to verify, like the dome,
Mm,
everything, all that stuff, the testing. Yeah. No,
yeah.
they didn't just find out that the Earth is not a ball. Like, who would believe such a ridiculous thing? Like, just didn't have airplanes,
Mm,
and technology until the aliens
yeah.
came down and gave it to them.
Mm,
Right? That's the story, right? Aleister
yeah.
Crowley, JPL, Jack Parker.
Oh,
I mean, Jack Culture and
that's
Laboratory. So, go ahead.
that's deep inside the world, you know, from the rabbit hole. Because in the rabbit hole there is a whole world, you know.
A whole civilization of weirdos, of strange. We can't. But I don't want to go amongst the mad people. Oh, but you can't help that. Everyone's mad down here.
And all the laws are bendy.
I drink this bottle, right? If I take the red pill, it's so strange, disturbingly, strange. But that's the world that we're, you know what I mean? Like not seeing. Like that's so it's really being pushed.
World that was pulled over our eyes.
Blind.
Yeah.
I mean, these things rear up every now and then, in the form of like candles or blackmail.
Star Wars, Star Trek, heliocentric. This is the heliocentric sci-fi fantasy. It's the world which has been pulled over our eyes. And man, it's hard.
It's what all the lies are built on. When you think about it.
Yeah.
I remember, I think in the late 80s, it was global warming, ozone layer. There's a hole in the ozone layer.
Oh.
I was like, that planet, all these up like,
They're burning coal. Yeah.
Yeah. And now it's like going the other way. It was like, what happened to global warming? What happened to? Did we patch that hole? No, with more pollution.
Yeah.
I lived in the middle of the Pacific, so when they say that the sea level is rising, and I have these pools. We have these ocean right
Are
in
you
the middle.
swimming right now? Are you underwater? Blah 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 blah.
But there's this rock. There are these rocks, right, that you use as as markers, right? And the water doesn't, the water is not going up and down. So I'm wondering, like, this would be the most obvious place to see that, is right here in the middle of the Pacific. Where else does the ocean go? Like Africa?
You can see on those rocks that at high tide and low tide you have a high and low. You mark that, and
signs,
hey, anything that goes above or way below, then we have some problems, maybe,
Yeah, like a storm is coming, right? Or tsunami or something like that. Usually,
yeah.
But it's not like every year that sign gets lower and lower. All the water gets higher.
Yeah.
It's not happening. Like, it's been 20 years. Like, what are you talking about? This sign's been here for 20 years. Like, what horizons? Stop doing that, ball. Trying to.
Well, for us, the ball is dead, but these people who didn't embark yet into this train, it's about to leave. At the pace the world is going right now, I don't give it like 2 or 3 years, and I think a lot of this internet will be gone. Things you can find and access, they will find a way to restrict you, and this will be, you can access those websites only according to your internet social score. You know.
Yep.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
For example, on TikTok, some people who talk on who touch certain subjects, they get restrictions. I send them. I was chatting with them in private chat, messages, and they get restricted, and I can't send them messages, private messages anymore. We can't chat anymore. Like, this is crazy.
Damn.
Nobody can talk to you, and you can't talk. You cannot talk to them.
You have to try and figure out, like, chat
And
2 or 3.
You know what? We are not people who don't know it. We are friends. I chose to follow that person, and that person followed me back. And I'm also even private account. So he has to specially request me to friend me, so.
So
And
you're saying the app doesn't have access to your contacts or anything, right? Like, it's
no, they don't have access to my contacts, but that person posted some video, and now he's being restricted. And if I send him a message, he doesn't get it, and he cannot reply to me anything or write to me because he's restricted to communication.
you guys communicate in any other way? Like, there another way
Well,
to
we have to find other means like WhatsApp, or mobile phone, or yeah. But this person is actually someone famous in Romania. She's a journalist in the media, and she's touching delicate subjects.
probably
Yeah,
will. Gripping
yeah.
journalist.
She had her Facebook also suspended, deleted. Yeah.
Is she okay
For
though?
speaking truth, and showing what bullshit these people are doing in my country. And yeah.
No. Well, you can't. I mean, you're using their platform. Like, I think the whole internet. If you're not setting up your own, like, secure
Yeah,
communications.
okay, Facebook is their platform, but for example, for TikTok, we have in Romania like a party, political party,
Yeah.
and vast majority in this party, they are faggots, gay, and yeah, LGBT, and these people are given the administration and moderation on TikTok in Romania. So if you say or do something on TikTok which is against them, their community, then they delete your account in no time.
By
Yeah.
design, I think yeah.
Yeah.
They did that by design.
Yeah.
Who better to enforce, their agenda,
Yeah.
their way of
Indeed.
thinking.
Have you heard what law they gave in Ukraine?
Nope. Does have to do with gay people?
Yeah, they legalize gay marriage in Ukraine
Well,
officially.
in the middle of all this.
Yeah. So now
Well,
you can get married in Ukraine. Yeah.
no wonder why Russia's attacking them.
Exactly. I would too. Yeah.
At least they know where their priorities are. Just pass this first. Don't worry about the guy shooting at you. Like, what?
Ahoy, me hearties. Ahoy.
Hey, Sunny.
That's
Welcome.
pirate talk for the uninitiated.
Yeah. Oh,
Arr.
sorry.
Come on. Hey. Yes. We hip hop. All of the world is run by who runs the world? You know that song? Yeah.
Oh,
Gays,
yeah.
not
It's a good
girls.
one.
Gays. Who run the world? Gays. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what everybody says about that song. Like my
Bomb
country is like
worms.
American Samoa is like that too. I was watching this. On the news. The LGBT community, all these guys that dress up like women, they have this show, and the governor and his cabinet are seated right at the
Yeah.
front. And I'm like face palming so hard, like I want to go back to Australia. You guys, good luck. Bye, mom. Bye, dad. So I left. It's so bad. Yeah, I know.
Aha! I found the handle and I found the blade, and I found out why the blade was not in the handle. Someone did not have the right size screwdriver bit to open the thing, so they got fed up and stuck the knife in the tree and dropped the handle where it lay till I found it who knows how many decades later. I don't know. That people are probably like, what?
That was
I know you came in on page 300 in a 1,000-page novel. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
But the moral of the story is I got the darn thing open now, and this is just absolutely fantastic tool that I find, like a kind of tool that you would keep for a lifetime.
I have restored the blade.
Yes.
I find
Is
that.
the tool you keep for a lifetime, but what about the other people?
What other people?
Well, this chance for them to achieve a tool of a lifetime,
Oh,
it
yeah.
will be taken away.
Well, I
So-
look forward to a time. I look forward to a time when we all can be using our skills to teach the next generation. Like that should have been done a
Yeah.
long time ago. I look forward to that still being done. I would love to be a part of that, teaching others how to work and how to build and how to think logically. How to
How to use your eyes, right? To
use
how to
your
accept.
senses. Yeah.
Yeah, how to accept what your senses
Use your
are
senses.
telling you.
Wait a minute.
How
This
to
one's still.
how to perceive.
Oh, I don't know, man. This
Well,
one.
anyway, I would not rise myself against God, because God said 2/3 are doomed. So
That's sad because I wonder, am I
Yeah.
one of them? I hope not. I mean, like,
No,
I didn't set out to
you're not.
do wrong. Like, I don't think I did horribly wrong.
You are
As long
very knowledgeable, Sonny.
as long as you follow this one command, love your neighbor as much as you love yourself, or God,
Yeah.
or
Well,
you should be all right.
I probably care about my neighbor more than I care about myself. That's
Boom, there you go. You're good. Tick that one off. Like, all right, I'll just keep doing this one. Yeah, I don't think God is. I don't think God is that.
I'm thinking of just going out on the wild side and taking all my shit and going down to the water and just seeing how long I can stay. I have everything I need. I don't know what I'm waiting for. I have this thing called, it's a fallacy called the toolbox fallacy. Do y'all know what that is?
Toolbox fallacy?
Yeah.
No.
Does anybody else know by chance?
Nope.
Okay, so I'll tell you what it is.
Tell us.
Toolbox fallacy is that you have projects that need to get done, but in order to get started, you have a belief or something that's causing you to wait until you have the entire toolbox for that project finished before you start on step one. and and I've overcome this in a couple of different areas in my life, except for this going out on my own in like with, because it's really kind of a dream of mine, and most of the things that I've envisioned myself doing, I've done. And except like this one, like actually going out, and like when I had a car, it's different. Like when you're out there and you have yourself to deal with and everything you brought with you, as if you're on some adventure to the Antarctic or something, and hope that you have everything. Be confident in your equipment and your knowledge, and just relying on yourself. Now, that sounds like an easy task, but is it really? Like it was difficult to like even stay outdoors for more than like 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah.
I would start wanting to go back where it's comfy in front of my screen in my comfy chair, and
the four walls. You wanted four walls. It's the elements.
yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah,
I think the first thing is security from the elements.
yeah. I know.
Why I would dig a hole or
So why is it that I am choosing towards putting myself out there in the elements? Well, for one thing, when I did camp out a week and a half ago on the beach, one thing I didn't sleep very well, but one thing I really enjoyed was that ocean air all night long coming through my tent. Breathing that ocean air felt fucking great, man. That felt great. So
being raided by animals while you're sleeping is a real thing. So as long as you build a little
I'm never worried about that.
Little hole, cubby hole.
I never worried about that, especially here in the city at a city beach. Like,
oh yeah.
No one's, there's no animals. No one bothers you. If you're in your own little campsite, no one cares what you're doing. That's what I figured out in the last year or so. Nobody cares what you're doing. If they can't see you, they don't care what you're doing. Nobody does. If you're far enough away, that's what I love. Like, you can go in nature. You don't have to go very far. I mean, like, I guess I'm fortunate. I live at a place like this where I guess I've taken it for granted and haven't gone out and enjoyed those things as much as I should be.
Sonny, you are so funny.
There are no real pictures of the earth. It's all cartoons.
I'm funny in which way?
With gentleness and respect.
I'm more than.
In the way that.
Global head. The round head.
What's Geppy Get saying? Trying to listen.
Yeah, I was saying you are Oh, whenever I talk, you talk, man.
Okay, so let me mute Hillel because he's not letting you talk. So go ahead, Geppy Get. What did you say?
So I said you are funny because you said like where nobody sees you.
I know.
But we are actually being watched all the time. We are never alone.
Okay, so guess what? In that case, fuck off. They can fuck off. Like, I don't care if they are.
Yeah.
Go ahead and see. Go ahead. If you're that interested
If they
in me,
see,
listen.
good for
If
them.
they're that interested in me, they got some real big problems.
Take a good look. Turn around. You gotta have a look. Look. Pose. Strike a pose. Boom, boom.
I don't know, man.
But you see,
I've been like acting like a native. I'm out there in the sun. I'm like all sunburnt. Like, I love it, man. The sun feels freaking great right now. It's hot as hell, and no one's around because it's too hot for them. And actually, it's great for me.
Yeah.
I know how to survive in it. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's nice to break away from the world.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I grew up with a father who was kind of a narcissist. He ended up sailing away in his 70s and went away and sailed way down in the Caribbean and got sick, and he ended up dying a couple of years ago.
Oh, may he rest in peace.
He got back here, but I won't get into that. But anyway, it was a long process because it took a really long time, and I had to grieve before it even happened. And I did, and then when it happened, I felt guilty that I didn't feel as much sorrow as I should have for my own father. But that was a very tumultuous
I think that
relationship.
grieving. I think that first grieving was the grieving. The
What's
loss.
that?
I think when you grieve the first time, I think that's when the actual all of that came out. That's why when he actually passed, you didn't feel as much because you already grieved.
Yeah, because I actually wrote like a goodbye letter, and I told him I'd meet him on the great oceans in the sky. Meet you on the other side. Hop on.
Well, when someone died, that's not the last time you will see him.
Yeah, no, obviously, yeah. Wow.
We will all meet again.
Yeah, I think we've actually all known each other before.
Yeah.
I think we keep running into the same groups of beings. Possibly. No, that's frozen solid. That's not good. She's a good, Tony. Fix it again, Tony. Well, projects.
Oh, it's getting morning here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the sky. Yes, the sky is like turquoise. Dark turquoise. Yeah.
That best part of everything is waking up. Hey, birds are up.
Yeah.
You're both morning. Where both of you are?
Nah, I'm noon. I'm afternoon right now.
What?
Wow. Into the future.
Yes, I had my morning like a couple hours ago. It was sunrise.
Oh yeah,
I'm catching from behind.
You're like the next day. That's the weirdest thing. I can't get used to that. How different that is because of those time zone changes. Like
blame Greenwich.
Yeah, blame them. It's Greenwich.
Yeah,
Greenwich.
Greenwich.
I saw a beautiful shooting star tonight.
Really?
Very bright shooting star, yes.
That's pretty cool.
But very fast.
Well, you just can't seem to get that last screw out. I mean,
and the funny thing, I had my eyes pointed into that region of the sky, and bam, the star shoot. Beautiful.
You ever wonder what they are? What those things are?
Yeah, I think they are rocks and stones thrown into the sky from very, very ancient times.
Yeah, me too. They talk. Enoch talks about it. There's one of the rebellers, one that watches over the wanderers, that throws hot balls of something. Throws like fiery. That's what it said. Anyway.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not supposed to talk about that at all here, I guess. So
that's interesting.
Yeah, that's really comments, and that's what I thought when I heard that.
Also, in the story of Hercules, or Iliad, they say about a god who threatens someone if he helps the Trojans, the Trojans. He will throw them up into the sky so high that they will never fall back to the ground. Yeah. And this is a very interesting concept, because
probably every civilization or culture has
yeah,
stories about these things that are happening above us.
yeah.
Of course.
But now with quantum mechanics and quantum locking, this kind of magnetic quantum locking phenomena, we see them as physical, explainable phenomena, and
Yeah, when they're not, they're totally out of our realm of understanding. That's why some of
yeah,
the stories that
they
we
were
have.
in these stories. They say the exact phenomena, but so old, like thousands of years old. Mankind had this knowledge all the time. Yeah. But they
Yeah,
changed the way we speak. Language evolved. They controlled the evolution of language so that we do not understand it scientifically, those mythological stories,
yeah, I think that was all done purposely, of
Yeah.
course. What's wrong with this man?
Just thinking about how big, like how high, the heavens really are. Like I was just like, so how kind of makes you wonder how high it really is. Like how far
Well, how
the
expansive they are. Think about how
right.
expansive they could possibly be. That part is like just freaking unfathomable.
Right. All right. And where the stars are placed in the sky, like from where we are seeing it, like it's very fascinating. Up
Well,
there.
let me tell you something. You see, the superfluid liquid helium, the pressure inside is almost 14 psi. It's almost exactly like the air which we breathe, the same kind of pressure. So if you are inside a superfluid liquid helium, extrapolating the low temperature and all that, you would feel the same. But the problem is, in air, when we move, there is friction, resistance, drag. But in superfluid liquid helium, it's a frictionless medium. So there is no resistance.
Well, that's
So,
really weird. That sounds you could levitate.
yeah,
You could levitate.
yeah. It sounds like a effortless medium.
How would you control your path of
Well, I
trajectory?
think here we are physical, and in the absence of this medium, we are bound to the ground. But if that medium was here, I think just our thought would actually propel us. Your mind would
Well,
physically be moving you.
I've had dreams. I've had dreams just like that before, like that. I could move like
Yeah.
on any kind of vehicle, like a bicycle.
I had dreams like that too. Yeah.
Like being on a
And that's
bicycle where I directed my energy to in front of me, like forward,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
started moving.
Mhm.
But then,
Yeah.
sadly, when I wake up, I'm not able to do that.
It doesn't work here. Yeah.
So
Or
what
fly.
you're like your your mind is connected to the medium. Is that kind of?
Yeah, I think all these vast majority of people have at least once dreamt in their lifetime that they could fly by their own force, you know. And that's why I think that this medium is missing from here, has been taken away. It has been lifted high above us. So that's where we actually are meant to be.
Don't we have to verify that there is such a medium up there first before?
Of course, yeah. Well, if you start taking it, go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't know how we would separate all the other effects that are happening with it in order to get to the basis of what's really going on. I don't know if that's possible.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I think the problem is going to be always. You can't isolate all the other variables. Like we don't even know what some of the variables are, so we're lost.
There's a interesting. You know how Glober's always asked, like, why do things fall down? And well, I think that things that are dense, that have the more matter something has, right? And therefore we say the more denser something is, it'll rest on a more denser thing, right? Like, so if it's in the air, it's gonna rest on the ground. And when you look up in the sky, like the lights that I see in the sky are not things. I don't think there's things or matter that should like be like that down here, is because the things that have matter that are dense enough are all down here. So whatever those lights in the sky are, I think has to do with the medium that you're describing, or whatever medium that they're in. That's how they perform that's where they perform their function or something. I don't know. I'm just trying to explain what I'm thinking. Like, what do you think about that?
Go with Don Pettit. Is it Don Pettit? I want this generation to know one thing: that you can't leave Earth. Earth is a closed system.
We're stuck here.
Bill Nye.
Bill Nye.
Yeah,
Sorry
it's
about
just it's too bad we're stuck here in this very beautiful garden that was designed especially for us. It's just too bad we can't go starve and die on Mars or something like that. Like,
yeah, exactly. Like they can't wait to get away from Earth. Like,
yeah, it's a shame we can't.
They haven't even told everybody what it actually really is yet, and they fucking trying to get away.
You are God's prisoner.
Well, I do want to know why we can't leave. That's for sure.
Why we can't? You want to know why we?
Mm-hmm.
Because we have a barrier.
Well, it's rhetorical. You cannot answer that question.
Oh, I can't. Okay.
Well, why would fish want to leave the ocean? Right? Where are they going to go?
They're too stupid to know. I'm not.
What, fish? Where do you want to live? You want to live?
Why'd you put a lid on the motherfucker? Why can't I leave? Why can't I leave? Why can't I leave? That's what I want to fucking know. If it's not a prison, why can't I leave?
Well, look. You know who left? You know who did leave their habitats? I read it was the angels that rebelled against God. It's like, and then they left. They willingly left their habitat. I don't know why, and caused all this trouble down here, science and stuff.
See The Village. Everybody see The Village, M. Night Shyamalan. That movie is, in my opinion, a perfect representation, better than The Truman Show, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's pretty...
Yeah. Shit, I got sucked into it. I thought I was in the, past as well. That's why. You know what else gave me that feeling was that movie at the end of the movie Men in Black. When the camera zoomed out and the alien put one of the galaxies, which is a marble, in his marble bag. I was like, whoa, worlds, man! I'm mind blown. I was like, whoa, is that what it really is?
Yeah, why'd you close us up in here, y'all? Like, dang, what?
So my phone when I saw that. I never thought of the universe that way until I saw that, and that's when I understood what these, physics teachers were teaching in class about, things they don't want to talk about. Because every time I ask them, they get upset. Like, we're not talking about that. You're scared. No.
Okay, fuck this little thing.
But it's a good thing DC Comics and Marvel, right? All these movies are explaining multi-universes to us, right? I mean, look at that. A freaking 10-year-old knows what a multi-universe is. Oh yeah, when you have like all these multiple realities,
Yeah. So
because
do you really think it's actually a thing if they're putting it in comic books and teaching kids about it? What do you think?
exactly. I couldn't grasp it when I was growing up reading about it. It was new, but now it's like they explain it to me like I'm 5. Okay. Oh wow, you're gonna
Well,
actually do it.
the multiple universe theory is actually founded on mathematics and cyber world, virtual world. The problem is, you see, they are not physical. They are imaginary.
Like the
They
globe.
don't exist. Yeah.
Yep.
Might as well live in a J.R. Tolkien novel.
Well, people are like, "Hey, man, if it exists on a computer, it exists." Like, I don't think you know how that works, but okay.
But that's the simulation idea as well tied into it.
Well, everybody wants to believe. Everybody who's in that camp, the simulation camp, that's a shitload of people too, right? It's a huge camp. Yeah. But it's
all
people want, in my opinion, people want to believe it. They want to sit there and fantasize about shit that isn't real so far, but they're like, no, but anything's possible. So, because of evolution and gravity. So, yeah. So this will happen later. So I promise this will happen later. It's just a matter of time, right? Because with mathematics, you can predict anything, even though it's never predicted anything. Bye.
Well, that's called divination, right? I mean, it's just a smoke screen for all the witchcraft that they're teaching people and showing us on TV, right?
Yep.
Really normalizing and bringing these things to to make it normal and making us sound crazy and ignorant. You're so close-minded, dude. Free flat earthers.
Listen to this. You guys will get a kick out of this. So my mom texted me earlier about Alex Jones apparently having to pay there's a court ruling that he has to pay $45 million to the one about the families he said didn't get that done to them in Shandy book. Okay. Anyway, so apparently he's got to pay up. And I said, Mom's not part of the show. She goes, no, I can get you the court order. And then I say, listen, it's still part of the show. You think that those people who want to be in the circus don't have to give their pound of flesh every now and again? They fucking do. So 45 mil, Alex Jones can spare 45 mil to keep the rest of his shit going. And, it's more publicity for him anyway. There's no such thing as bad publicity. So many more people are going to go to his websites and give him hits and probably buy his products and keep watching him afterwards. Not everybody's going to go, oh, yeah, fuck Alex Jones. It's going to give him more attention. So the thing that you want to do to the entity and that they tell you about is nowhere near actual justice. It's just they're playing with you. They're playing with you.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Alex Jones will never walk astray from his mission given by the CIA.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And that's the thing.
Not one
Listen,
step astray.
She's like, he's going to have to pay. Here's the court order. And I'm telling my mom, I go, if you want to show me the court order and that helps you believe it more, go right ahead. I'll take a look. You know what I mean? Like, come on, get the fuck out of here with that.
Yeah. Alex Jones fulfilled so many goals and agendas for the CIA. Mind blowing. How many?
Right when the internet started, hey, see, it was right around the time the internet started to become a common household thing, and YouTube was becoming a beginning, of everything.
You know, imagine the CIA giving you a list, yeah, with checkboxes, and you mark all the checkboxes. Yeah.
I was doing a lot of research, right? And I was like, you know what's really weird? What's strange? What?
Yeah.
Is that the government would build information network and just let me access all this information? Like, it's so like,
Yeah.
what's up with that? Like, it's what? And nobody's watching me download this and read that and go over here. You know what I mean? Like, it was
Mm.
and then Alex Jones shows up. You know, then all this Ruther starts showing up. It's like it's so weird.
Yeah.
It's like, how is this? How is this all like? You know what I mean? And here we are, 20 years later. You know, the fruits, you know, of those you know, fruits.
When he started becoming popular on internet, the internet was a very good tool for informing yourself, finding resources, stuff, information, good stuff. And he was actually a distraction for the people from that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks to him, people today are dumb, you know.
Yep. My younger cousin in 2000 came up to me and said, "Hey, you know Alex Jones? He's on da da da." I was like, "Who?" He's like, "He's telling everybody. He's letting the." I was like, "Does he talk about Jesus?" That was my first question. It's like, "Does he talk about Jesus?" Like, no. I was like,
Oh
"Then he's not
no.
real." He's not. But he got so upset that I wouldn't take him seriously. I mean, I watched him and I was like, "Joe,
Yeah.
this guy's. Look at this guy. I mean, he's like a clown. Like, isn't it obvious that this guy is a clown? Look at him. Like,
Yeah.
and then on top of that, he doesn't give you any hope. Like, he doesn't leave you with a good word. You know, like how we can cope with it. Like, he leaves you scared and worried and needing to buy his products to help your body combat what the Illuminati is. You know, it's the early 2000s, dude. I was like, no way. This can't be the truther movement. And then I found Flat Earth. I was like, oh, there we are. Here they are. That's all that's left of us? Yep.
I saw videos like 2010, 2012 about him being Bill Hicks, and then these videos and subject has been like put back on the shelf. Nobody cared. But then in like 2018, 19 to 2020, people came back to these videos and they were showing them again. But it wasn't, you know, I mean, from the people who watch Alex Jones, yeah, like millions of people, I was expecting those people to watch also these videos about him, and they didn't.
Yeah, Bill Hicks.
Yeah.
I've seen that. You know, I mean, even if it really is him, right? In my mind was like, even
Yeah.
if it really is him, what is that doing? I mean, is that confirming to us that he's lying to us? Like, even if it is, I mean, it's kind of obvious that he's lying to us now. So, what was the point of the Bill Hicks? You know, the whole.
And actually, even Bill Hicks is actually a CIA identity. You know,
That sounds like it
created.
comes from. Yeah, it sounds like it came from the
Yeah.
same author,
Yeah.
Osama bin Laden and Bill Hicks. Yeah, they would be in a story together.
Mm.
Yeah, they're every news story. I mean, every printed news story that's pushed has obviously been specific, especially to lie to you about, to make you think something about something that's not true.
Yeah.
Someone.
Well, I saw today again a video of Bill Gates, a CIA briefing by Bill Gates. He went to the CIA, to the Pentagon, and he was presenting these people how this research in the pharmaceutical industry, they achieved to make some substances which can make a extremist fanatic, religious fanatic, turn him into a normal person. Just by administrating him this magic juice, Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing I'm a normal person and I don't have to take the juice.
Yeah, but they had tests they did on humans, and they showed a brain scan, showing a very small lit area, and after the magic juice, the brain was like half of the brain was fucking active,
It's
Yeah.
like showing an egg before, like, this is your brain, right? They show a frying pan. This is
Yeah.
drugs.
Yeah.
This is
This
your
is
brain
the
on drugs.
fanatic extremist. Yeah. It's a tiny LED inside, but inside the head of a normal person, you have like the lights from the stadium, from the NFL.
See
Yeah.
all the parts. See all the parts that are lit up in the brain. Yeah, that's what a psycho's brain looks like. Oh, what?
Yeah.
I can't remember the thing. Oh, sorry. You're bringing the. So this brain.
Oh my gosh, it looks just like the Glober's brain. Oh no, we didn't expect that. We didn't expect that to happen.
Yeah.
The brain of a religious fanatic. It looks like the psychopath's brain. It's like, right. You get what I'm saying? You get me now. You get me. Now you know.
Yeah, and yeah, that was a PowerPoint presentation he presented to the CIA, So yeah.
Is that the
In
same thing they used?
2005.
Yeah, I think they called it the fun vax, right?
Yeah.
Fundamentalism, right? Fundamentalist.
Yeah.
VAX. So it was like fun V. It was like what, like fun, like no, like fundamentalist. Such a dirty brain, Paul. My gosh, what's happening?
But I tell you what. I tell you what. One very interesting fact about this debriefing. He went and had this presentation at the Pentagon because he has been funded by the Pentagon, and now he was coming back with research and results to show them what he achieved with their money.
Umbrella Corporation, right? And what they have achieved.
Yeah.
We have found immortality.
Yeah.
That kind of research. Yeah, it's not, sounds
Yeah, and he was talking about gene editing in that time. Yeah.
And there's the whole CRISPR technology. Wonder what they really know, what's really going on.
I'm not sure. CRISPR was. I'm not sure if it was discovered yet or patented. But even if it was very, very new at that time. It was like science fiction in 2005. You know?
Yeah. I think it's just a story they tell the public versus what's really happening.
Yeah. I know I saw like maximum 1 year after the CRISPR technology was discovered. Like I remember I have seen the news headline when it has been discovered, you know, because it has been headlines. But when I know that when I saw that, at that time, I was into this kind of mindset that I knew that they are always 100 steps further, you know, like they will not show us something new, only something which is actually old for them, you know.
Under control, stable.
Yeah.
Companies like Ancestry that you send your DNA to.
Oh yeah. I had.
Do you know why they exist and do what they do?
The human genome mapping.
It completely failed. They thought they were going to solve everything, and it turned out they could just tell you how much Chinese you had in you, and that was it.
Yeah.
I've got a feeling that 2% is the error rate, because not everybody can be 2% of everything. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. And at some point, I saw headlines. They were showing that all mankind is shown to be rooting from one man and woman, like confirming the story of Adam and Eve. But about 2 or 3 years later after that, they switched away from that. You know, like they totally dismissed those stories, claims, you know, they made. They changed their mind.
Well, that's part
suddenly.
of it, right? GBG, they got to send out mixed signals. They
Yeah.
got to confuse the masses a little bit.
Yeah.
They got to come in here arguing 3 different points at once. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's part of the plan.
And even, you know, like about the cradle of civilization, they say, oh, Africa is the cradle of civilization. Then they move to Central America or Europe, you know, China, Mongolia, Genghis Khan and stuff. But
Did anyone see the Spacebusters
inclusivity? Go ahead.
The Spacebusters video about tribes? I think they're explaining that they think, you know, Europeans, Africans, Indians, Chinese are all a different tribe, they think.
Yeah.
Like a subspecies of human. They didn't go into any detail because, you know, Spacebusters.
That's Glover. I thought it was India, but who knows?
Yeah, we got a Glover here?
They don't come in anymore, do they?
I wouldn't. Sure. What kind of legs do you have to stand on?
I don't know what I'm marked as. I'm fairly new, I think.
Oh, okay. How new? Like we talking months? You know, couple weeks?
Couple of weeks, I think.
Oh wow, okay.
I'm just trying to figure out how to run Discord because I'm trying to set up my own server.
Oh, okay.
I think it's cool to like talk about other conspiracies, right? To start with, because like once we start agreeing on things, once we see that we're all on the same page, when we get to this one, right? There's going to be like this mountain of evidence already set up, for like, look, you got all this right? If you get this wrong,
I prefer the term alternative views.
Right. You can only look at a table, only a certain way, right? Like you definitely cannot look at a table and say it could be round. It's like, huh? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
well, if you just believe.
Well, that's like
you can think of it as
like
round.
Yeah, you can think of it as round.
Right.
Doesn't mean it really is, but we're not
No, it's a
necessarily working at the
chair.
really is
It's
level.
a chair. I tell you, the table is not a table. It's a chair. It's a chair.
Exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't
Now
mean
it's
it
a
really
chair, right?
is. But we're not necessarily working at the really is level in this case.
Right. Exactly. So it's like it's not even there's only we're not talking about like a metaphor or a parable that some guy said, some ambiguous ending to some movie, you know what I mean? We're talking about something that's definitely one way to look at it, right? Like we got 180 degrees that exist and a ball that doesn't.
I'll try to unnecessarily correct Sunny. It's correct, a chair, but not actually chair, more like a throne. But thrones are placed on something,
Unless they're a juggler spinning thrones.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's more like a footstool. I think it's more of a footstool, and the heavens would be the throne. You know what I mean?
Well, no, you see, we have in ancient writings like the pillars of the sky or columns of the sky which hold the sky in place, So those are like the footstool. And the ground, the world, is actually where the throne sits on. And the chair is the throne is very high above us.
I was just quoting from, when David wanted to build a house for God, and God was like, David, look, heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. Like, what kind of house? What kind of house are you trying to build for me again? And David's like, oh, now that you put it that way. I go talk to the guys, the priests at the tent. Yeah, I'll go talk to them about the thing. Like, good. You know what I mean? It's like, that's what I meant. Like, it's more of a footstool, but yeah, pillars. How, like, Globers talk about gravity, when we talk about the horizon, you know what I mean? They'll bring up gravity, but when they do that again, I'm going to bring up the pillars of the earth. It's like, yeah. But you know what's more interesting? The pillars of the earth. Like, what? Like, oh, you don't know about the yeah, because
What's funny is those goofballs that when you bring up horizon, they think it has something to do with the sun. They're so new to the topic, they don't know anything.
all of a sudden they don't know how. All of a sudden
it doesn't
they
make
don't
any
know
sense.
What
refracted. The horizon is the limitation of the observer, so either synthetic, a camera, or natural, a man or woman. How can you refract a limitation of your eyes?
I mean, at this point, they're just saying everything's refracted. I mean, the last
we were
I
having
heard,
a nice talk earlier, and in Ever After Chat on the Nathan's Betty server, and Zanuck came in with his plumb bob fetish. I can use a plumb bob.
That's funny.
Do they use a plumb bob, though, Zanuck? No, they don't.
We do.
Imagine that on a boat, rocking about.
Yeah.
And builders levels reference 90 degrees from vertical, apparently.
Is the plural of doofus doofi or doofuses?
Is he an anti-flatty?
Oh yeah. At this
I
point,
said to QE because he doesn't like that new term. We should call them pseudo-globian numpties.
Pseudo-globian numpties.
Because they don't believe the globe, they are numpties, and they like
Right.
pseudoscience.
Yeah, that's accurate. They definitely don't like the globe.
Pseudo-globian numpties.
I also like the
QE
word
said
goober
Baltar
that QE uses.
goob. That's funny.
I mean, if those guys aren't religious fanatics, I mean, what if they received the fun, the fun V, right? Like, what would their brain scans look like?
What is their favorite force?
Gravity.
Gravity.
Yeah, some magic force that keeps them down from floating.
It's not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
Yeah. It's not a force, but we'll call it gravitational force.
It's not a ball, but you can think of it as a ball.
Yeah. It's a sphere, but not a sphere.
I was going to say lightning force.
I don't get it.
But
refraction force.
Oh, sorry. Star Wars. Yeah, my bad.
A flat ball.
That's kind of true.
Has anyone come across a glober that actually believes in Einstein gravity?
Well, it's the only word people know when people hear the word force.
Yeah, they're still stuck on mass attracting mass.
Yeah.
If they could show us just one instance of their, maybe two instances of their geometric horizon being at where it's supposed to be, that we wouldn't have to deal with gravity. Just do that. Then you could just pile gravity on top of it. Go ahead. Pile all the gravity you want. Both kinds. Maybe 3 or 4 different kinds. Let's just get that.
Let's see that curve.
I mean, if someone to me mentions stuff goes down all the time, I just say, hold this helium balloon for me while I look at this cloud and boil this kettle.
Yeah. but
exactly.
That's just gravity in another way.
He's like so the electromagnetic force. He's like, what's that? It's like it's a force. It's an actual force. It's the real one that actually exists. Oh, I thought gravity was a force. This was the force. Like whatever, but this is the real one, okay? And they're like, oh, I never knew that. You never knew about any other force other than gravity? It's like, no, actually, no.
If gravity is the force that holds us down, then why we actually can have electromagnetic levitation?
Right.
Oh, gravity.
Hold us down from what, though? Is there something trying to pull us up?
It should be anti-gravity, not electromagnetic levitation. Yeah.
Isn't that what they're calling it now?
Don't bees fly in a weird way? Something to do with sound waves or something?
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Oh, sonic levitation also, yeah. That works.
Yeah, because apparently they don't move enough air to fly like birds do, which seems right.
Yeah.
So the buzzing from their wings creates this. No, I don't know.
No, it's half aerodynamics, and the other half is electrostatics.
Ah, yes. Like the spider.
It's true.
Like that.
Yeah, like the spider. Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, that's cool. That's so cool. Little things, Physics, like when the less denser things, they have a different, the way they interact with this ether, what I don't want to call it, air.
We can't call it that. We'll get yelled at.
The thing with the air and everything else, and the electricity and that thing. Yeah. Like the size affects the way it interacts with electricity and. If you mention a ball so big, that's what she said.
Like elephantitis.
Right. Like
disgusting.
Aircraft carriers are big. Why don't they attract feathers and shit when I put it next to it? Why does the feather eventually stick to the aircraft carrier?
There's a lot of birds that are attracted to aircraft carriers.
Right. Because of its mass or because of food?
I'm not going to answer you. It's obviously a bend in space-time, and you know that.
I had somebody in here earlier today. I think he may have. What's his name again? He was talking about that. It's like people can't get away from the idea that something is keeping us down from floating up. And then, the question is, what is pulling us up? Like, why should we float up? That doesn't make any sense.
That was just Newton's spitball, and he wasn't claiming anything.
Oh, yeah. Well,
it's like one of the goofiest things I've ever heard.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
Hello.
Well, welcome back. Yep.
Hey,
We were just
really
talking
quick
about
question, Devil. Last night we spoke to I Lick Tacos. Is that I Eat Ass or not?
No, tacos is the other side.
Calm down.
Other side?
He said calm down.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. Anyways, Devil Eyes, is I Lick Tacos, I Eat Ass or not?
I don't know if that's their alt or not. I can ask her.
I think it is. Because we told her she had to change her name, remember? And so I Lick Tacos kind of.
Yeah, you're on the wrong side there. Kind of on the wrong side.
You guys are both.
I think we missed it. Yeah, I think we missed it. My BD.
Well, tacos is something for eating, as far as I know.
Well, you can lick anything. If you try.
Huh?
Yeah, okay.
Literally.
I see you.
What are they made with?
You can literally lick anything.
what's the word? When you compare something to another thing, it's
Good one, Bong.
Expression.
So I just asked her, and she does not have an alt.
Huh.
Well, somebody else.
Is your mother yelling at you, Devil Eyes?
Take out the rubbish or something.
She's all, who took a shit in here and didn't flush it? Disgusting.
There's the best. Right. Oh, dude.
So, I'm home for the weekend to move in my sister at her new apartment, this weekend.
Sweet.
Cool. Does that mean you're available for some discussions about this? Well, discussing this very serious topic we're talking about here, about the reality, nature of our reality. We're being lied to by.
I asked, and she doesn't have it all. If you heard that,
I did. I responded to you, but your mother was yelling at you for not flushing the toilet.
huh?
Oh, nothing.
My sister?
Oh, that was your sister?
Yeah. Like I said, I'm moving her in this weekend. I just did a lot of lifting.
Last time you were here,
Do you even live, bruh?
I do.
Remember 180 degrees? Remember you were like, oh, what was that all about?
Wait,
Also,
what?
Someone was messaging me and calling me earlier, King Deegs or something.
Oh, yeah. I remember him from last night.
He
was
banned,
calling
apparently.
you?
He got banned, apparently.
Oh, I have no idea about that.
Do you know why? I don't.
No, and it's literally none of my business.
Okay.
Probably said something stupid. Disgusting.
Disgusting.
Forrest got
Did he
banned
just
from
do that?
Nations.
Did he just do that?
Disgusting.
Oh my god.
Look, Bong, we have inside jokes now.
Hey, look. I know how you think now.
Barely.
Oh, that's a lot, though. That's a big barely.
So, question time.
Answer time. I'm being contrarian. Go ahead. Ask me whatever you want.
Did Adam have a belly button?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Well, because God made everything perfect, and of course he would give him a belly button because he thought it was cute.
Well, how does a man get a belly button?
From an umbilical cord, but God thought a dimple in his stomach would be cute.
But that means God would have a belly button too then, because Adam was made in his image.
Right. Well,
and that means God was born also.
Not necessarily. Maybe God gave himself a belly button because he thought it was cute.
Yeah, but the belly button is the result of being born.
Okay,
Jesus, hello.
in this instance, hang on a second, Bong.
Yeah.
This is a serious discussion. Okay.
Yeah.
So you have the six pack, right? And then right above the, bottom part, you've got the belly button. And it's like a dimple. You don't necessarily have to have a dimple, but you probably should because it would be a lot cuter.
Well, it would look weird if he didn't, right? I'd be like, Dad, why don't you have a belly button? That looks so weird.
Don't be racist, Bong. Okay, now you're othering. We don't know if Adam had a belly button. I'm saying he did because God thought it was cute. Now you're just being racist.
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
That's a nice
then,
answer.
What about Eve? Wouldn't Eve also have a belly button because God thought it was cute?
Yes.
That's just weird, man.
Have you ever seen a platypus?
You know what I think? I think while God was making them, he connected them to an umbilical cord to wherever. I don't know. I'm not going to ask. But I think that's where they got their belly buttons from.
You don't know if they did.
Well, that's the best explanation for they did.
No, my explanation is actually the best.
Well, he just made it like that, right? He didn't actually give them an umbilical cord. He just made it like, boom.
I'm telling you why. He didn't just do it. He was like, you know what? A little dimple right here would be cute.
Yeah.
And then he's like, oh my God. And then he's like, oh my God, you know what I'll do? When he's in the mama's womb, I'll connect him right at the cute part.
Jesus went to heaven and said to Adam, hey Adam, look what I got. I got a belly button. Adam was like, no fair.
Adam had one too.
I know, I'm just kidding. I don't know. But it would be weird if he didn't, but his kids did, right? And it would be weird if he did and didn't have a mom. I mean, it's a weird situation.
Good question, right?
That's better than monkeys. You know? Yeah.
Is it a good question? Because it's unanswerable.
I don't even know if it's worth answering. You know, it's like Seth would know, Cain would know, Abel would know.
Yeah, they would.
No.
Maybe not. Those people covered themselves up before their kids got there.
They would know. They would know. Like one day, you know, you as a kid, you're just running around, and then you see your dad without a shirt. You know what I mean? Like I'm pretty sure it was probably hot some days and cold. You know, so on the hot days, it's like, hey, Dad, why don't you have a belly button? That's so weird. Well, back in the days, God used to walk with the really so weird. It must have been interesting. I mean, trying to imagine a person without a belly button is a bit weird. Erase, Photoshop it out, see what it looks like.
There are people who made they operated themselves and they removed their belly button.
Why?
Yeah, they look so weird. I don't know. It's like some sort of form of denying your legacy.
My favorite form of plastic surgery is anything that a chimpanzee gives somebody. When a chimpanzee does plastic surgery, they do it right.
Yeah. They can't go wrong. True.
Yeah, they're probably preventing those chimpanzees from fully evolving like they should be. So you Glovers need to go let them do plastic surgery on you to let them evolve into their full potential.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll start changing to human beings. You guys have stunted their growth.
Yeah, they could actually upgrade us.
Start seeing chimpanzees doing actual scientific experiments, using the scientific method, and writing scientific papers, journals. Awesome stuff. Peer reviewed by all the chimpanzee peers.
Yeah.
You know what's weird is that we're told that that the world stops scientists from experimenting on animals and people because it's unethical. But I mean, who's to say they're not the ones that that do that, that actually do all that? You know, talking about like hybrids or they experiment human genome. You know what I mean? It's like what was Bill Gates working on?
There's a lot of evidence for those people. They've actually made statements at as much, stating those things that's what they plan on doing. And there's some. Can you imagine what they're probably already doing that we don't know about? If they're just barely telling us, "Yeah, we're going to start making chimeras or whatever." Yeah, they're already doing it. Yeah. They probably have armies of them.
Well, who knows, right? Like what's been done. I mean,
be like on Star Wars when you see all those soldiers standing da 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 da.
Have you guys ever seen a person who's had plastic surgery by a chimpanzee?
No.
No. Can't say I have.
Pretty good
stuff. Who is this chimpanzee?
It would be worth the sacrifice for any Glovers that want to help those chimpanzees evolve to the next level.
What about that brave? What about the brave woman or thing we got? That health advice or whatever. I'm sorry, I can't even do it.
I saw something like they transplanted the human head to a dog's body.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yo, you're talking about the stunning and brave person there, Lumpy Gas?
Probably.
Stunning
They
and
said
brave.
they said they did it somewhere in Russia.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, why is this world turned into such a crazy thing? Because I'm 46, I'll just put it out there, but I didn't see some of this stuff coming. I knew it was kind of weird, but when I was like 16, it wasn't like
Yeah, it didn't just get it didn't just get weird all of a sudden. It's been weird the whole time. We just figured out that it is weird, and now you see it everywhere.
But it's so much more out front and obvious. Like it was, I agree. But like Three's Company, like the girls kind of look girly. Do you know what I mean? Or whatever. I'm just saying that thing on the other page over there is something I don't want to spend my whole eternity with. If that, I don't know. I am not going to claim knowledge that I have eternity. However, I really feel I do, but I don't want to be there with that because that could just turn out bad. I mean, if there's some kind of, authority that I'm stuck with, and then, man, nah.
You think those trannies from the
He said,
70s
nah.
were girly?
Well, but I mean, like look at like Cher, like obvious, right? But like it's obvious, but it sells a little better than that. Do you know what I'm saying, Sonny? What wouldn't you? I think that's my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to stay out of being conspiratorial about all of that stuff. Hollywood and every part of it seems to like have strangeness, weird, like ritualistic stuff. Strange. I lived there for a number of years, and
wow.
It's a strange place, man. There's some weird, eerie things going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Creepy things.
Yeah. Creepy, dude. And like I didn't.
Whole underworld there. There's a whole underworld there that you probably have no idea. I've seen some of that as a teen and early adult.
Yeah, that's weird, man.
They say that when Jack Parsons and them performed that experiment they said that's when some kind of tear, some kind of opening. I don't know, like some kind of opening happened. Now spirits or something are manifesting, things are happening. You guys heard about that? Like I don't know.
I don't know stories. I you know what I'm starting to think is all these props. They were like props. Like somebody was talking about like this thing that preceded the sextant, and it had like it sounded like it would belong to Gandalf. So like there's this prop that goes back to say the 1500s. I'm starting to think that there was these props put in place, and then there would be a story that would surround the prop. Do you follow me? I kind of came up with that like because.
Yeah, those are called staffs, and cross staffs were the predecessors. And then, those were probably before the astrolabe. The astrolabe was probably next in line, and then something more akin to those staffs, a bunch of different types of those with different types of crossbars on the staffs that they use to make elevation angles.
Sure, Sonny, but my point is it sounds like they're props for like a play. Like they're put there to be found. Like claiming that something's going on in the 1500s. Okay, go ahead, Sonny.
I was just going to say all of the little tidbits that they've left for us. Yeah, you're right. That's what they are. So it's hard.
It's hard to really think that.
We have to sift through those. It's very tedious. Mostly unfruitful, like fruitless work.
Right, really, because we can't verify the 1500s. That's my opinion now. But it seems to me like it's a story that they tried to develop, you know what I mean, with these props. It just seems like that's the case now. I'm starting to see it that way. Especially with the whole like the John Levy stuff and that.
Oh yeah, I followed that too. I don't know. I wonder what's going to happen. Like, I start more and more wanting to have all of my stuff ready because something. The only reason I would do something like that is if I thought something may happen in the middle of the night, that I would have to be ready to go at a moment's notice. Now, I don't know why I have this intuition, but in the interim, like, everything's been completely. Something came into my life and totally reorganized, and everything's being organized, cleaned, resituated to more efficient ways. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's almost like
Sonny, I'm feeling it too. Man. I went and got a bow, all kinds of fishing line, ice auger. I'm living there in the 60-mile radius. There's about 1,000 lakes. I'm in Detroit Lakes, Minnesota, man. It's literally the Lake Central. So I got plenty of water. I can hunt. I can fish year round, and I was brought up with like a life Boy Scout for a reason. I believe it at this point. I'm telling you, I feel it like in me. Like when you're saying that, Sonny, I'm resonating with you.
No, yeah. I mean, I feel like it's this revitalization of those skills I learned throughout my whole life, the ones you're talking about, like self-preservation out in the wild, like how to survive out there. Like, how do I deal with myself? That's going to be the most difficult thing with any of us. Can you imagine being like, I've been out to sea before with 3 people. We had as many as like 7 people on board on a 3.5-month trip, 6,000 miles on a 51-foot catch. So there were 3 of us that were on the whole trip together. So if there is any problems when you have a crew of 3, you could have big problems getting along and making sure everything is running efficiently in a situation where it's dire consequences, if not, especially out at sea. But now you could just take that to on land, just as dire, different environment. So different things apply. So
can I share one thing what my grandpa said about the Second World War and what I think we might experience due to this kill shot thing, whatever? I don't know what, like that TV thing or whatever.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Like,
sorry, but
go ahead.
My grandpa said, when I asked him about the Second World War, he said, "What do you want to know? What a field of dead bodies smell like?" He said that at 93 years old, and he fought at the age of 19 through 22. 19 through 21. He went all the way through Africa, all the way into Germany under Patton. But that's what he had to say, and it was still traumatized. I had to apologize because he was upset, and that was at 93. So, but I'm just saying, I'm feeling like that sort of reality might be coming. Like my sixth sense, like Huey getting the bow. Like he's not saying it, but he might. I think maybe, you know what I'm saying, bud?
Nah, maybe not all the details of what you're talking about, but
people wouldn't march in lockstep for their governments anymore. It's not going to happen.
I don't know, man.
There's nothing.
They are walking in lockstep in our society right now towards the edge of the cliff. They don't.
The Great War was an honor thing, protect your fellow countrymen, but no one would believe anything they're selling anymore. Not enough people, anyway.
No, it only takes 10%. It only takes 10%, and there's plenty of people who believe the bullshit they're selling.
Well, there are, but I think we have 10% and more actually right now.
Yeah, you can look at it from
you can in the field with a gun is slightly different, though.
You can look at it from any side of the coin you want. A revolutionary is still a revolutionary, and you guys simply aren't that.
I don't know what I am.
I don't know how you would determine that.
Well, it's Friday night. You guys are sitting here talking to me, so I'm pretty sure you're not that fucking revolutionary.
Well, there's a planning stages that have to occur. A lot of preliminary work that has to occur.
Right.
You can't deny that.
No, I guess Never mind. I'm not. My only point is that just because you're not rioting right now doesn't mean that there aren't people rioting right now to take over what you think your rights are.
Yeah, they no doubt are. I think that's become quite clear, actually.
Okay, that's what's happening. You're saying, well, we have 10. Well, we don't really have 10% out there right now. They do. And you're saying, well, there's certain things that have to happen before I feel safe enough to do something about it.
I'm just saying you can't be out on the road all the time doing your thing, the revolution thing.
I agree. I'm not against you. What I'm saying is what you're saying is wrong. That's all.
There's no war needed. We just need to stop giving them our power that we grant them.
I don't know. I feel pretty fucking free. I think the more you divorce yourself from any of their systems, if you can, I would say you'll be healthier, happier, and wiser, and
agreed, Sonny.
Yep.
I totally agree, Sonny.
Yeah, abjugate your responsibility to society, and you will end up a subject of it, regardless if you want to or not.
Excuse me, but I don't have any responsibility to society. I have responsibility to me.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
Then don't complain about society if you only have a responsibility to you.
There's no forest. There's only trees, man.
Okay.
Yeah, the thing is, like, morally, maybe there's a consequence at the end for your sapling, right? Your tree.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think, damn, what was I gonna fucking say? Started off good, didn't it?
We were talking about
sapling.
we were talking about separating and divorcing from the systems completely. I think that's when you start speaking.
Yeah. Damn. I was talking about this. Okay. Here's the thing. Community. Like you can live your life like as close to Jesus as possible, which means you're gonna have to forget about doing everything everybody else is doing, right?
Pretty
but
much.
then there's the aspect of society that you experience. Like you can't escape that. Like if society is enslaved and is seemingly okay with that, or maybe not okay with the word, but okay with the practice, because for whatever reason spells and shit work here. This is the point I was gonna make. Aside from the moral, aside from you possibly, there's got to be a reason for all this. Maybe not. But aside from there possibly being a reason, you can play the game however the fuck you want. In slave mentality, everyone else is a slave and I'm gonna skirt by. I'm a mercenary like Jarlaxle from fucking Legend of Drizzt. If anybody knows that, that'll be a golden nugget to have heard tonight. But ultimately, when I Jarlaxle from Legend of Drizzt, the book. Yeah, he's a mercenary. He goes where the wind blows. So anyway, so the whole thing is, like, I know people who have lived off of just suing the system their entire life, and I don't even know how. I don't know how you could do. Same reason I don't know how people can be rich. There's a lot of different ways that people live that I don't know how they do it. But guess what? It's all available if you should so choose to live that way.
There's fish out there right now. That's what I start thinking.
Dude, I love eating fish. You know, Gardettos, the brown ones. crush them up and then make that for the breading.
No,
I'll tell you what, man, for northern pike. Oh man, I love where I live. I got me a little 14-foot deep well with a 25 horse and a trolling motor. And I'm trying to hit muskie every day. I'm still trying to get a muskie. I ain't got one yet.
I got me an ocean just like 8 miles away.
You got it, Sonny. That's I've never even like been on the ocean in my whole life.
Yeah, there's a place where the river comes in, the tidal flow comes in, and it's along the rocks, and it's only and right now it's probably like 75-degree water, and so you could use just mask and fin and snorkels, and it's no deeper than about 4 or 5 feet, so you can walk all the way across in this one place of the river. You could skin dive right there where you could walk. It's like freaking crazy.
I'd be worried about tides and stuff and like rip tides, and I'd be really scared of ocean water because of the potential like jellyfish and all this stuff. I don't know nothing about. Like I wouldn't even want to really like dip my toes in it. I'd be kind of freaked out. That's the truth.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I was, but that was 48 years ago for me when I first saw the Pacific Ocean.
I'm a freshwater guy, man. I'm Minnesota all my life. And it's kind of why I've been sheltered. Like living in California would have been an entirely different experience. I really appreciate this spot, guys. Thanks for all the work, man. I really, really do appreciate this. I shared personally. Okay, I want to tell you about the nurse today. So I had to go get blood pressure meds. I beat up myself some, but at any rate, a nurse like 2 months ago, or maybe 4 months ago, I had brought up QE and I gave her and dude, she was lit up to see me, all smiles. She's like, it's obvious, dude. She's a fan of QE, and man, she's so beautiful too, man. Oh my goodness, it was just incredible the experience. Like it was like joy met. You know what I mean? We're like looking at each other like, I know, right? That's literally what was happening. It was really, really amazing. It was the most amazing part of my day today, guys. That was really incredible. And then 4 other people, 2 of them very responsive. Old dude's been putting up just posts so I can grab things and show it to people because I just talk. You know what I mean? That's what I do. And then I try to bring it up. Because it's really obvious now. Like the evidences we have, gas pressure with no container. I mean, especially when you look at what they claim in the exosphere and then only just a little bit distance, because we can get balloons to that point. And what is it, like 20 toward, and then like just like what 400 feet or something up is like negative to the -5 or something stupid, man. It's so, God, man. I'm so glad that I don't know, man, that my life path brought me to truth in this regard for sure. Thank you for this spot, Nathan Oakley, QE, man. Thanks, guys, and Eli, thank you, man. For real, Sonny, CB, all y'all.
Hey, let's go. Yeah. Hey, I was feeling that. That's a nice little. I agree with you. I'm glad that I stumbled across this information.
Yeah,
and all
likewise.
these people, these people that was slinging in the trenches before us. They cleared the path for a lot of us, and
I got here just in time myself, man.
Yes.
Thank you to all of those. Thank you to all of those and all of y'all. If I didn't have anybody to talk to and flesh out ideas, I wouldn't have become. I wouldn't have had all of the information that I did have. It takes first it takes a lot of time to gain knowledge of all the information, and then on top of that, it takes a lot of time to really understand it. I know we say we understand it every step of the way, but like, you know, and there's nobody in here, I think, that wouldn't agree that 2 years ago, what they thought they knew, even though they could read and they could understand, it's like all of the information comes together in a way that only someone with wisdom and has sat with the information could that's the only way it could happen, you know.
Yeah.
And we're still on that journey, can never stop learning, can never stop putting things together.
And I think I think it fundamentally changes us, like on a different, like if you will, like on a different trajectory. Like that's what I notice about the information where it's led me. Like I live my life quite a bit differently because of it. I'll have to say that.
I want to add, did you guys go through like arguing with yourself about the information for a amount of time? Because I would be like trying
Maybe
to sort out
a year. Yeah.
Yep, it was
Mhm.
it was a minute for me, man, because and then early on the information wasn't super tight, man. The what you're seeing in the Mirage was for me the kill shot. It was done, but then there was a lot of sorting out and a lot of like trying to dig through.
Yeah, like like I knew for sure that it wasn't a globe. Like the moment that I had that the whiff of the truth, I knew that was the case. And still along the way, I would get arguments like from the anti-flat earthers, and I would spend enough time in there not having enough wisdom. There were nights that I would log off, like really questioning, I are they retarded or am I missing something here? Like what is it? But you know, I realized ultimately the questions that I came into the arena asking, they were never willing to answer those questions. They were willing to read what they thought I was saying and then answering that. And that wasn't edifying for me. So I kept looking and I'm like, okay, maybe this argument is a bad argument, but I still think the earth is flat. I don't know how to explain why the moon looks like, let's be honest, what they say it looks like. It does look like that. But still, the earth is flat. So what does that mean? It's like so many different, levels that you go through, even though you're like, I know in my heart of hearts it's flat. I'm not sure exactly how yet. This other thing like makes things confusing, but the overall general feeling is they definitely lied about what it is specifically. That's all we know.
Eli, I 100% identify exactly with what you're saying. Thanks for sharing that, because it totally resonates with my growing process. Like the deflections that we would get, and then it would kind of like, well, all right, well, I don't have an answer for that. I don't know how to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And exactly like you said, log off and go, wait a minute, okay, I got to sort this out. I think QE has done me. QE and Nathan, man, them two, I couldn't talk more highly. And then this spot, these three, it's. You know what's odd though is that it was an Eddie Bravo, a kind of a mainstream guy that I was. I'm not saying I'm questioning Nathan or the channel or nothing like, but how did Eddie Bravo get that out? Because that's where I got the shout out. That's where I heard Nathan Oakley's name. But yeah, but it's so mainstream. But I'm not questioning Nathan, because there's no way you can't be Nathan, be just so on top of it and be a hack. It just don't make sense. Because he's straight up always verifiable claims, period. So life's bizarre, man. Some things like this is the sorting out that maybe in a year it'll work out, like what Eli was saying and what I was feeling, what Eli was saying. You know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it. It's another one of them things that might develop over time. I'm going to leave it at that. Either way, thanks for this spot. Thanks for the work that went behind it. And thanks for being here, each and every one of you, because we're sorting this thing out as we go. Like Eli said, like everybody would say, we're learning every day.
Yeah, a good thing to remember is like you spent most of your life as a ball earther. I mean, for me, it was like majority of my life, 80, 90%. So I've only been in this for what, 5 years? So, you're a kindergarten flat earther. You know what I mean? It's like you're at stage 5. Yeah. So keep that in mind as well. We are definitely still learning. Some people may be in this a little bit longer than others. So
yeah, that doesn't make me better.
yeah, I mean, yeah, there's tall blades of grass and short blades of grass. Yeah, one's not better than the other.
And then one can identify with the one that's a little bit shorter, but the one that's way tall might be a reach for the one that's shorter. You know what I mean? That's how I see it.
It's so funny. It goes from a point of discovery to a point of evangelizing and learning how to properly talk about this to people and actually be effective. You go from your whole worldview changing to wanting everybody to at least know, or at least have the ability to know, because you know that will release them from their shackles.
100%.
Yeah, as we've sharpened our skills over the years, like now the way I look at it, it's like a really refined dance, doing a merengue or something it's like it's a certain skill that not everybody has. So you have to sort of be able to lead the dance when people come here. I think it's better to sort of pull them into what you're doing as opposed to letting them lead the dance, because they don't really know what they're doing. So that's a good. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, even when people come here to troll, there's an opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. You just start spinning the web.
Exactly. That opportunity is lost as soon as you lose your cool, because you lose your credibility when you lose your cool. Yeah. So don't do that. But yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was
just going to say, why would you care what they believe? It's not up to you to change their mind, but you're just trying to help them.
I think it's just being a good dance partner. You don't really, doesn't matter. We're not trying to get them to leave the club with us. You know what I mean? Like, we're not trying to recruit more flat earthers. I've never really thought of it like that.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm here to be a good dance partner, and that's
I'm dancing like it's 2 a.m. and she's the last skinny chick.
So that means there's still a lot of fat chicks.
So
yeah, but this is my last chance. That's all I'm saying.
So I'm at Detroit Lakes, and right now it's Wee Fest. The women are everywhere. I tell you what, man, this is crazy because it turned into like a major city, because this Wee Fest is the biggest country music festival in the whole country, and it's been a little bit rambunctious. A lot of heavy girls.
You said Weed Fest?
Weed, W-E Fest. Yeah, it's like we the whatever. But
it sounds communist.
It's a country thing, and it does. Yeah. There's a lot of commie overtones in the what do you call that? The nomenclature of entertainment and just society. There's a lot, like that's why earlier I said I'm a tree. There's no forest. There's individual trees trying to thrive. Now they may help each other in that process, but the idea of a forest, I think, is a commie sort of thing. That's my opinion, though. I'm not saying I'm claiming knowledge to it, but I kind of think that the mental framework behind it is to
what about the root system, and all the other ways the trees are connected to form the forest? I mean, it's kind of not a good analogy, but because trees and forests are things, and they're very good ecosystems that it's like our body.
Well, the thing is each tree is its own tree. It doesn't matter how many trees there are in a given square mile. Each one's trying to thrive.
Well, I think that's why you need a garden. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? People, us. That's why we're here. Here to give each tree or kind of tree, their own place in the garden.
Yeah, there are trees.
Like people, God is the gardener. Go ahead.
They're everybody's trees.
Also, completely renewable. Like it's kind of crazy because like the forest will regrow and you can make use of all that wood for whatever, but then it's like talked about like it's like some kind of destruction, but then it allows for these fires and man, whatever, dude. This world's nuts, man.
Why do people cut down trees? Like that's the problem. That's the problem.
They're in the way. Bong.
Right.
Yeah, they do. They block your vision a lot.
Right. Well, why do we cut down all the trees and then say we got to grow some more trees so we can cut down less trees? I was like, what? Why are you cutting down trees in the first place? Like,
build houses, paper, dude. Modern society, it's renewable. It's not a problem. They grow again. I mean, there's a lot of square miles out there with an awful lot of trees, and they were put here by God for our use. So like it's a tree, dude. It's doing its tree thing, and like if we can build houses with it, and also bring down costs of the building homes, and families can grow, and you can have all these benefits instead of just complaining about a tree that you imagine is being destroyed.
You're hurting it.
Depends on the tree, right? Because some trees take 5 years and then fruit. Some trees take 50 years and then fruit, and then some trees takes hundreds even. Have you really known a tree? Like how you're saying there are only trees. Well, I don't think there are even trees. Have you ever really known a tree? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I met a tree once.
The no trees on the flat earth thing.
Right, and
I'm literally parked next to trees right now.
Yeah,
and they're cool. I'm not going to mess with them.
The trees are like more advanced rocks. I mean, they're almost there.
Yeah, but so are we.
Yeah, I feel like I need to be smoking trees in order to get into this conversation right now.
It's like our relatives, like what's her numpty says, Michelle, whatever.
This is mango tree. I grew up. It was little. Me and my dad grew it. Now it's a big mango tree. I'm like, well, hello there. Damn. It's like, hello there. little man.
So you met it?
Yeah, well, and I went back, I forgot about it, but then I saw it again and I was like,
how could you?
And you guys know what I mean. There's a tree we all know like that, right? But how old is this tree?
Well, time to cut it down. That's what it sounds like. It's getting mouthy. He was like, "Oh, there, little guy. You better watch yourself, mango tree. I'll cut your ass down."
A tree is not something that you use and throw away. A tree is like a friend. A friend is somebody that you use over and over again.
It's right in front of our store, so it's a friend to everyone there. They even decorate it and look after it and pronet because it gives them mango.
If you pluck them, then they'll grow more. They'll grow more next year.
It became a community tree. Yeah, it's like a community tree. That's why I was like, wow, trees. So you go look at the different trees around you that are older than you, and you start sensing. I'm kind of like, this thing has been around.
I got a bunch of fruit right now.
That's cool, Sonny.
Make some moonshine with this fruit.
You heard about the Methuselah tree?
So I had an idea to put out there in regard to cutting down trees to make use of them. What about marijuana? I mean, would that be bad to cut down the marijuana to make use of?
Yes.
Over and over again. Yeah, 4 times more biomass. Yeah, over and over again. 3, maybe possibly 2 to 3 times a year. You could have crops. Each of them 4 times more than trees.
I've imagined we should be making GMO evergreens of marijuana because these things get really big.
If I could get some
brothers,
seeds, listen. If I could get
I need to ask you all something. This is
hold on a second. Wait. Hold on 1 second. I'll let you after I'm done. If I could get some bulk seeds somewhere cheap because they're anyway. Okay, carry on.
He has a
flat Earth question. Is anyone outside right now or nearby to see the moon right now?
No,
because I'm outside on my back porch right now and I'm looking.
It's about
Sonny,
a half
I'm
moon.
a breeder. Sonny, I'm a breeder.
Hey, we're talking about flat Earth here, bud. Calm down.
I'm not a raider. I've been in here for a while.
No, it's fine. You can continue.
Okay, what were you saying about the moon?
I was just asking, does anyone know about how it flips depending on what part of the world you're in? Like in the northern or southern hemisphere, it inverts? Because I'm pretty sure we're all up to accordance on that it's like a projection, the moon, right? It's a projection onto the firmament.
Possibly. We don't actually know.
But that would make sense if it were to be so, because if you're seeing it from a fixed position on 2 different parts of a 3-dimensional plane,
it could be a hologram. It could be a hologram that has a focal point because it doesn't appear to be at the location of the boundary or the barrier.
It appears close. Are you saying that would make it actually outside of the firmament?
Well, the mechanisms are clearly outside of it.
Remember, there are windows in it. They pass to and fro through them.
I've heard this before.
Why did I think that everything was? I thought everything was inside the.
It specifically states that in the scriptures. Let there be windows in the midst of the firmament.
Listen, with a clock-like mechanism that we're dealing with above us that is that precise that you can navigate to it with using right triangles, and that they're above us in the same locations over Earth that they always have been. That's why the nautical books for navigation is written in black and white ink of what the angles are at certain locations. Hold on, I was almost done. I was just about done. So, you can't use right triangles and get to the same exact place and same angles to these luminaries and say that that's not a mechanism type thing. It's a mechanical motion. The sky calendar clock, and a yearly, daily, yearly, monthly, that precise has to have mechanism.
Solstices rotate on the counterclockwise. basis. Like you can tell by the Big Dipper because it rotates counterclockwise. That's where the swastika comes from, is via the rotation of it in the sky.
Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt you, but you're roboting pretty bad.
From where I am. I can just walk out in the yard and see it. I haven't been able.
What part of the country are you in? You're roboting quite a bit.
You need a book. You need this book, okay, that predicts where the stars are going to be, and those predictions are based on previous observations, and that's how you know where a star should be. When you're looking up in the sky and doing. I forgot the name of the book. It's updated every year. I think it's good for a couple of years as a navigator.
Nautical Almanacs.
Something like I think it's that one. So you need that, right? You need this prediction of where stars are going to be in the sky, and that is based on observations made from the ground and how things are moving in the sky, and not based on any globe model. So that's you gotta at least have that book. You gotta at least know where the stars are going to be. The Polynesians, they memorize that, so they have systems to figure that out.
If you lost those books while you were underway at sea, you'd be shit out of luck unless you were able to have memorized some of those and know. But you could still usually get your way back, being able to take fixes on Polaris and the sun.
Yep. It's all digital now. You can just download it to your navigation system too.
Yeah, but doing it the real way, the hard way that's the best way, because then you figure out, oh shit, I did it wrong that time. What did I do wrong? Okay, you have to go back and rework it and go, oh, okay, and then you figure it out. And you pinpoint, and when you pinpoint your location on that, and then you get a confirmation of your location from something that, let's say, comes into view later, like let's say the tip of a point sticking into the ocean from land that is closer, like then you do an angle on that and you go, wow, I was only like 2 miles off my reckoning using the navigation, the sextant.
Do pocket compasses in like naval compasses that they have on ships, do they work in the same way?
Yes. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, and they have other stuff in the sky that helps them to.
There's such a thing as a gyro. There's such a thing as a gyro compass. There's such thing as a gyro compass that was created in World War II because some of these battleships are so thin that they rolled so steeply that how they were actually traveling had to be. They couldn't exactly do it by rotation, like how many RPMs over so many minutes. They couldn't figure out like how they had, so they had to use this thing that the gyro compass that took into account the rolling to that degree.
I want to just put something out there. I typed it, but if it's a recognition of a pattern of the lights in the sky, then by default it's not a prediction because it's a recognition of a pattern. I don't understand how people can confuse that.
It's not. Yeah, it's a postdiction. It's not a prediction.
Exactly.
That's how accurate those things in the sky are. It's what we base the millisecond on, the time. It's on the sky.
Yeah.
I mean, something perfect. Right?
So whatever one part of this, whatever made all this come together and get here, this system is a like, we can't even imagine, genius level watchmaker mechanical, as well as the other things, being able to set up all the natural laws that line up the way they do, electromagnetism, electrostatics, like buoyancy, density, why is up, why is down, why does water always maintain the level on top, always, like, how does that, like, somebody that sets all that up and then sets this magnificent watch piece above us that's so accurate that we can find where we're at on the plane.
Right. Why is this idea punted at about, because it's like a Ken Wheeler idea, to be honest. This incoherent dielectric acceleration, that's a globe earther's origination. That's coming from Ken Wheeler. People are trying to like make agreements with Ken Wheeler.
Isn't he Truth in Genesis or something like that? One of those. Isn't he from
He's really a numpty, man. He's like a gas go down and boom boom and these sort of things. He's an absolute numpty, and he gets into like magnets on a level that just like it's like spell talk, because it gets so complicated that if you can't explain something basically, I think it just, you get lost in the weeds, and
is he one of the?
It's a story.
Is he one of the heliocentric so-called Christians? I call them pseudo-Christians if they're heliocentric.
Yeah, and then it's like people are like, well, we can have a discussion with him in our community, I'm saying, and then we can maybe get this important character, but there's no important character. That's a fallacy.
No, they wouldn't come here. They can't afford to come here if that's what you meant.
Well, yeah, Ken Wheeler will never come here. None of these people will.
Anyway, that's hilarious. Look at the paradox in the name. Answers in Genesis, but the Genesis, they forgot to read the first part. What happened to the first few chapters? Duh.
But these concepts that are getting out that really don't have a way to validate the electrostatic sort of thing, that would kind of depend on an ether, and then that's not really viable as well. There's no way to validate that. So
yeah, you
we got to be very careful.
Yeah,
we got to. My opinion.
Sorry, go ahead.
My opinion, we got to be really careful about verifiable claims, and especially complicated things, extremely complicated, and also that can't be like held and looked at in any manifest way, other than maybe associating it with, say, buoyancy density disequilibrium. I think that is a cause for vector change.
Well, you thought the moon, like, it was complex, trying to separate natural laws from each other to figure out what is actually going on. I don't think that there's ever going to be an answer to those things. That's probably the way it's supposed to be, though. And just
Sonny, I totally agree.
Whoa.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I'll be quiet. I'm happy.
Who's winding that clock every time it needs to be wound is what I want to know.
Isn't that wild? I'm telling you, man. What powers that thing? There must be some kind of battery we never heard of, yo. Lithium ion, like, what's moving that stuff? Maybe physics work different up in that realm, whereas it's like things are moving like we normally would associate with mechanical physical devices, moving things, mechanisms. That maybe there's mechanisms that are using non-physical natural laws to move things, like the luminaries.
It's so perfect in its design too. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I didn't mean to talk over you.
I was going to say, we don't know what the source of any of that stuff is at all. So, like, it's up for grabs.
We don't know what it is, so knowing the source would be impossible.
Exactly.
I was just going to say that it's so perfect in its design, too. It's hard for me to wrap my head around anybody can observe it and study it and not realize that it had to have been created by design somehow.
Yeah, I don't
there's
know.
There's no way that could just happen by chance, right? Like,
yeah. I don't know how people skirt around that. I don't understand how they reckon with trying to skirt around that issue.
Talking about hummingbirds or the platypus or something?
Maybe they just never asked themselves that question. Maybe they shy away from that.
It's the last thing they've been talking about for the last half an hour, which is the night sky bong.
But I have friends even in here, flat earthers, that don't believe or think that there's a creator. Even at, like, for me, what is stacking information that's just stacking up more and more and more, like that
know.
there is.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I think a hummingbird, when you look at a hummingbird, it's kind of obvious that it was not accidentally, like, you know what I mean? Right?
Dude, that could happen. That could, you give it a long enough time, that's obviously.
Yeah, there's even something inside these creatures. Like a hummingbird will come up and just sit there and look at you. Like there's something in there going like, wow, I wonder what that big creature is. Like that.
It knows you're a complex rock too.
Say, can I interject real quick?
Hold on real quick. Hummingbirds are super intelligent because I have a hummingbird feeder outside my window, and whenever it's empty, the hummingbirds come and flutter in front of the window.
To let you know.
Like purposely, telling me, hey, come fill.
How
so that you have some kind of habits then, or like food rituals.
Can I tell you about these really interesting birds? So they have there's thousands of them, and then they go into a cave, and then they chirp, and they hear the echo and find their nest within thousands of these birds when they go in the cave, and they're all chirping to find their nest, and it's thousands of them. Isn't that amazing? God did that, my opinion. It made that it's like a computer program within the bird. Like a sonar, high tech. Like if you were to build like some kind of targeting system that was super duper high tech, that would be like on a submarine or something. But I mean, beyond what we can even conceive of, because these are Hey, my buddies.
Hey, man.
Hold on, I gotta be silent. Just hold on. I'm on a show and I don't.
When you gotta mute yourself when you're selling drugs.
I know. Or we'll get the wrong idea and think you're doing something legitimate. I don't know. Just saying. I want to, you don't want to lose that street cred.
No, I'm homeless right now because of drama. So, and I'm sitting in the parking lot, like a guy who's really good musician. He lives about a block from here, and it's at a Taco Bell, and I'm just sitting in the parking lot. And it's kind of a thunderstorm, but anyway, he was like, "Hey, Jim, what's up?" But he had no idea I was like on a voice thing or anything, so I apologize.
Good, man.
Yeah, I used to have to be homeless all the time when I lived with her.
He had no idea you were fighting a dragon. The Globe Dragon.
Okay, let's see what time the moon's setting. Oh, shit. I'm really fucking tired. And my body's saying, don't go. You're too old. Your fucking hip hurts. And another part of me is like, shut up.
Must suck to be 30.
Maybe I should go out early in the morning. I am kind of tired. What am I
Sonny,
looking for?
It must suck to be 30.
I know, right? I never thought I'd feel so old at 30. Let's see. High tide. Oh, hold on. It's 72 degrees still at
Sonny, do you have a fish tank in the background?
30. That's my distiller. I'm distilling water.
Oh, okay.
I'm on the last gallon of this run. Got about a half gallon left. That takes a long time.
Yeah.
But in the last 2 or 3 days, I got another 5-gallon jug halfway full.
I knew you weren't letting your fucking sink run like that.
I don't have fish or animals. I'm gone too much. I'm lucky if I could keep plants alive. Okay, let's see. Tide chart for now. I looked earlier. I could go swimming at midnight, and the water's 70 degrees.
It's pretty cold.
70 degrees is pretty cold.
Yeah, the Pacific is cold.
The air temperature and the water temperature are the same right now. About.
Yeah, 70 degrees is cold for water, bud.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it
58
is.
degrees is cold for water. Shit, you surf.
No,
like
I realize that 70 is still cold because of how water works against the skin. It's pretty bracing. 70 degrees is pretty bracing.
Yeah, I guess you're probably right. Unless the sun's blazing out and it's 85.
It's about as warm as it gets, though. It tops out about 72 degrees.
In the Pacific, yeah, the Pacific is cold for sure, but
we had 75.9 or something in 2018. We had the highest temperature ever recorded, and the lowest temperature is only 65 degrees. That's weird. LA is even colder than that. Let's see. Here we go. See, the next high tide is already passed. Next low tide is at 3:53. Oh, I know what I was looking for. I don't need that one. I need the time of date.
Even the waters in Hawaii is cold.
No, where it goes like calm water, it's either flowing in gently or flowing out. Like it can be really fast at times, but not this time of year. Generally, it's not. So it's coming in, the tide's coming in, or it's going out.
No, the water in Hawaii is pretty cold too. Yeah, I agree.
It's like a river. It's actually probably 4 or 5 degrees warmer in this little estuary place, and the water's super clean. Let's see. Bunch of fish mating in there last time trip out.
You should have joined them.
No, they were actually coming, like as the water moved up, it would be coming up these trails that are in the sand, right? And the fish were like swarming, like you would see like tadpoles do. You know how they just swarm around? They're like moving with the water as the tide was coming up on the trail, and I was like, wow, they're
Sonny,
like.
do you like fish sticks?
I used to love fish sticks. I haven't had any in years. Nope, I actually haven't had fish in quite a while.
I guess you're not a gay fish then. You're a reformed gay fish.
Possibly. I'm not going to rule it out. That's fucking funny. Shit. Wait, why isn't this coming up there? What? Belgium? What the hell? There's a San Diego in Belgium? No way. Okay.
Yeah, Belgium was founded by the Spanish.
Oh, west, southwest. Wait a second. Moon direction.
I'm just kidding. I don't think that's
southwest. 27 degrees above the horizon right now. So right on the ocean, that would be good. But it's going to set before I could get there.
The moon's going down?
Yeah, it's going to set at 24 after midnight. I could actually make that.
You can make it right now.
Yeah, it's not as easy as you think. I have to put my trailer on my bike and ride 8 miles. But with the trailer, it's a breeze, actually.
Why do you have to put the trailer on your bike?
Because got all my shit in there.
Oh, the trailer on the bike or the bike on the trailer?
No, the trailer. I pull the trailer with the bike.
Oh.
And it's got all my camping gear in it. And
you were going to go camping. Okay.
Well,
you can't just ride down there and come back?
I'm not going to ride 20 miles in just like a little while. I'm not going to ride 10 miles and then turn around and come back. Like, I'll be tired as fuck.
You can ride 20 miles to catch the thing and then camp.
It's round trip. 20 miles round trip.
Yeah. Catch it. I mean, 10 miles, catch, do your thing and then camp out and do other things and then come,
That's what I mean. I can't camp out unless
That's what he just said, Bong. That's what his plan was.
When I get there. If I go, I might do it early in the morning because otherwise it's too freaking hot. But right at sunrise, because it's going to be another like 85-degree day tomorrow and all this coming week, getting hotter and hotter. I don't know. I'm not going to agonize about it. I'll probably end up going to sleep. I probably need rest. Crazy old man. What the fuck? Who do you think you are? That's
Yeah,
what
who do you think you are?
My mom would always say, like, you better take it easy. You think you're younger than you are. And people trying to tell me I'm an old man, and I'm like, shut the fuck up. Not bullshit. Never settling for that. That's the one thing. I have nothing in common with any people my age. Like, I don't fit in any of their categories. I don't believe any of the nonsense that they believe. I've always been an outlier like that. So I laugh now that little wild sunny boy was fucking right about a whole bunch of stuff. Funny stuff, man. Couldn't write a better comedy than that.
Hey, Davey, you're hot micing.
Yo, guys.
50.
Yo, guys.
50. Who's echoing me? 58.1%. Setting, like I said, 12:24 a.m. Next moon. Next. Okay. August 11th is the next full moon.
Did somebody have a question?
No. Yeah, I got a question.
A question.
What does anybody know what it means when a friend has a no disturb thing?
Yeah, that means usually don't disturb.
What does that mean?
They're busy and they don't want you to disturb them. That's what it means.
Yeah, but what if you what if you text them? Can they see the text or?
Well, how would any of us know that?
Oh, possibly, Davey.
We would know possibly. Yeah, they might if they have the cell phone close by. That's true.
That should be all right.
No, because I think she's mad at me. That's why she did that. But I was just wondering. Okay.
That's a horse of a different color.
I was just wondering.
Hey, girl.
Whatever.
You might want to tread lightly. Is my suggestion.
Is that your girl?
No, she's a friend.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Possible.
No such thing, Davey.
Possible girl.
Oh, stop it. Yes, there is.
What, your mom or your sister? That's it, Davey.
No, it's not true. Listen, you could be friends with a girl and not fucking want to fuck her, bro. It's not,
Of course. Well,
okay.
Doesn't mean you want to, but you don't have to. Yeah, you're right.
You can.
You don't. Yeah, you.
It depends on the girl,
I have
right?
neighbors I'm friends with. I don't want to fuck them.
I mean, it depends on the girl. Yeah.
Listen, I have neighbors I'm friends with. I don't want to fuck them.
Dang.
I don't. But I like them because they're cool. They're fun.
Yeah.
So that statement is false.
Yeah, you don't want to spoil the fun. Yeah,
it's not false.
Right, you don't want to shit where you eat either,
Well,
it's not possible.
Wait, you eat there?
Yeah, it's not possible for me though to be
barbarian,
or a woman,
like dating a neighbor,
and feelings.
Don't if you're fucking the neighbor, don't tell the neighbor's girlfriends until much later. The ones that you're gonna fuck later.
That's why I'm not friends with girls. Yeah.
Keep it.
Women.
I'm kidding. I'm joking. All the women. Kill him. Crucify him. We have the cross. He's kept it.
Hey, you guys ever get that question? You guys, what are the answers to those questions? Right? Like, can a man and a woman be friends and there's nothing between them? Like, what do you mean?
I think we're hardwired to have heterosexual stripping, so that would be a rarity. If the two people are halfway attractive, male and female, there may be stripping going
on. Yeah, that tends to be a thing happening.
What is stripping?
Stripping is relations sexually.
Yeah.
Physical relationships with that woman.
Yeah.
Yes. And you can tell, sparks. The interaction. You can tell the people that have a special relationship.
I guess that depends on what you think the word physical means.
Because women are heterosexual men tend to go after a young woman, which puts her on a very short clock. So the time that she's spending with a male that she's not reproducing with or copulating with is a lot of energy and time wasted away from any sort of reproductive strategy, which
I agree.
for evolutionary minded people that doesn't make sense as a strategy.
Well, isn't there plenty that are able to have children in that age group? So where are all the rest of them? Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, a woman can have a male friend, but reproductively, that's a lot of energy she's spending on a man she's not, involved with.
Yeah, they
I mean, obviously,
they don't even know they're paying attention. They don't even know they're paying attention to that. That's all happening instinctively. If you ask them about it, they couldn't even tell you. They just do it naturally.
I mean, with menopause, with men going after younger models and stuff, that's a really short clock.
Yeah.
Like, listen, I'll give you an example. Okay. A couple of my neighbors are overweight. Okay, so I don't want to fuck them. So my point is, my point is, you can be friends with women and not want to.
You were gonna say with fat women. You can be friends with fat women.
I'm serious.
It depends on your preference in women, of course, right?
You guys are acting like not attracted to. Yeah, hang out with ones you're not attracted to, then you won't want to. Yeah, that's true. Well,
Hi.
maybe. Hi.
Hi.
Hey,
Oh,
how you doing?
Hi. Hello.
Hi. How are you?
What thinks thou of a woman and a man having just being friends and not, crossing lines? What do we call it? Stitching or snitching?
Platonic. Oh, yeah.
Relations.
Sticking.
Is it possible? And Devil Eyes, is that possible?
Oh, sorry. What's the question?
Is it possible for men and women to have just platonic relations without having physical relations at some point?
Yeah.
Tensions.
I'm sure it is.
Let's say you guys are physically compatible, and your pheromones are aligning in the stars. Like there is physical attraction.
Yeah. Right? Well, that's a different story. That's a different story.
That's how a lot of guys are.
I think it may be different for women that.
Let her answer the question, for fuck's sakes.
Sorry. Go ahead, man.
My mic?
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, I think it's possible. Sure, yeah.
Oh, that's it.
See, told you.
Think about.
So what you're saying is the man can be friends with the woman if she's fat.
No, it's not just if she's fat. She can be friends with an attractive man as well.
Friends and attracted to him.
I want my wife to be friends with an attractive man around, our age, and it's like, nah, I'm gonna whoop that nigga's ass.
I think women may have an easier time of that than men, actually. So I think it's a double. What would you call that?
I don't know why you guys guys. I'm friends.
Hey, Dave. Hey, Davey.
Hi. I'm your husband. I'm just saying.
Well, I like to know what men and women look for out of the friendship. Like, as a woman, if you were friends with a guy, what would you look for in friendship with a guy? Devil Eyes say.
What would I look like for a friend and a guy? Or what would I look for in a guy friend?
Yeah, would you look for the same things that you look for in your girlfriends, or something different in a guy friend in particular? Or what would you look for in a guy friend?
That's an interesting question. I'd say the same type.
His name would have to be Davey.
Same thing. What?
Can you stop interrupting, please?
Sorry.
No, you weren't interrupting. Davey was. Davey, really quick. You got to mute yourself because we're hearing through. There we go.
I
Thank
think
you.
I would look for the same qualities I look for in
my
my girlfriends, guy friends, in boyfriends, I would just not want that physical like attraction or compatibility, sexual attraction.
Gotcha.
Yeah, well, you can't help that with most guys,
I think
right?
because think about it, most relationships start up as friendships, right? Or
yeah, of course they do. Well, they usually do, or they start out drunken and not caring.
That can go all kinds of sideways. I mean, different ways.
It is interesting.
I mean, in my experience, yeah, women are. It's weird because the way they treat someone they're not attracted to, the way they don't want to be treated from someone they're not attracted to, they become that person with an attractive guy. That's been my experience. The same clinginess that they don't want, even with the guy they're having sex with. Say they're having sex with me too, and they like me. They want the thing from me that they don't want from the other guy, or vice versa. So when a woman wants a guy to be her friend, it's because she doesn't like him like that.
Yeah. When a woman calls you creepy, it's because she finds you ugly.
Well, I don't know if creepy is the right word.
No,
I wouldn't
that's
call
the
people
truth.
creepy.
No, when a woman does, not you necessarily, but when a woman calls you creepy, it's because you're ugly.
I don't know.
Yeah, but why would a woman call you creepy? You got to be doing something creepy.
Yeah.
Well, because
women don't just call people creepy.
No. Okay, look. Let me clarify my statement. If an attractive man goes up to a woman and says, "Hey, girl, what's going on? You know, what are you doing today?" That's fine. If an ugly guy goes up to a woman and says, "Hey, girl, what are you doing today?" She could very well call him creepy for no reason, other than she doesn't find him attractive. She's letting him know that she's not finding him attractive.
Good point. You're right. Good point.
That may be right. That may be true, but I, for one, think that women should never call guys creepy if they're just not attracted to them. I think a better response would be like, "I'm not interested."
No. Being forward and upfront is that would be very helpful for the man. But most men know if a woman is like, "Oh, he's kind of creeping me out," he knows she's calling him ugly.
That's a good point.
I don't know this. I don't know if I agree with you on that one.
No, because you're a nice person, and you would do the right thing by saying, "I'm not attracted to you." But most women don't do that.
I don't call guys creepy because unless they're like actually like threatening my health or something or like my.
Yeah, that's understandable, but I'm not talking about you.
But I'm just
no, but he's right.
like
a lot of it is based on your looks. He's right. Like it
I mean,
makes
I
a big
consider myself
difference.
attractive, and I don't call guys creepy. So what do you mean?
No. It's based on the guy who's coming up to you, not necessarily you, and it's not necessarily you. Yeah,
so I was confused.
Right. No.
We have to. Did have a point. He's right. You did have a point. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think any girl though either would befriend a guy that she finds creepy.
Yeah. I
Mm,
think creepy is a
there's a
word. Like,
hang
if
on.
I'm calling
There's
a
a
guy creepy, I really don't like him.
there's a value. Go ahead, Elijah.
The guys that are friends that are creepy, with them, they've worked with them, or they've been in some common area where they've had to work together and complete certain tasks. That's how the creepy guy becomes. He's not creepy. It's just it's just that the girl's not interested. Like it could be a dude that's a total sleazeball that says some real, flagrant shit. He'll be like, "That is so crazy," like
Yeah,
just
no,
how.
he get. Yeah, 100%. And maybe it's not as common today as it was just like last week, because it does seem to be falling out of favor to call just anybody creepy, but it was kind of a trend for a little bit, not but like 2 years ago, where women would call guys they found unattractive creepy. And not necessarily to their face, or they'll say, "Oh, he's being creepy," or "You're kind of creeping me out," kind of stuff like that.
If I can be really transparent right now, I'd like to say it seems to be that dating is literally the pre-apocalypse dating method applies. Just saying.
So, in other words, you got to be in a life or death situation in order to pick up a girl.
No, man. I still haven't figured it out yet. The data's still coming in. We'll let you know.
Well, yeah, there are those serial killers and really creepy people you hear about, right? They always have these backstories where they start off as these creepy kid guys in high school, or something like that.
No, they have the backstories of they were such a nice guy. I didn't know.
Yeah,
Most people didn't
exactly
know.
right. I would never. Or so, yeah, exactly. So it's
Oh, you
like
just said the opposite.
either or, right? I mean, it's either or. It's like
Very rarely is the serial killer or even the serial rapist considered creepy or weird. They're often considered a normal person, somebody you could have over for dinner or something. Most
Right.
people are not suspecting them whatsoever of anything nefarious.
Right. So when girls say creepy, he's being creepy, I think that's what they're kind of referring to as that.
No, they're not. Bong. They're just not. They're being passive aggressive and not doing what Devil Eyes says, and stating up front what they actually mean. It happens a lot.
Oh, I was talking. I don't know. TV people. Jesus. Fair enough.
Fucking Bong.
Creepy is an English word. I'm just saying.
You're being so creepy right now.
Why do nice guys always finish last?
Because they're not actually nice. They're not. No, because the people who say, "Oh, nice guys always finish last," is because they're generally not talking about nice guys. They're talking about guys who don't assert themselves. And guys who don't assert themselves will find themselves in a power dynamic in which they feel less than and usually act out. Those aren't actually nice guys. Nice guys take care of you. Nice guys defend you. Nice guys know their place. Nice guys don't go around and say that people owe me something.
With the right women.
Yeah, everybody has the right person.
Well, no, with the right women, like as in like women as in plural. Like I think if a woman that word's so hard. If a woman respects a guy and like his personality, I think he'll finish first in her eyes. Facts?
Yeah, likewise, like same with women too. Like
Yeah, if a guy respects a woman, even if I don't know if I can say the same about men. Men seem to be very superficial, but that's a generalization. I tend to stay away from those.
Really, I thought it would be women that would be more superficial because
anybody can be superficial. It's the age group that you're looking at. If you look at guys who are younger, they're emulating what older guys are doing, so they seem superficial. It seems superficial to go out and do these things. They're attempting to be men. I don't think they're necessarily wrong, but they don't see the depth of what they're doing. Usually the depth of what a man does is for the protection of his family, to provide for his family. There's depth there. Like going to war, that seems superficial, but when you ask a man why he went to war, those reasons generally aren't superficial.
Yeah. And the thing about what you were saying, baseball. Yeah, when women say they don't like these guys, I was just talking about this on a post, and it wasn't good guys versus bad guys, and that's like the title of it. But really, like you said, it's guys who assert themselves versus guys who don't. Another way of saying it is like, the ones that stuck to the system The ones that, get the good grades, but they do what has to be, they do what feels has to be done. They have a certain structure versus the bad guy who will have opposing philosophical views, who's not socially awkward, who can have a conversation with them. That's what they're attracted to, I think.
Yeah. Well, that's why most girls are attracted to confidence, because confidence at least
I think guys
signals.
are too. I think guys are confident or attracted to confidence as well. Like if a girl's like hella confident, and say she's like a 9 and she's like way confident, and like a 10 and not confident, like I think they would take the 9. I don't know.
Yeah.
Listen,
No,
girls
that's
like
true. But guys will take
Trust
both a 10 and a 9. It depends on
girls
what's available.
Girls like assholes. They do.
Let's say a 7 who's confident. Let's say a 7.
Mature girls don't like assholes.
Let's say a 7 who's confident versus a 10 who's not confident.
I'll take a confident 6 any day. Yeah.
I don't know if guys would take
Oh, this is easy. Number 6.
How about a funny asshole?
Because
I don't go for assholes personally, but maybe other women do. I guess
it depends on personalities as well, right? I mean, how they mesh well. Like a less confident man might need a confident woman, vice versa. Or a confident. Who knows? It just depends on what each other needs or wants from each other, right? Sort through. All right, just confident. Only confident women. That's all I'm taking. I ain't taking no freaking. You look depressed. No.
Okay, there's more to a relationship than that though. There's way more. Like you can find a person who's not confident, who doesn't have a lot going for them, and be attracted to them just because of who they are, who they are inside. That's not necessarily what follows. It's there's something more happening than just the outward appearance and the outward action of somebody. You find yourself attracted to people you can't quite explain why all the time.
My very racist senior chief said to me, "Oh, you need to assert yourself more." Like what do you expect? I don't know what he's talking about.
Assertion is good. Yeah. Aggressiveness is not.
I don't know.
I think that
I think there's a big difference. I think assertiveness is good. It's good to assert yourself.
Yeah, but the way he was saying it, he wasn't using it. He wasn't saying it in a good way. He was talking about some guy bullying you, some guy who's about to become an officer. He's about to go off and become an officer. He's bullying me and being, so I think he was talking about that. But I don't think as a leader he was talking about asserting yourself in a good way. You know what I mean?
What do you do? What's your career?
No, this is when I was in the Navy. Yeah, I was a radio man in the Navy. So
yeah.
Oh my gosh, that reminds me of a book. Bong. Do you know what book? Take a guess, and then I'll tell you. Bong. A radio man in the Navy. I don't know if this is actually very a strong connection, but it reminded me of it, so I thought I'd mention it. All the Light We Cannot See. All the Light We Cannot See. It's a good book.
Light We Cannot.
I read it.
Yeah.
But
all the light you can't
somebody
see is
said about confidence. To kind of unpack that a little bit, what I think it is that I don't know who likes this kind of person. I don't. And based on that same post that I was talking about, this was the general feeling of women towards men that are, that are following some kind of structure, quote unquote. And the thing is that those kind of men are always seeking approval. Like,
I'm going to get this thing for you. Did you like it? I'm going to do this thing for you. Do you like it? I'm taking you on a date. Do you like it? We just had sex. Did you like it? I don't ask any of those questions. I either enjoyed myself or I didn't. And I know
That's
when
fucked
someone
up.
is uncomfortable or they're not. Like, it's that simple.
Well, you're all right and you're all incorrect as well.
At the same time.
Yeah, because like I said, sometimes pairings are inexplicable. Sometimes people are attracted to something they can't quite explain. And not always is it confidence, not always is it being forward
Maybe
or
something in the
honest.
stars, could be in the stars, directing these people to be attracted to each other. I'm just saying sometimes it seems that way, that it's unexplainable how the meeting would happen in the first place, let alone getting together and having a long relationship. Seems very.
We can say that about, like we say, everyone says that about, the people they fall in love with, you know what I mean? And it seems like everything was aligned for us to meet. We would never meet if I would have gone off on my other tour. You know what I mean? But then you would have met somebody on that tour, and then you would have said the same thing to her, like, I would have never met the love of
Not
my
necessarily. Not necessarily. Sometimes
Right.
sometimes your heart sometimes your heart is tied to somebody and you can't explain why, Bong. That's you're talking about chance, and sometimes it's not chance.
Well, yeah, okay. But then, it seems like love is so what everybody says about love,
I'm not talking about love. I'm talking about a deep connection with somebody that you can't quite explain. It's not love gets thrown around a lot. I know we're both talking about love, but it's not the same thing. Sometimes all of these superficial things we put on it are meaningless. Sometimes it's just an eye contact and you find that person and it just happens.
Right. And you know what? The thing about not understanding what Dude Ball is saying right now is the reason that people get hurt. Because I think when people say I love you, it really that comes with the understanding that you've gone into a verbal agreement, and based on that agreement, you're not going to violate those things. That doesn't mean that you don't feel some of those feelings, if not more of those feelings, with someone else, because there's a connection there. But you're not going to call it love because you're not in love or in agreement with the person that you may have this connection for that you can't explain. You're like, well, why do I feel this connection with this person when I love the person at home? That doesn't mean you have to sleep with them.
Well, I wasn't quite going there. I was talking about random pairings that are inexplicable or inexplicable to the person who falls into it. Not necessarily that they're cheating on some. If anybody were to cheat on somebody with me, I automatically discount them because one of my highest pinnacles of a relationship is loyalty. So if they're not loyal, I can't be with them.
Well, that's like me, like swearing to only, love vanilla, but then I sneak off to eat chocolate ice cream because I love chocolate ice cream too. I think it's a different kind of, you know, relationship. That's really all it is. But this breaking of the promises or the commitments or the with the person you've committed to is worth. It's not worth experiencing a relationship with that person just because you have a different kind of connection, you know what I mean? And then in the relationship with the person you committed to. And I think love is something you work at. It's something that comes out of you know going through life together. Hardships, good, bad, all that. Knowing each other's the the good.
I have no idea what you're talking about now.
These best secrets hidden the abyss of man's hearts. You know what I mean? Anyways,
No.
I think those connections that we work on, right, are deeper and more meaningful than the.
You're talking about when you've built a family. When you've built a family with the person, are deeper than the person you're meeting. Yeah, I agree with that, but I don't think that's what we're talking about.
What? What do you mean? Okay, sorry. I thought we were talking about.
Yeah, shut up, Bong. Just shut up.
Sorry, man. What the hell?
No, but you're right. You're right. The goal is to turn that stranger into family, right?
Right.
But first you have to meet him. First you have to fucking meet him, right?
You have to merge and become one person with that woman or man.
I agree. That is the goal, to turn that person into family.
It would help if you met them first. Yes, that would.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
At least before you're through half the relationship, make sure you meet them.
Right. I mean, yep.
You know what I mean by being through half the relationship in your head before you even meet. You just saw the person one time. You already got it all figured out the first 5 years.
I mean, like after if you went around and met like hundreds of beautiful, smart women that you wow, over, and you kind of like, wow, I can't possibly go through all these, fruits. And I mean, I gotta just pick a couple or one. You know what I mean? Like it all loses its meaning or value somewhere. Don't commit to the one.
I want to address. I keep on wanting to type something to Toby Dog, who put damaged people are attracted to damaged people. I agree, but I don't think it's fully accurate. What I believe is happening there is damaged people are trying to avoid having to reveal themselves fully, having to trust someone fully. So they'll go for somebody who is going to disappoint them and going to end in a bad relationship. So yes, they're attracted to damaged people, but I think the better question is why. It's because they're trying to avoid having to actually be a real human to that person. Hey, Davey?
Yeah.
Your mic being open is left this whole conversation in static the whole time.
Is it real? How do you know it's me, though?
Because you're the only one lighting up.
Hold on.
The Earth is flat.
Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm gonna turn it down. One sec. How about now?
It's still giving off static. Oh, it's
It's
a little better. It's only when you're talking.
Bad idea to be friends with women if you're married, especially if they're beautiful women, right?
Yeah, no, that's a horrible idea. Allow your wife to be friends with them. Bring them home to meet your wife and say, hey, I think you should meet my wife. I think she would love you. But don't be friends with them. That's not a great idea.
I wouldn't even bring her home to be friends with my wife. That's a terrible idea. You're going the other way, man.
No. Looking for quality people to be friends with your wife is probably one of the best compliments you can give to your wife.
And you'll have to find another job.
Why?
That's a joke. So why even take the risk? Why even bother, right? Just be like,
why bother? Why bother? Why worry about your wife's, friend circle? If you find somebody interesting and you think your wife would find them interesting, regardless of what they look like, maybe invite them over for a dinner or something. to meet your wife because you think that they would make good friends because you know your wife so well. But other than that, it's not a great idea to be friends with the person beside your wife. That's an awful idea.
Yep, very terrible idea. Very terrible idea. You might think that you know what, it's wrong and it's territorial, maybe jealous of your woman to cause problems when you bring strangers into y'all's world, because that's what it is when you get with someone. It's y'all world now, and whatever you don't tell them is like it could be the smallest thing, and it's like that's a little shady. I don't trust people in the first place because we're all kind of damaged, right? So in my 4-year relationship, it was like, yo, I love you, friends, and all that, but I'm building a life with someone. So, no, I can't come to Jamaica with you. No, I'm no, I'm not gonna bring my girlfriend to fucking what is that, Atlantic City, but with you to drink and then you try to make a pass at me and her. Like I'm not doing any of that because there are going to be problems. You might think that it's not right, but still, there's definitely going to be problems, like, for sure.
Exactly.
Well, if you have obviously if you have a partner, a wife, you have children, and then let's say your wife or whatever, they have a family, friends, or even cousins for whatever, right? And they want to come to the house and bring alcohol and then put music and then start yelling and cursing and I don't know, your children in the home, and you try that they don't have their wife or whatever, they're trying to kind of bring that kind of environment into the home. That could be kind of, I don't know, depends how you're trying to raise your children. But if you're bringing people into your home that are trying to bring some other mentality or other inputs from the streets into your home, that might be a little toxic to kind of raising children or having some type of partnership with your wife or whatever. I don't know. All depends.
Yeah,
I think
what
it's
I
a terrible
found
idea
that is very
to
important.
even just to discuss. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you go on.
It is very important that now that we're all here in this discussion, for me, it's become very important because people say, oh, you shouldn't talk about politics with your friends or your mate or this, that, and the third. How about when you get with someone or you are courting someone, how about you figure out whether or not they think like you in some sense, or they have a working mind where they can change their mind if they're presented new information and they're not going to be a straight up glober about it. Like, but Jimsy, I wanted to say as an aside, guess what I found out? My friend told me that she got the V, and she got her kids, they all got the V. You guess what happened to her young 4-year-old child?
Diabetes.
Fucking yes, bro.
Type 1 diabetes, juvenile diabetes.
Fucking yes. I
Yeah.
couldn't believe it when she told me that story.
Yeah. It's like a trigger. Some of these V's are it has to do a lot with, obviously that's a trigger, but the environment, the food and all that stuff. But the V is definitely a huge trigger because it kind of resets the body and introduces other stuff and opens the door for disease. So yeah, I'm not surprised that type 1 diabetes for a child is it's life changing. Yeah.
And there's a host of other, like, the whole, she was telling me how she didn't want to get it in the first place, right? because her only experience with them was the flu shot, and she said, you know, she started getting the flu shot with her children, and then they started becoming like sick and getting the flu symptoms and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, and what's crazy is people have already experienced all of that and still fell for the okey doke. I know we're not supposed to be speaking about it. We kind of went a little deeper, so I probably could have pulled you to the side, but shit's crazy, man.
You're talking about the Virgin card, the V card, right?
Yeah. That on top of the women's menstrual cycles like being off. A lot of them are telling me that, and I'm like, what? All this information that they keep putting out, they're not putting out any of the information that I'm hearing from real people. That's what I'm not hearing.
Well, right now, a study just came out that the Virgin card will cause immune diseases. So yeah, just like type 1 diabetes, which is they say they label it as an immune disease. And now there's studies, like it just came out a new study a few days ago that actually demonstrate that the new Virgin card causes immune problems. So yeah.
It's interesting that you say that because I've been seeing so much propaganda now. Propaganda isn't necessarily bad, like it's just a word, but I've been seeing so much propaganda about HIV lately. It's almost everywhere. Commercials and everything talking about it skyrocketing and this, that, and the third. Well, the only difference was COVID, right? And people getting the V card, and it's like it's interesting that all these people are popping up with HIV now. Like what?
That was said a long time ago that the V's cards actually causes that kind of stuff as well. So yeah, it's nothing new actually.
And then look at in the black community. I don't know where y'all are all at with it, but this monkeypox thing, they're saying it's a sexually transmitted disease started by the gays. Now, where have I heard this story before? And why do we keep letting them play the same fucking game? It's insane.
They're going with the same card, like the same one. Holy crap! Oh my god!
I have a question.
Hi.
If it ain't broke, don't.
I have a question for Elijah. So, how does the V card cause diabetes?
How would any of us?
It's not how. We're not talking about how. We're talking about it being interesting that prior to it, there's no problems of anything, and then afterwards, there's immediately issues. That's what we're talking about. The how. I'm not God. I'm not a biochemist. I have no idea, or whatever they are.
I googled what you said, and nobody has gotten diabetes from a vaccine, so I had to make sure.
Yeah. Oh, you would know by you would know by googling it.
Wait. In multiple of the inserts of multiple of these V things, in the insert that is put there by the manufacturer of the vial, in the adverse reaction section, adverse reaction that might come from utilizing that that vial, it says diabetes mellitus, which is juvenile diabetes, as an adverse reaction. So they tell you themselves that is a possibility that it will cause the juvenile diabetes. So
But some people do prefer to ask the wolf what happened at the hen house incident.
Well, I just asked. I'm just making sure because I got vaccinated. I'm perfectly fine.
Are you?
I mean,
are
yeah.
you perfectly fine?
Nobody who's not vaccinated is gonna tell me I'm lying.
So far.
Oh, why would you even say so far, Sonny? Listen to this guy.
If you're perfectly fine, how do you explain the brain damage?
No, no, I don't know. Maybe we live in two different worlds, but my whole family's vaccinated. None of us had issues. Friends,
Okay,
family. So
you're gonna stop saying the actual word now. Like next time, you'll be muted. So just
Well,
use a different word.
the V
like it's
card.
not.
There you
Yeah,
go.
maybe you guys got lucky. You know what I mean? So maybe you
Or
guys
maybe they
didn't get
didn't. Maybe they didn't. Maybe there's no more kids in the house. Maybe
Maybe
there's
got
an
the
empty egg carton.
right.
We don't know that
Maybe
they got lucky.
It's like
Yeah.
Russian roulette.
If we want to speak in context, actually, there is been people following this stuff, and also there is serial numbers to each of the vials. They come in, in packages and by regions, and it's been demonstrated that certain amount of the vials. I'm talking about the actual liter bottle with the ingredients inside. Many of those, big amount of those, are actually saline water. So people are being told that you're getting this stuff, and they're getting just saline water injected. And in other areas, the people get a lot of adverse reactions. I will suppose that's the one that is not just saline water; it's other
I
stuff.
did. I was sick for 2 days after I got my first vaccine, but when I got my second one, it didn't. I didn't get sick, so I probably got immune from COVID. I never had COVID.
Oh God.
No, well,
Well, it is.
I think you're trying to just.
Oh, you
You
got the vaccine?
It is pretty. It is pretty hard.
Hey,
had somebody.
everybody shut up about this. We're done
Oh,
talking about it.
That's
Right.
it. Move on.
Yeah, it's a dumb conversation. Over 170 million people are.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah, that
What
was
do you
it
guys
from
think
here.
about
Too
COVID?
late.
What did you say, Double S?
What do you think about COVID?
I don't think about COVID. Neither does anybody else, because it was fucking bullshit from the beginning and it's bullshit at the end.
It's like Earth's curvature. You would have to, or
Right,
motion.
the word cocoa.
You would have to prove that something existed first in order to say whatever about. You could say you can't say anything about it if it's never been proven to exist. So
what I think about it is flat Earth.
dude, how do people? Yeah, we live on a flat Earth. We live in God's firmament, in a dome, 100%. No question about it.
no one says dome here.
No question about it. Bro, first of all, they think that they want us to believe we live on a ball, a spinning ball. How the hell do you walk on a ball? That doesn't make any sense at all.
Very careful, grasshopper. Very carefully.
People
It makes no sense. How do you walk on a ball? Just that concept is so retarded. If people don't
You
stop
walk
and think,
backwards and you go forward.
don't stop to think. You know, they just watch CNN or Fox and believe whatever the fuck they say.
You ask the magic ball to make you on the Sagitta at all times. Every single one of you are all on the Sagitta, on top of the Sagitta at all times, as well as all aircraft. They're on top of the Sagitta too, at the same time.
Hey! Can we address the 800-pound monkey in the room here? Biden Harris 2024. LOL. That's hilarious.
That is hilarious. I'll be laughing harder
What
if
are
it
your
actually
guys' political standpoints?
apolitical.
Mine is I got here through politics. 2014, 2015, I started really paying attention. Bernie Sanders was somebody I was really interested in. I don't know about any of the other stances or any, all the other socialist stuff, but when he was talking about the banks and Goldman Sachs and Hillary Clinton, I was like, yes, somebody's talking about the corruption. Maybe this will be the crack in the door. But I saw them literally commit election fraud before anybody questions me. Hey, the Hillary Clinton Foundation was owed a debt by the DNC. They owned that debt while she was running. So the case closed there. On top of the coin flips and everything else that was live that YouTube took down. all that stuff, I didn't imagine it. So the next cycle that came, well, actually, at that point when I realized, oh, they're not going to fix anything, they're trying to cover it up, sort of like the Globers do. They just like talk about, not our positions, and they just move on as if they've defeated our arguments. Well, that's the same thing that I found out in politics, that actually both sides are playing the game. It's very simple to find out when you pay attention to the news cycle. Not only paying attention to the news cycle, but looking through the sources that they're reporting on and realizing all this shit is fallacious, man. So that's when I decided, how am I going to figure out what's true from what's not? And then Flat Earth fell in my lap. So I don't give a damn about politics.
Yeah, even that you had any interest in it at all in the last 10 years, I would say it's because your age, and that's not a put down at all. It's just because I've seen so many more years, decades of it. And when when you first become cognizant enough and realize that I've been exposed to 50 years of this nonsense that I'm aware of.
And
like
to
it's
think
going
you
on,
started
so
paying attention in your 50s, and so now you're 100.
no, dude. I'm talking about paying attention when you're like 10 years old. You start becoming aware of things, especially when I was growing up. The Vietnam War was going on. Hippies were like, vets were coming back, and the neighborhood's all fucked up. And like, this was like, this, like, I grew up in a different time. So this world doesn't look the same at all to me as what it did before. I literally feel like I came out of a different time zone. It's really weird. Like, I have these freaky flashbacks to the way the world used to be, going to the five and dime store. Like, it was a different place. It's so amazing to me that I'm still here. But anyway, I don't know where I was going with that. Maybe one of you can help me.
Yeah, this is the funny thing. This is the funny thing. This is the funny thing, Sonny, is regardless of what you think you saw, all of the same tricks, all of the same tropes, and all of the same parties have been playing the same game this whole time. Before you started paying attention, and well after you stopped. The fact is that there is a war, and it's not a political one. It's not a physical one. It's not a well, no, it's not even psychological. They use psychology. They use your mentality, but you're just a tool in their war. Their war is not anything that you can actually physically touch.
Well, so yeah, it's a very strange place from my perspective, having seen what I've seen.
Wait. I'm sorry, Sonny. Can you expand on that, Deuce Vault?
Sure.
Politics.
You started it.
Hey.
You did. You said, "What do you think about politics?"
Okay.
The fact is that the wars we see in politics, the wars we see geopolitically, period, are not about money, which they lie to you about. They're not about territory. They're not about resources, unless that resource is you. They're bartering and trading in your life essence, your soul, if you will.
Yeah, your energy, future energy.
So, if you're not paying attention to politics, which is fine, I don't care if you do, but if you're not paying attention to the bartering and trading of your soul. It's insane. It's like trying to say that it's perfectly okay to kill a baby at this time, but not at this time. At this time, it's murder, but at this time, that's perfectly okay. It's insanity. It is pure 100% insanity to not pay attention, to not be engaged.
How much do you think any one of us can do? Like,
as much as a person can do.
Yeah, I mean,
Go
I
back
agree
and
with
read.
that.
Go back and read the history books, and you tell me what one person can do. I know the history books are mostly
Well,
wrong.
look,
I know that they're mostly wrong. But you tell me what one person can do,
listen,
and I'll tell
I
you.
know that.
Then I will tell you what you can do.
Look, I'm going to steel man your argument. I agree with you on that point wholeheartedly. Yes, that one person can do quite a bit. Now, what about this whole entire system that you're talking about, or this war that's not physical going
Okay,
on?
it's not a system. There are two systems working against each other, and you will never be able to tell the difference between the two because they look the same. Because one is masquerading as the other.
They're just a masquerade. They all work for the same head of, like, the people that we see that are puppets put in the public eye. There's a puppet master. That's the faces we never see and we never will see. So
Hey, you know what political party I'm part of? The Masquerade Party.
The Masquerade Party. Yeah, I see that. That's
so
hilarious.
they all work for the same. Is this a change? Like, it's just like Meet the New Boss, same as the old boss. Like,
no.
Yeah, it is. They work for the same company head. Like, they
It's
work for
not.
the same.
That is not true, Sonny.
Yes, it is. It is.
You're looking at the horse's teeth through its ass.
Wait a minute. Then you might be missing the context. So we got to make sure that we're together on what context you're talking about.
There are real people out there working for the betterment of everyone, and then there are demons walking around in fucking human skin, working to steal people's souls. Period.
Yeah, that's true.
Period.
And
Okay.
it always has been that way. It always has.
I said that from the beginning.
You did say that. You did say that. I agree with you so much, man. It's like,
he's funny, isn't he?
funny self.
Wait, what's
Stop
so funny?
arguing with me when I'm disagreeing, when I'm agreeing with you.
What's so funny, Devil Eyes?
I forget now.
Must be the friendly banter.
I think the, like, I don't know, just the whole conversation and the period at the end. I thought that was kind of funny.
The what at the end?
When I said period.
Period.
I'm
yeah, your face is funny.
Demons walking around in meat suits.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I
can't.
I can't.
You know
disagree.
what we're talking about? What they're talking about? Devil Eyes?
Me? Yeah, I know what they're talking about.
You know what this is talking about?
Yeah, he's talking about skinwalkers.
I think he's talking about the political system, which could be skinwalkers. Same. You know, but so
my whole point here is if you're not concerned about it, it's because you're not concerned about the reality in which you live. It's not just about a flat Earth.
Man, but what reality is that? That doesn't seem
another way of saying this.
It seems like it's just part of the theater. It's part of the theater that I've always had my whole life. And after a while, I'm like, I've seen enough. Like you said, all the same tricks have happened. That's what I'm talking about in my first premise. That after a while, you've seen all the same tricks so many times. When another one's coming up, I just go, there's another one. And then I watch it unfold and I go, sure as shit, just like the other one. So then I stop watching after a while. After you watch a murder mystery, what are you going to watch it 20 times? After a while, you go, okay, I got it.
but again, it can't be lost on us that, like, I think Dewsvault's point is that there was somebody like me who was willing to go through the ground level process up to actually change things when I realized shit was fucked up. There's probably millions of us that want to do that. But then there are these just call them anti, because in some cases they're anti-flat earth, in other cases they're anti-moving shit along in the system rather than having it go in circles in the way that people don't want. And so it's like, here goes someone trying to fix a problem, and then here come these people lying about them being the ones fixing the problem when actually they're causing it. how else can you characterize them between the humans that are just trying to do well and the demons that are just fucking eating babies and shit?
So I think another way of saying this, what I think Deuce was trying to say is, even if you're not interested in politics, politics are interested in you.
100%.
In
Thank
your
you very
energy.
much. You know, you and I often have arguments, but we rarely disagree on these points.
I agree with you. Yeah.
No.
I never understood the demons eating baby things.
Of course you don't. Of course you don't, because
Yeah,
you're
we
in the
get it.
system. You're in the system. You're willing to allow it to hold its devices over you, and that's fine. You do you. But to ask us to understand where you're coming from, we don't. We don't understand where we don't understand a place where you come from, where you're willing to sacrifice everything for something that hates you. Sorry, we don't get it.
I don't understand, like, who are giving their babies to be eaten. What are you talking about?
The modern day cannibals, you know.
Can we not talk about that? Like, that's disgusting.
Well, I mean, it's like really, it's a hard truth to swallow. I get, yeah,
A hard
absolutely.
truth that people eat babies. What percentage of people eat babies, honey?
I don't even think that's true.
Of course you
Please
don't.
tell me what percentage.
Time out. In the indigenous places, are you telling me that cannibalism doesn't exist anywhere on the earth?
It probably does.
Anywhere in history, or right now.
Well, yeah, it probably does exist, but like it's not normal.
Here, of course, it's not normal. Just like rape isn't
illegal.
normal. Just like pedophilia isn't normal. As a matter of fact, pedophilia is so rampant. Yet, I would argue that it's in everyone's family. And guess what? We talk about it on this surface level. Somebody becomes the fall person every now and again. But think about it. None of us ever talk about the person in the family that did anything. And if anything, it stays in the family because that's what the adults, for whatever reason, decide it needs to be because they don't want to be embarrassed and yada, yada, yada. So that's just starting from in the home, just like indoctrination.
Imagine the
being
politicians on those levels of people that never have to answer to the law. Imagine those ones.
Yeah, and there's
anyway.
Yeah, but like, what does that has to do with the Earth being flat? And I don't think everyone has pedophiles in their family. That's just sick.
It's about the shape of your heart.
No, what Elijah said is very true for Samoan families.
All of this has happened on the flat plane of existence. Unfortunately, we wish it wasn't happening on this existence, but it is, and it is a flat plane.
I mean,
you might be somebody that's a single child, in a single child household, and also on top of that, your mom might not have any aunts or uncles or anything like that. But
hang on, I'm gonna break this down to him real quick. As far as eating babies is concerned, as far as eating children, there is an ingredient that's used in food that uses fetal cells. It's called Seminex. I've posted in the live stream voice text. You can go ahead and look it up. And it does use fetal cells to flavor foods you've probably eaten. Now, to think that cannibalism doesn't happen in the modern age, in the modern world, if you're eating any kind of human cells, especially fetal cells, you're probably a fucking cannibal.
How are cells babies?
What? Where do you think they come from?
From babies.
Okay, but like, are you talking about babies?
No. Do not try. What do you mean, babies that are born? Babies.
No, because you guys make it sound like there's people out there eating babies. Like what?
Wow.
You're too dumb. You're too dumb to be here, bud. I'm sorry.
It's too far advanced
Come
for him.
on, man.
It's just simple geometry.
But from the whole conversation and everything that was said in here, he's just bringing that point and stressing that point. That's it. That's all you want to talk about.
But at best, he's still in the situation where he's reactionary to what the system says is bad. Like now, it's speaking up against like
Bro, I don't understand what you guys are
they.
saying.
Mighty Dario, I've given you the name. You can go ahead and look it up. Go ahead and educate yourself.
The system, like the government, will lock you up, bro. They lock you up for weed, so they would definitely lock you up for eating a baby.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like a person who's still like, people getting locked up for weed. Oh, this racism is happening. All this, that, and the third. Not saying that that's not existent, but I'm saying like when a person is ruled by the headlines on Facebook or TikTok, this is what they think. They think that what they're shown is the tragedy, and they don't see what really goes on. Like all the tragedy you see has been propagated, has been made, has been manufactured for you to see, so that you can react the way that you do, so that the system keeps turning the way that it turns.
If I just take a bite of a baby, I'm not eating a whole baby. That's not eating a whole baby.
What?
Bro,
hey, you guys talking about Illuminati baby eaters?
That was weird.
What I'm saying is
that's what he just said.
What I'm saying is Seminex is a flavor enhancer, as they call it, used in many foods today. And Seminex is derived from fetal cells.
Nah.
Look it
Are
up.
you defending baby eating?
I'm not defending baby eating. What the fuck? I'm telling
your
you.
Your other friend there, A Boogie with the hoodie, he's defending it.
Who?
No, I'm not. I'm against the baby eating. What?
Well, he's the one that just said the fetal cells aren't of any consequence. Basically, that's what he said.
First off, why y'all even like this is making me cringe. Like
Well, I thought you were just mad at him saying that it didn't matter when it was actually the other guy. Now you don't want to talk about it at all. Now that I've pointed out, actually, that was the other guy's sentiment. That's kind of weird.
So I heard that aspartame and sucralose are made through the same process, and that they take toxic waste like mercury, and they feed it to genetically modified E. coli bacteria, and the bacteria defecates aspartame and sucralose, which are two common sweeteners in low-carb products. And I was just wondering, is that true? Do I have that wrong? Does anyone know anything about this?
Aspartame, yes. Sucralose, no. Sucralose is a What's that? I like tacos. Go ahead.
Sucralose is made by taking like a sucrose molecule and then replacing 3 hydroxyl groups with 3 chlorine molecules, so it can't be like digested by the human body, so therefore low calories. So like it's not made by bacteria. There's no bacteria involved in there.
Yeah, sucralose
is just aspartame. Then got it.
Aspartame is correct, but sucralose is a chemical compound.
So we don't have to talk about the other. We don't have to talk about the other part. Well, we could talk about women's cosmetics, which are millions of dollars, and there's also these places called beauty bars or they're vitamin bars where people go in and get a bunch of different shots of vitamins. That's the newest thing here. They're injecting themselves with collagen, all kinds of stuff, including baby cells from embryos on their faces too. On a whole bunch of different creams, cosmetics, all have baby cells. So
I just want to quickly ask: is there anyone here who drinks regular diet soda?
I don't like
the diet soda is disgusting.
Diet soda is
regular, not all diet soda, just regular diet soda.
It's all disgusting.
Well, no, I mean, if it's not sweetened with aspartame, it's sweetened with something else. It's not sugar or aspartame. It's not necessarily disgusting.
Sugar's the best.
It's fucking disgusting, fam.
You should try looking up Virgil's or Zevia. You know, they kind of go back and forth between, you know, stevia, monk fruit extract, erythritol. Not aspartame.
There are sugar alcohols that are not caloric that taste sweet for sure, like erythritol.
Well, actually, technically, there's only really one, and it does have calories. It's just very few.
There's allulose.
No. Hold on.
I should be stopping them
for
real.
For reals, yo. Only because there was like this young sounding kid that just said mad shit that I forgot back in 7th grade, and I'm like, none of y'all care. Like, just gonna let the hello other person. Is that a new person? And do you know him? Is hello?
Do I know him? No.
Person that just told us
tacos.
that
I like tacos.
Oh,
yeah. The young man with the sucralose information.
Yeah, you asked me.
You still here?
Right.
Yo, what's up? What's up?
Why do you call him a man?
Say something else smart to impress us.
Okay, let me tell you about sugar alcohols, like like you can check my bio. I'm literally the sweetener kid. That's my bio.
So what about allulose? What do you say about allulose?
What'd you say?
Allulose?
What the fuck?
Allulose. Allulose is another sugar alcohol.
I have no idea what that is.
Allulose is another sugar alcohol derived from plants, basically.
Wait, are you sure it's a sugar alcohol though? Because I think it's actually classified as a sugar, but it just doesn't react the same way as most sugars
so like
do.
with sugar alcohols, there are a lot of common sugar alcohols on the market right now. The main one is xylitol, which is derived from and stevia, which is derived from like a birch sugar, which is really cool.
Hold on, stevia is not one of those. Stevia is not a sugar alcohol.
Stevia is from the stevia plant. Sorry, there's a stevia plant. And that's like 30 to 40 times sweeter than sucrose, but like chemically made ones like sucralose, that's 600 times sweeter than the normal table sugar, which is like insane. So like if you look at other ones like aspartame is like 300 to 400 times off the top of my head. There's like one called neotame, it's like 20,000 times sweeter than like normal sugars. Like these industrial grade like sweeteners are like insane, and they're like made using different methods. Like some of them are using like synthesis and like bacteria. Others are using like chemical compounds like sucralose is used using like replacing hydroxyl compounds with chlorine molecules.
Now,
have you ever tried?
Wait.
Yep.
Because I don't actually want to have this conversation. I hear a brain that would be interesting in communicating with. Can you be the person to do that?
I'd like to hear that
and
too.
bring it back to the topic at hand. Let's see how flexible this young person's mind.
Go with I lick tacos. Duvalt and lick tacos. Have you looked into the flat Earth subject?
I just joined. I just joined like this.
I'm gonna send you some links to Deuce Balt's gonna talk to you real quick.
Huh?
I'm gonna send you some links to catch you up, but Deuce Balt's gonna ask you some questions.
All right, cool. Actually, it's literally 2 a.m. for me. I think I have to go to sleep.
I have a.
You got a minute. Just a minute.
Mr. Volt.
Just a minute. Real quick, Mighty Dario. Hold on a sec. We got. I like Taco's going to go to sleep, but before he leaves, I'd like Deuce Balt to ask him a few questions about the Earth. If you're here still.
Well,
you can do it.
Hang on. Me and I like tacos have already spoken. We've already.
Oh, have you? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm late. I'm late to the game.
I haven't asked him questions.
I have a statement to Mr. Volt. So I did research on fetal cells. They're actually grown in a lab, so they're not babies.
Okay.
So stop saying people are eating babies.
People are eating babies.
We'll just go to adrenochrome.
Don't tell me what the fuck to say.
Yeah, in Kabbalah, like Hollywood, the whole elite doing Kabbalah, yeah, they're drinking adrenochrome. Why don't you look that one up?
And what is that?
This is like...
Oh, So much cringe.
No,
Well, I mean, you know how cringy it is.
Yeah.
Since you were a baby, you had this little turning thing at the top of your crib that played music while showing you the solar system, and that's not even real. Oh, that doesn't matter, but babies. Oh my God.
Nah, that's a different. Nah,
A
don't
different
even.
topic.
Is it?
That's so
Is it? How
Elijah.
different? How different? Somebody literally taught you so much that you think the idea of a level plane is
Okay, can I
ridiculous,
speak?
even though everything we do starts off with the reference point of
Okay,
a
so eating
horizontal.
babies and the
That's
shape of
called
the
the x-axis.
Let her
eating
talk.
babies and the shape of the earth are very different. One's cannibalism /
Yeah, I know that. I know they're different. That's not. I mean, you got to be smarter
but you
to
comparing it.
understand that to understand that my sentiment is that
I'm very
the
smart. I don't need
the
to be smarter.
yeah, but the problem is that you think that this one thing is a problem, but the same people that are giving you the information about your entire cosmology and your belief in how you got here is a lie. And that's not really it's not really cringe. It's just this thing that people are talking about on the internet versus you having this super allergic reaction to reality. Another portion of reality that may also be true that you're not willing to investigate because again it's cringy, so you won't investigate it whether it's true or not.
Okay, but like I mean Deuce knows.
You could leave, and
Hang
come
on,
back when the conversation is different.
hang on, Elijah. What were you
Whoa,
saying,
that's like
Devil Eyes?
really toxic, dude. Telling me to
Hang
leave.
on. Don't
No,
focus
that's
on
like
that.
No,
What were you
really.
about?
but it's not
That's
toxic,
really mean.
Duesball. Don't white
Elijah,
knight.
I
It's
didn't
not
say it was
toxic.
toxic. I
Actually,
Elijah,
said, hang on,
when
no,
have
let her
I
talk.
she's
when
saying
have
it's
I told you
toxic.
to leave? When have I told you to leave, dude?
No, what I'm saying, well, you can tell me to leave when I tell you that I don't like a conversation that you're having in this community. If I was telling you that and you said, well, dude, I'm having a perfectly reasonable conversation and I was tripping, guess what? I would leave like I typically do.
Elijah,
Why you
I'm
Hey,
acting weird?
telling
Elijah.
you to leave.
Elijah,
Like,
you mind if I ask Devil Eyes a question real quick?
no,
But
I want
before
to leave.
anything,
God.
no, Devil Eyes, don't leave, please. Can I ask you a question?
She can leave.
Real quick, is that okay? Devil Eyes?
It's tacos, isn't it?
It's Devil Eyes.
Oh, sorry.
Real quick, do you mind if I ask you a question, Devil Eyes, real quick? Just
Okay.
I'm nice. Okay. Would you be that surprised if you found out that the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not?
What? One more time.
Like, okay, we're told that we live on a spinning ball that goes in several different directions that make really fast speeds flying through space, right? But you don't feel any of that, right? So would you be really that surprised if you found out that the reason you don't feel any of that is because you're not spinning at all? Would that be that surprising? Let me ask you this. If you went to the doctor, right, and the doctor said, hey, you know what? You're dizzy. You got to take these pills. But you knew that you weren't dizzy. Would you take the pills?
No.
No,
I'm
because
so
you know if
confused.
you're dizzy or not, right? You know if you're dizzy. You have that sense about you. You're not going to take pills because the doctor says you're busy.
I
You're
don't
dizzy.
understand how this relates to this guy telling me to leave.
Well, don't worry about him telling you to leave. I'm trying to redirect it
That's really
to the
rude.
conversation.
Yeah,
Well, regardless of that,
the next
if you're worried
time you
about that,
mention
worried about that, that's the
the
reason
next
that we can't
No,
talk to
don't
you about
threaten
other
me,
things.
Elijah. That's rude as fuck. I haven't
yo
even
the
given you
next
any toxic energy at all. Like, I've been so chill.
this is how I'm gonna
Yeah, but
handle
now
this.
I'm trying to ask you a question. To get
Fam, you are being very you relax because first of all, your mic is OD hot. Second of
really?
all, devil eyes. I said what I said, and that's it. If you continue this line of crying, I'm just gonna
I'm
mute
not
you.
crying, Elijah. I'm telling you, I think you're being helpful.
I said what I said. I know you didn't think I was playing.
All right, I
I'm
demand
gonna
like
unmute you, leave it alone, and move forward. Okay, she left. So what?
We wish you didn't.
She gone.
Mighty Dario, I'd like to get back to the subject I was discussing. Mighty Dario.
I don't want to talk about the baby stuff because it's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. You told me people aren't eating babies, and then you told me, well, they are eating babies, but they were grown in a fucking lab. What evidence do you have that these aborted fetal cells, known to be aborted fetal cells, are grown in a lab?
It says that these fetal cells were aborted in 1970, and ever since then, they've been growing in lab, growing fetal cells in labs millions of times. So these are not babies being aborted.
Fetal cells, and they are fetal cells, right?
They're copying the DNA of the fetal cells, which is not the same as using babies, people with live-born babies.
Hang on. Let me ask you a question, Mighty Dario. You're telling me that if you eat a baby that's grown in a lab, it's okay?
Bro, this aborted fetal cell was less than 2 weeks old. That was 30 years
hold
ago.
on.
What are
Can I
you
stop you right
talking
there?
about?
Can I please interject for just a quick second? So let's go down this avenue and say, yeah, you're right. This isn't the same thing as eating babies, but it's derived from humans, correct? Is it? Yes.
Correct. Yes, most of the stuff we have is
so it's cannibalism.
No. Stop. I'm not talking about most of the stuff. This particular thing you're talking about. This is derived from humans. Yes.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Stop right there. All right. So is this cannibalism by definition?
No.
What the fuck?
How so?
Because who was eating these fetal cells?
You are.
How? What do I eat that's have babies in it?
I don't know. Have you ever imbibed a PepsiCo product?
Yeah, Whopper.
You guys are saying something that's grown in a lab is the same as
Answer my question, you fucking moron. Have you ever imbibed a PepsiCo product?
I think you're just trying to muddy the water. Ain't nobody.
Have you ever imbibed a PepsiCo product? Answer my fucking question.
Yes, bro. Who hasn't?
You have. Then you have.
Coca-Cola.
Who hasn't bought a Pepsi Coke, bro? The fuck? The fuck type of question is this?
You asked me who's done this, and I'm telling you, you have.
So
you dipshit.
I told you, bro. They're lab grown.
Wait a
How
minute.
is lab grown a baby?
Coke, you're not eating. Wait a minute. Technically, you're not eating if you're drinking a Coke. You're drinking a baby.
So what are you trying to say?
You're too dumb to be here, honestly.
I'm not dumb, bro. You're just stupid. You don't understand what fetal cells are.
In some way, you're either eating or drinking baby cells. Probably in your water too.
Consuming. We can just say better yet, consuming.
Something.
For God's sake.
So you guys wanna stop the conversation that he doesn't want to have and ask him the 3 questions?
Go ahead.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea. I'm kind of obnoxious. Excuse me.
Who would like to go through this? Should I? Because I'm about to leave in a minute though. But all right, fuck it. Are you willing to go to be asked 3 questions and answer them directly and honestly to the best of your ability?
Yes.
Okay. These 3 questions are obviously related to the fundamental pillars of either what you know or what you believe, and that's what we're going to figure out now, whether you know or you believe. So, who in history or now has measured the Earth to be a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles?
I don't know.
Not nobody, man.
Nobody.
Okay, so the information that it's a sphere with 3,959 mile radius is a belief that you have because you don't know it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Question 2. Has anyone measured the movement of the Earth? When and how?
I don't think so. That's kind of hard to do to me.
Right. Okay.
Very
so again, you would say that the axial rotation of the Earth is not knowledge, rather it's a belief based on what you were told. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and third, do you know that the vacuum of space is in fact an area that is void of matter, mostly, in a place that humans can travel to? Do you know that, or do you believe that?
I would say I know that.
How do you know that?
Because we have satellites.
How do you know that people have been into an area that they've termed the vacuum of space? How do you know that it's a vacuum, and how do you know that they've been there?
I mean, because of rocket ships and pictures.
So if I showed you a picture of something, do I know what I'm telling you? Do you know that I know? Or is there a possibility that I'm lying or I believe it?
Possibly both.
Correct. So, in the same sense, when you've been shown photos or videos, could that have been fabricated? Could people be lying? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, it could be both.
Which means you don't know, because if you did know, that wouldn't be a possibility.
Yeah, I guess. Like, they could have a fake picture and then a real picture.
All right. Thank you. So, basically, I asked you if you had knowledge of the Earth being of the dimensions that they claim. You said you believe it. Fair enough. I asked you about the axial rotation or the movement at all. You said you didn't know, but you believe it. And the vacuum of space, you don't know, but you believe it. Therefore, it is very akin and parallel to a religion versus knowing it firsthand. That is your worldview, just like it was every one of ours. It's the only thing we're trying to show people so that maybe they can begin thinking for themselves. Because a lot of sinister shit is going on and people need to grow up.
Okay, so let's say billions of people get this information you're saying, and they turn against the governments of the world. How would the world become better? You understood my question?
Say again.
Why do you invoke it'll get better?
Yeah, if billions of people acquire this information you're saying, and we say, hey, fuck the government because they lied to us, how did the world become better? Will it be the same or will it be better?
I think
I have
it's
an answer for that if you
moral
don't.
to- Can I say something?
Sure. Go ahead.
I think it's inherently
Yeah,
moral
you
to
guys
like
say,
have
I
the truth, and
gotta mute up.
like even though like the world might not be like necessarily significantly changed, it's moral to like have the truth spread, and that's like what we should aim for.
I agree. But we all like if the earth is flat, since we have technology and internet, people will find out in like 2 minutes if it was like widespread. So why hasn't it been widespread, and why hasn't there been exponential proof that the earth is flat and it's all a big lie?
Well, Mighty, keep in mind, it's the easiest thing to...
Two reasons.
It's to discredit God.
No. Specifically, two reasons. One, the inundation process never stopped. Now, what you think is flat Earth is what they've put before you. Never have you actually come across someone who would ask the three questions that I've asked. But what you will come across is people saying, well, the Earth can't be flat because if it weren't, then we wouldn't have time zones, we wouldn't have seasons, we wouldn't have gravity, we wouldn't have this, we wouldn't have that. That's what you've come across. Never have you had to actually attempt to answer the questions that we've asked. So understand that there's an indoctrination process still going on. There are a lot of people out there speaking out against the information. Number two, specifically because the government decided that flat Earth was dangerous information. And so quite handily, all of the people that was getting all the information out on these big YouTube channels and these Facebook groups, they all got shut down. Some of them have changed their rhetoric so that they can stay on the platform, but honestly, it's disrespectful that they would stay on platforms that would suppress them and not have their voices heard. Now, you're saying it's the age of the internet. A lot of people would have found this out. Well, guess what? Back then, in what, 2015, 2016, 2017, flat Earth was the biggest topic in the world. The only thing second to its popularity was the most popular president in our history, Donald Trump. Until they changed that. Because guess what? The internet is their system. Yeah. Again, grow up and realize that shit ain't as free as you think it is.
Exactly.
People are not reading books that were not available to us before the internet. That's not what people do on the internet. All the good things you think people would use the internet for, nobody uses the internet for that. You know what people use the internet for? Selfies, TikTok, social media, doing stupid challenges that gets you a lot of views and clout.
I don't use it for that.
This is what the world. This is the reality of the internet, right? People are not reading, books, from old that their dads or their grandfathers read that weren't available. People aren't doing that.
But
that's not how.
I think it was pretty easy to find this Discord chat. Like all I typed was Flat Earth Discord on the internet, and boom, I'm here. So it's kind of easy to find this whole Flat Earth community. That's what I'm saying. Is if it was such a big deal, why didn't one just take it off?
Well, it's like Devil I said earlier. It's cringy. Why is it cringy? You know why it's cringy? Because it's cringy to do anything that's right. Anything that's good is viewed upon as cringe. You know what I mean? So it's cringe to look into these kinds of topics, especially in front of your friends, especially when you're connected. When you have a network of people you're connected to, right? That has to do with your job, or maybe you're trying to present a certain image to these people, and looking into flat Earth is going to ruin that image, or even jeopardize your work, your job, your identity. And this is how people use the internet. They know they're being watched. They know that what they're looking at is being looked at by their fans and by everybody else. Data is available to everyone, right? So it's not like people are out there looking for the truth. We all know that justice is bullshit, right? There's no such thing as justice, but you got a justice system. You got a justice department. You know that there's no such thing as justice in this world. But we say, yeah, it's the justice department. It's the same thing with the internet, right? There is no proof that there is no evidence that the earth is some ball. That's what no one has ever presented any evidence for the earth being. There's no need to prove that the table is flat. When somebody says your table is curving, well, that's kind of ridiculous. What do you mean? That has to be proven. So where's the proof that the earth is a ball? Never mind how many stupid people there are in the world, appealing to popularity, right? Answer this very simple question. Are you going to answer it, right? Be honest and answer it. Or are you just going to close your eyes and join the rest of the people who should have figured it out, right? If the earth really was flat. Does it matter? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. So it's like, well, there hasn't been any evidence to prove that the earth is this thing that they tell us, a ball in space. Why should I believe it? Because it's taught in school? Because my mom and dad sent me to that school? That's why I should believe it? It's kind of silly, isn't it? The reason why I believe it is because I trust my mom and dad. Trust them.
Okay, so this is just a question. So, which is crazier, to believe you're spinning on a ball in space, or you're floating on a flat plane in space?
But we're not in space. That's the thing. Like, people are always trying to say we're in space. We're not in space.
I mean, what are we then?
Yeah.
Like when you look around us in the sky.
We're on. We know certain things. We know we're on land right now, right? And we know that there's an ocean separating these lands, and there's a dip, right? This basin like thing that the ocean. We know that, and we know that it's level. Okay. Now, has anybody ever gone up high enough to look down and see that we're on a bowl? No.
Yeah, we nobody's going high enough to see for a flat though. Like both can be debunkable.
There's no need. So there's no need to prove that the Earth is flat, because there's no need to say that.
Time out. Think about what you just said, young man. We said you can't go to any altitude and see any curvature. Then you said, well, you can't go up to any altitude. Not your words verbatim, but basically, you can't go up and see the flat Earth either. Well, if you don't see it as a ball, then what do you see it as?
I'm saying nobody has been high enough to see the full shape of the planet. You can see part of the planet, which means that we don't know the shape.
Exactly what we're saying. That's what the cornerstone of this room is. Why are people claiming a shape to the Earth when no one knows the shape? No, it's not possible to determine the shape unless you can see the whole thing. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, and you keep saying planet. You keep saying it has to be something in this space, right? In this world. That's what you keep saying, which means you're still in that world they created for you to. Is it a ball? Is it a disc in space going around the? That you're still in that same world. Like, you haven't even stepped away from it.
And along those lines, something to help you understand this is that there is space in matter, but there's not matter in space. See, we were raised to believe that there's matter in space, spherical objects and disc-shaped things falling around each other in an orbit with, falling technically by their definition, but with gravity and different speeds and trajectories, keeping everything in balance, but just magically falling around each other in a vacuum. So what we're saying is there is no matter in space. There's space and matter. There's air between you and I, but there's nothing between you and I. There's space between you and I, and in that space is air.
Right. And the things in the sky, right, are lights. Anything that's matter, right, that has matter is down here. Anything that's up there, well, how can that be matter up there, right?
How do you know? How do you know it's not matter though? Like you're saying, you're making a statement saying it's just lights, but how do you know it's just lights? It could be a sun.
I know that the sun, right? I know that the stars, the moon, and the sun are lights. I know that, right? And I know that these lights, they're moving, their motion, right, causes the seasons, right, that we experience down here. So these are some things that we know for sure about those things up there, right? But when you consider that those things could be matter up there, well, now you're back on the heliocentric model. Now you're back in the world they've created for you, where matter is in space, and like Orion said, it's not space. All that is inside. The matter is down here. All the stuff is down here. No, it's not up there too. There aren't worlds out there.
You'll be making a claim you don't know fully 100% is fact.
I know
what's your take on? What's your take on? What's your take on the Bible?
I think the Bible is very helpful and it's a good book. I don't think it's meant to be taken as truth, because Jesus is not coming back. He already came back if you read the Bible from a a third person view. But it's a good book to help you through life, and I do think there is a God.
But not
okay.
that
The
one.
reason I asked you, look, it's not to parse details. The reason I asked you that is because do you know theists who believe the Bible to be true, at least in their rhetoric, they're the ones who built the heliocentric model. And you know that's what the Protestant Reformation like was about. The Roman Catholic Church and the powers that be telling them that their cosmology in the theism that they believed in was inaccurate because in fact it's not the light that was made for the earth, rather the earth moves around the light. That started 500 years ago, heliocentrism. Then they built the Gregorian calendar that we use today. All the Roman Catholic symbols that you see, whether it be entertainers, pop stars, rock stars, rappers, movie stars, television actors, the symbolism is there. When the
But
Pope comes to
you gotta
town,
remember.
when the Pope comes to town, the streets get shut down. Okay? So all I'm telling you is the people that gave us this whole evolution story of how the earth and its sphericity came to be, those people were the ones that said, well, we decided that the earth revolves around the sun because we reject that we are the center of the universe. Now, the question really is, first of all, what's the justification for you saying that the earth moves at all, let alone around the sun? And when you admitted in your journals, all of your favorite, maybe not yours, I'm being a little, you know, but the modern scientists that people respect today, like Einstein, like all of these people, they've admitted that it's the philosophy of their choice because they refuse to believe that with all of their teachings and everything they've went through, that the earth is the center and not the sun. Where's the justification for that?
I mean, it's kind of self-centered to think Earth is the main topic of everything.
Self-centered, because you don't want to believe that you're special.
That's a non sequitur though. It has nothing to do with what I just said.
But they have no proof Earth is the center of the plane, and like you guys say, there's no proof that we're circling in space. You know, but we can
Yeah, but
debate it.
there's no claim before them saying that we're moving. There was only everyday existence of the sun coming from the east and leaving to the west. Same with all the things in the sky. That was the experience. No additives, no preservatives, just what they experienced. That isn't a claim.
But that just concludes that.
Not but because I let you but the first point. It's not a claim. You can't move on with your premise. It's flawed.
It's not really flawed.
You have to acknowledge it.
If I see the sun moving and the stars and the moon, I'm pretty sure to think the Earth is moving, and that's why they appear to be moving.
Why would that be? Why would you think that? Why is it that
the bottom line is it doesn't matter that you think that. What matters is that the people who began this belief have no justification for it.
Right.
What say you to that?
Right.
But what you're saying, you're telling me just to just be quiet and just say, hey, the sun rotates around the Earth.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I said was the conversation started 500 years ago, and there appears to be no justification. And there's an admittance 100 years ago by Edwin Hubble saying, even though his forefathers started heliocentrism, saying that there's no justification for saying that the Earth moves around the sun. Is just what we choose to believe. Again, not verbatim, but that's the sentiment of what he said. If you want the quote, we can get it. The point is, since there's no justification, what say you to that information?
Copernicus did give an explanation.
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm
say
literally
you to
like,
that information?
I'm googling and it says the third century BC was the first time they said Earth was a sphere, which was 3,000 years ago. So how is that
Oh my
500?
fucking god!
I didn't say the word sphere until I got to the portion about evolution. I was only talking about whether the Earth moved or not. 500 years ago, they proposed, the people who believed in the Bible, the people who had to teach the people what was said in the Bible because they couldn't read it at the time. These people in power told them that they were moving around the sun and there was no justification for it, as they've admitted with their own writings as an indictment on themselves. What say you to that? If you have nothing to say, and if you have to think about it, that's honest, and I would respect that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, and you're right. There's no justification for anyone to say that.
Yeah,
You have to have proof.
Copernicus said it's because it makes sense for the lesser to revolve around the greater. Now, this is also the idea of gravity. That the lesser, which is us, should revolve around the greater, which is the ruling, class or families, that the lesser should serve the greater, because that's the explanation that is written down why the earth should go around the sun. Cool, isn't it? Some kind of philosophy.
Magic, pure magicians. Give me one miracle, and I'll explain the rest. Right?
Do you believe in magic?
So when you hear something like that, you kind of your spirit. It kind of offends your spirit. Like this is what they're teaching us and our kids. This is what the world believes. Yeah, mate. If you don't believe it, then something's wrong with you. That's the way it is, isn't it? Why would they lie? Hey.
Don't lead the witness, please.
I mean, I don't know who's lying, honestly.
Well, your eyes, your senses. I'm pretty sure you've survived all these years because they have been very truthful.
He just admitted.
Yeah.
He just admitted the very fact that there's no justification, but there's a whole worldview that is taught to all the children. Maybe not all the children, but taught to the majority of the children in the world that we know of and communicate with. You already know that that's the lie that's propagated, or at least there's no justification for it, which is obviously absurd in 2022.
I would need
can't.
some more.
You can't. You do. You do. And take your time. I'm not asking you to make a decision now. I'm asking you to listen to what I said and do as much as you can to research this period of time for yourself.
Yeah, because sometimes things are just set in stone. Sometimes people don't question something and they just go along with it until somebody steps forward and question that thing. You know, like some people, they just teach things without even knowing if it's true or not.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying that can be like the Earth shape. Like maybe there's people out there who's teaching it who don't know they're lying or they're not intentionally lying, but
Yeah, well, that's most teachers. That's most people. They're just doing their job. What they do is they do it for money. You know, you went to school. Okay, now you're gonna go get that job because you got to pay for that house and that loan that you just got into debt for. You
I
know,
don't know.
the
I don't think they're
jobs people
teaching.
do.
I don't. Bong. I don't think they're teaching a falsehood just for money. I don't think they know, and I think Dario's right here. They're not intentionally lying. I don't think that's happening for the most part.
Right.
There are people who are intentionally lying, and generally it's for money or just for evil means. But for the most part, people are just teaching what they've been told without scrutiny, without verification of that information.
exactly.
But that brings up a good point, though, Dario. Have you taken the steps to scrutinize the information you've been told is true?
No, because I haven't really questioned it. You know, yeah. Now I'm gonna look more into flat Earth and see if what makes sense or don't. Because I know I have tons of questions, but I never question. I never question the Earth shape.
Right, but it makes sense too, right? Because it's the nature of your reality. It's the ground you walk on every day. You should at least know where you are, right?
Well, yeah, like when I feel religious, you know, I'd be like, "Hey, where do I come from? Why are we here?" Yeah, of course, I want to know
Where are we?
what shape
Yeah,
of the planet I live on.
right. Who are we? What are we? Where are we? Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And those
Why are
questions
we?
should be asked, and they should be, I mean, answered to your best ability, and your best ability is checking the veracity of least of what you're told, right? About those questions.
Yeah, and that's where I think is that's the only reason why I think the shape of the Earth is an important topic because if it is a lie, then what the fuck? That's crazy. But maybe it is a lie.
My biggest problem with this conversation is when we started it. You're going from one thing to another and saying that they're not connected. Like there's clearly this thing going on, and you admit that that thing is going on, but then refuse to admit that what I said was what is actually going on. So my biggest problem with you, I'm happy that you're willing to, you know, take charge in your life and look into what is possible, not just what you're told. But you can't sit there and play the shield maiden for evil shit like, I don't know, imbibing human fetal cells and think that that's okay. That's not okay. You should have known that that was happening to you. I'm sorry that you didn't until now, but you should, like, if you're given that information, you should be like, oh shit, that's actually evil that they did that to me. They didn't even tell me that those are actually human cells in what I'm eating. You see what I'm saying? Like that's what you should have, in my mind, that's what you should have been like, hey, I don't like your attitude, but you're kind of right. I should have fucking known. I'm not saying that you're intentionally cannibalizing. What I'm saying is you're an unwilling participant. You see what I'm saying, Dario?
Yeah, I just don't.
And I'm sorry to bring it back up, but that is a bone of contention between me and you.
Oh, it was you. Oh, well,
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think cannibalism is nasty, and the reason why I wasn't really defending it, I was just saying I don't think a aborted clone cells is the same as eating a baby, like a 4 month. I don't know. It's fucking weird.
Okay, but you have to admit it's so weird that you have a problem articulating why it's not the same thing. But it is kind of the same thing. You're partaking and consuming human cells, regardless if they're cloned or not. Who gives a shit? And if they're telling you that they're cloned, they certainly didn't tell you that you were eating human cells. They had to defend themselves by saying, "Yeah, but they're cloned. It's okay." No, it's never been okay. You're feeding me human cells, and now you're just telling me that they're cloned. Why would I believe you? Because you never told me that you were doing that in the first place. And once you were caught, then you were like, "Yeah, but these are cells from 1972 from an aborted fetus, bro."
And what did you say they use the cells for again? For food? For sugar?
Yeah. It's actually part of the sweetener. It's an excitotoxin. It makes what you're tasting taste sweeter.
Yeah, that's just weird.
That is weird. It's weird that they would not.
You know where vanilla comes from, right?
Beaver ass.
I mean, 99% of humans eat meat.
Serious.
So, I mean, we eat fucking cow and pig. So.
No, I'm 100% with you on that. And you should know where your food comes from, and you should be aware of it. But not knowing that you're partaking in some form of cannibalism, I think, is evil. Don't you?
Yeah, it is evil.
Okay.
I didn't know.
As long as we can agree on that, as long as we can agree on that, we're cool.
It's horrifying when you realize what's really going on, isn't it? I mean, that crazy guy down the street doesn't seem so crazy anymore.
He's not so crazy, man.
Wait, don't they have to FDA approved fetal the sweetener?
Yeah, what does that mean though? What exactly does FDA approval mean? It means that the government agreed to the evil. It doesn't mean that it's okay. How many things? Hang on, Bong. How many things have been FDA approved, and a year later you see on the TV that it's okay to sue these companies for harming you? They were FDA approved. The FDA approval means nothing. All it's saying is, and one evil corporation is saying it's okay to do this to you from another evil corporation. It's meaningless. It is absolutely meaningless.
Now, if it was
something else?
7 approved, right, that would be different. It'd be like, oh, really? It's interesting. Good. Might be good.
You know what?
Try it.
Thank you for the mutes to the live stream. Very smart. You know what else? Speaking of the aborted fetal tissue, now the vaccines, right? Let's take it there. Now, obviously, if you go to fact check, they're gonna deny, like, oh my God, there's obviously no aborted fetal tissue, yada yada yada, right? Because I'm pretty sure you've heard the claim, and I'm pretty sure you've seen that it's fact check says that that's not true, right?
Daria?
I never really did fact checks of. I never heard of the fetal cells. In fact, the COVID V card.
All right. Well, so earlier tonight, I feel like if I would have said it, you would have looked it up and you would have found some fact check where it says that it's wrong. Let's just take that as read. You could probably do that right now. That's what you'll find. Here's the weird thing about that. If the opponents are going to say that it's completely a lie and that's completely ridiculous, then why is the religious exemption there? Specifically because in Christianity they don't agree with abortions.
I think they
It
have
was
a
held
religious.
really quick. It was held up in New York State, that religious exemptions for the V card held due to abortion, due to aborted fetal cells being used. That was an actual thing in New York.
My understanding was
Where
it for.
I live in New York. So all I'm saying is that, you didn't do anything wrong. You don't have to defend any of this first and foremost. So all I'm saying is, if they're saying it's not true, given the information that Deuce Vault just gave you, if that information does indeed check out, if you so happen to look into it, that would mean that there was a clear and decisive liar, right?
I have a different understanding of it because I know people in my family who didn't get the vaccine because of religious reasons, and I don't think it has to do with abortion. I think they was like, "Hey, God, I believe in God. I don't believe in government or science."
Yeah, but that's a red herring, and
It's
that's a
not though. They
fallacy. Where no, listen. When I say it's a red herring, it's a fallacy that uh you say something that is loosely related or looks related, but Solennian eclipses happen either at dusk or at dawn. So let's take dawn, for example. Now, that means the moon is traversing your sky if you were to have a couple of brews or a couple of spliffs or a couple of laughs with a friend on a patio or whatever, on the back porch or wherever you look at the stars. If you ever had that view, and I hope you have because it's beautiful, then you will see the moon because you're anticipating the eclipse, right? Now you're looking at the moon traverse the sky the entire time, and then it begins to disappear from the top down. Why on earth would you think that that's the earth doing that?
Oh, I've measured the angle to the setting sun to be greater than a degree below eye level, so from a mountain. So I don't know why you couldn't see the moon even if it was a little bit below, straight across from the sun.
Not answering what he put to you.
Well, it's
He doesn't.
okay. Just no. It's
So,
fine.
look, we
Let
can
him
agree
finish.
that according to the globe model, and I'm not saying it's true or not. I'm just saying, let's for the sake of discussion, if it's true, and the sun and the earth and the moon were in perfect alignment, then the shadow of the earth would be perfectly centered on the moon, right? But if the moon went down, say, half a moon's width, then half of the moon would be sticking out of that shadow, and it would be the bottom side that was lit up, not the top side, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Speaking of half moons, man, did you guys see the moon tonight? It was an exact half moon. It's actually called a quarter moon. I don't know if you guys knew
I wish
that.
you didn't interrupt. I wish you didn't interrupt.
And so,
please continue.
So you would have to be looking a slight angle down farther, but I mean, it would be such a small amount that. Well, let me do the math here. I'll be back in a sec.
So I don't get what you mean by looking down. Nobody's talking about being on a mountain, dog. Like you just live on some land with maybe high enough elevation, and you're watching this eclipse happen, fam. Like that's it. It's like, what are you talking about? If the angles were low enough, if this, I didn't. I mean, I caught where you asserted that if the angles were this, then when the moon went down, a portion of it would be blocked, and it could be possible that it would be the top. Not your words verbatim, but what you were saying. Justify that statement. Like how so? I don't get what you mean. Maybe do a diagram.
Yeah,
maybe.
But did you hear what Flat Earth dude said when he said that half moon is actually called a quarter moon?
No.
I'm just fucking with you.
I'm lost though, because
I'm just playing with you. I'm sorry.
Didn't he? He did say that though, right?
He did. He did.
So okay, go ahead. I guess.
Let me look for a diagram.
Oh, good luck. Haven't seen one in like ever.
You asked.
You can't even Google it.
You see, Elijah, if you stand on a mountaintop and then you look down at the moon, then the shadow is going to be on the top of the moon, not the bottom of the moon, where the light is occluded by the earth. You have to stand on a mountain that is tall enough to look down at the moon.
That's wild, bro. I don't even.
Right,
yeah,
right, Jesse? That's what you're saying?
Wait. So you're telling me that if I have like some kind of blockage in my room, of my light, and the shadow is like on the bottom of my room. If I like stepped on a step ladder, I would see the shadow at the top of my room.
Yeah, that's how it works. That's why a half moon is called a quarter moon.
Wow. Yeah, I'm going to bet on that one because
Me
I got
too.
4% battery left, and this was an amazing night. Thank you, Deuce Vault, for making it all possible.
You fucking Mongo, man. I just sat here and listened for the most part, man. It was great. Thank you, brother.
Hey, Elijah, have a good night.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, thank you. All right, cheers, man.
Good night.
Well, I don't see a diagram on the Google, but I could sketch
All
one.
right, keep looking, man. Keep looking, man. Keep looking, man. You got it. You can
Hey,
find
I
it.
got a question for the guy thinking he's measuring angles on a sphere. How? Where's your baseline? That needs to be level. What?
Gotta be out of baseline, damn it. Ain't that a bitch?
Good point.
Baselines are
And now,
Why can't I measure relative to plumb?
what's plumb on a sphere? God, where are you? Do you think you're in the center of the earth? I'm sorry to be so loud, but is that what you're trying to say? Is you're plumb to the center of the earth, then making measurements out? Because I've seen that as a diagram for me people. Am I here? I'll be.
Well, regardless of the shape of the Earth, many instruments for measuring vertical angles do so with reference to plumb.
Where's your 90 to the plumb then? The horizon? Because that is actually 90 degrees to plumb over water. So, and then it's perpendicular to the other horizon behind you.
Actually,
and no matter how high you go over water, no. In actuality, that's what you can observe and you can measure it. So don't go into this. No, you're wrong. You're not on a sphere. And you're not spinning. And you're not inside of a vacuum. Period. That's what reality is. Deal with it. The games are done because there's nothing you can say that doesn't contain logical fallacy. There's not a move you can make. Say a word. I got it. I saw put an end to every 3 words you combine.
So you said I could measure it, so I measured it.
Yeah. Hold on. Measure what? Off of a sphere? Angles? No. No, you can't do that. That is not Euclidean geometry. You are in La La Land. You are totally off base. And by the way, it is measured plumb over water in 90 degrees, and no matter how you go, the horizons are parallel to each other, depending on weather conditions. I mean, if it's foggy, it's going to it's not going to be measurable. I'm talking a good clear day, but that has to be the standard, and nothing's refracting, and it's definitely not bending down. It's bent down, but it does bend up when I'm in the pool. When there's actually 2 media to look through, which needs to be the case, which you're just, again, begging the question, asserting, it just bare assertion fallacy. You're just saying stuff, dude, and it's not real, and you're living in La La Land, and you need to stop because it's really bad for your brain.
I bet the pool does go up when you get in.
I have no clue what the hell that is. Just a red herring, and it's just like a wingnut bunch of words you've used now. This is just ridiculous.
You know what I just realized about the thing that was posted at 55 past last hour, Jesse, is first of all, no one is denying refraction. Second of all, though, this example of light bending has fuck all to do with something physically appearing somewhere else. Like, if you could do that with a lit up ball, then I would be impressed.
So you think the fact that the path of light is being curved in the density gradient
No, wrong.
would not allow...
No, not curved. Absolutely not. No light is curving. And beside, when it refracts, it would have to go through two media.
Is he drunk?
You're wrong. You're just... No, I'm not accepting your garbage. You're spouting bullshit. Nobody ever observes that. Ever.
So how did the laser light change its target position?
What are you talking about? What laser light? When was this? Who did the measurement? Because we do have laser tests. And what are you talking about, man? Because we do. And we have observation. I have a Nikon P900 right next to me. I've been out there in the world. Yeah, dude, what are you going to say that's going to change the reality that we live on a flat earth that doesn't move and obviously is contained? And by the way, your gradient that you're talking about is in line with Charles' law, because it's cold up there. There's nothing for the light to radiate the heat. And that's why clouds recondense and water vapor is going up, fucking up all your gravity bullshit. You have nowhere to go. I'm not drunk. I'm not accepting your garbage. There's nothing to even entertain. Say 5 words and it's over again.
5 words.
Yeah, pertaining to the ball, Earth, that you believe in, that you're going to defend in your brain, which is crazy. I'm not taking the garbage, man. You can't string together 5 words in defense of that's retardation and get it by me. I'm not going to allow it.
Well, gentlemen, this is how you deal with the truth, is by just talking over. So it is my bedtime.
No, that's red hair. That's another fallacy. You have nothing but fallacy. Can you bring me something of substance?
You won't
like
let
a
me
demonstration of gas pressure without containment?
You won't let me bring anything.
Please?
Now you're gish galloping.
Because you have nothing but fallacy. That's another fallacy. You won't let me. No, I want something verifiable.
Well, he's got
not
pictures.
Just a baseless assertion.
He's got pictures.
Sorry, I don't.
Guys, look. He made a claim.
Right, look.
Pictures.
What are we looking at?
Am I going to be allowed to answer it or not?
Go ahead.
I don't want to look.